Chapter 1 Michael Christopher.
Michael Christopher. Michael Christopher, the man who wouldn't die. For the third, or possibly the fourth, time, he found himself the lone survivor of another lost group. Not exactly alone, but he was the only being still alive, breathing, and not seeking a snack of human flesh. It appeared the dead would rack up the wind this time and finally claim their prize, because he saw no avenue of escape. Had the time come for Michael to use a bullet on himself? What's the point to keep fighting when you're left all by yourself each time? Life alone isn't worth living. He sat in the second-floor control room of the bowling alley across from the airport's approach, overlooking all the lanes within the building. Michael's problem was the fact the alleys weren't full of bowlers in silly multicolored shoes and tacky league shirts, but with the hungry, rotting dead. The building's design provided him a direct route outside onto the roof, or down into the horde of zombies on the main floor. If he headed out onto the roof, he would become stranded 30 feet above the ground with no safe way to reach the parking lot below. There were no ladders leaning up against the building, and he hadn't mastered human flight. Otherwise, he would have to pass through the middle of the undead horde to make his escape from certain death. Neither choice sounded like a viable option. The summer sun warmed his perch like an oven, and the water supply in the control room had run out, so he needed to move soon. If he remained in this smothering furnace any longer without liquids, Michael would end up dead from dehydration, and it didn't seem like a pleasant way to die. Was there a pleasant way to die these days? His skin turned hot and dry while his stomach churned, so he had his back pressed up against the wall. Michael needed a plan of action. How had he reached this point of hopelessness after only 1 year? The ironic thought occurred to Michael that he sat around the corner from the apartment he lived in before the apocalypse started. He longed for the simple days when his only concerns included cutting the grass for the town and writing his beloved Larry the light-hearted elf stories. Now pain and death surrounded him, but death still hadn't claimed him. He only found a repeating loop of pain. Only a year passed, it felt like 2 lifetimes, since he left his menial job to realize his dream of being a full-time author. Michael now held the starring role in a zombie apocalypse story he hadn't even written. If he had been the author, it would have been a better story than the one he now lived in. Michael faced another day like today, where he lacked food and water and needed to restock. He ventured out of his apartment to stock up, call it looting like it was. During this first resupply trip, he came across a young couple trying to survive like him. They teamed up since safety existed in numbers. At least they all thought so at the time. Things went well with their small group until the next time they needed to head out for supplies. Consumables disappeared quickly with the increased number of people living in the apartment. The nearby convenience store seemed like a prime target for satisfying their needs. It was located around the corner from Michael's home and would contain an assortment of food and drinks. They equipped themselves with melee weapons, since Michael never owned or even fired a gun before the dead started walking the earth. He carried a baseball bat and a large butcher knife from his kitchen. The couple both carried hunting knives, and the man had found a large piece of metal pipe. It should have been a straightforward mission for the 3 survivors. In and out, grab the supplies, and return to the safety of their apartment stronghold. No problem. The power had winked out a few weeks ago, so they had to pry the sliding doors apart with the metal pipe to gain entry to the store. Once the doors slid open, the stench of rotting perishables washed over them. It turned Michael's stomach, but he fought to keep down what little food he had eaten during breakfast. Grab non-perishable stuff along with any drinks, Michael said to remind them all of their mission before they entered the building to loot. Although the store wasn't large, the advertisement posters taped across the front windows bathed the far corners of the building in dark shadows. It concerned Michael, but he thought just a quick in and out. Then they would head back to their home. What could go wrong? They spread out as they entered the store, thinking this would make their task of gathering supplies quicker. Michael heard the woman scream while he filled up his own bag with sports drinks. He rushed to her aid. Too late. A zombie sat on top of her, and it ripped her throat out with its teeth. Strings of bloody flesh dangled from its mouth. The man ran over to help, and before he could get there, a second zombie knocked him to the floor. Time was up for the woman because her body went still. So Michael raised his bat to strike the zombie the man wrestled with. Michael never saw the monster who snuck up behind him, but he felt the teeth break through the skin on his arm. Like a coward, Michael forgot the others as he dropped the bat and screamed in pain. This brought the fourth zombie to the fight, who leapt onto the man and sunk its teeth into his flesh. Blood poured from the three humans, and Michael accepted the fact he had reached the end. In one last desperate move, he pulled the butcher's knife from his belt and jabbed at his attacker. To his surprise, the knife hit the target, entering through the zombie's left eye, and it dropped like a switch in its brain, tripped to the off position. He thought about trying to help the fallen couple, but Michael determined it was too late for both of them. They both laid in pools of their own blood. The three remaining zombies enjoyed the all-they-could-eat buffet of Michael's former friends. Michael grabbed his bag and slipped quietly out of the store. With the bite on his arm, Michael knew this meant the end for him. A fever would start and then delirium would follow. A painful death and reanimation would become his ultimate destiny. If he had a gun, he would have used it on himself. Instead, he cleaned up the wound on his arm and took some antibiotics he had in his medicine cabinet. Sleep claimed him. He dreamed of better days while he waited to die. When he awoke, his arm throbbed with every beat of his heart, but he still hadn't developed a fever. Michael ate, redressed the wound, took some more antibiotics, and rested again. He repeated this for several more days, and no fever ever came. Was he immune to the zombie virus? Maybe he was just plain lucky? It might all be only a dream. If so, he couldn't wait to wake from this nightmare. The sports drinks from the previous supply run and the medication ran out, so he needed to make another trip to the store. Michael left his bat in the convenience store and he remained alone, so he would have to be extra careful. No one would be there to watch his back this time. Not that it worked out well the first time. He thought about visiting the same convenience store again. It stood right outside the driveway to his apartment complex, but he couldn't face returning there. His two friends wandered the aisles as part of the undead army now. It would have to be the grocery store or the big box store farther down the road this time. During his supply run to the grocery store, he met Survivor Group Number 2. This gang had 5 members, 2 women, 1 man, and 2 kids. They were staying in a retirement community apartment complex they had cleared around the corner from the store. Working together, they filled Michael's pickup truck, and he drove them to their apartment building. Things went well for their first few weeks together. Michael told the kids stories about a magical elf, and they treated him like their long-lost favorite uncle. Problem was, this group had been sloppy. They cleared the floor they were staying on and the floors below them, but they never cleared the last floor above them. Michael kept watch in the building's lobby one night while zombies from the 4th floor flooded the 3rd. A fire door finally gave way to their incessant pushing. The man on guard upstairs fell asleep, and the group became zombie chow, while Michael impotently watched the front entrance. He found their reanimated remains in the morning at the end of his patrol, when he returned to the 3rd floor. The loss of this second group almost broke Michael. These people became family to him, and he felt like he had failed them somehow. Michael wasn't the one who fell asleep, nor was he the one ignoring a floor filled with zombies above them. He wandered around aimlessly for weeks afterward with no purpose left to his life anymore. 2 different groups of survivors, 7 people dead, and only Michael remained alive. Winter came and it got cold, so he moved into a small home in the same neighborhood as the 2 apartment buildings. It had a working fireplace, along with an ample supply of firewood stored in a shed behind the house. The occasional zombie would wander by in the frigid weather, but Michael hadn't seen another living person for weeks. One winter day, he stumbled upon a family while out scavenging supplies. The couple traveled with their 2 children. Michael welcomed them into his warm home to become the family he'd been looking for. Finally, a purpose for his life again. They warmed up by his fire, ate his food, and gave him someone to talk to. Michael felt some of his sanity return each day he spent with them. It was a tight fit in his small house, but comfortable enough for the apocalypse. Plus, the tight squeeze helped with heating the home during the long, frosty winter. After they stayed with him for a few weeks, Michael agreed to let them take the overnight watch by themselves. He looked forward to getting his first good night's sleep in months. Total exhaustion delivered him into a deep slumber for the entire night. When the morning's light streamed through his window, he woke to find the house freezing. Odd, since whoever took the night guard duty fed the fire to keep the place warm. Michael walked into the living room and confirmed the roaring fire had become cold ash in the fireplace. He lit a new fire to warm the house up before he investigated any further. Someone else should be awake by now, but the house appeared as quiet as a tomb. Not a good sign. After the flames engulfed the logs and the warmth returned, Michael explored the rest of the house to determine what had happened. He looked in the first bedroom and found it empty. A quick check of the next bedroom showed the same. Michael shambled into the kitchen, knowing what he would find even before he got there. The kitchen was empty. No people and no supplies left in any of the cabinets. Looking out through the kitchen window, he discovered his pickup truck had disappeared too. Fresh snow had covered the ground overnight, obscuring the truck's ruts as they headed down the road and away from the house. Part of Michael wanted to lay down and die after enduring this betrayal, but his survival instinct proved too strong. He grabbed his weapons, parka, and snowshoes so he could head out for some supplies. When he reached the highway overpass, he found them. The truck had slid on the fresh snow-covered road and plowed into the bridge supports, killing everyone. All four came back from the dead, so Michael's heart broke again as he put down the zombie family who stole all his stuff and his heart on the same winter day. The long cold winter marched on and looked like it would never end. Michael burned all the wood from the shed and resorted to scavenging more from other homes in the neighborhood. Toward the end of the never-ending frigid winter, he burned the wood furniture from the surrounding houses so he could stay warm. What happened to good old-fashioned global warming? For the rest of winter, not one living being passed by Michael's home. Only a scattered few zombies ambled by. Perhaps all the zombies went to Florida during the winter? Michael chuckled at the thought of zombies chasing after snowbirds on the golf course like some demented gator. But then he remembered the last newscast he watched before everyone stopped broadcasting. A hurricane they called the Storm of the Millennium attempted to wipe Florida off the map, so no one headed there anymore. No snowbirds or zombies would visit the Sunshine State again. A warm, wet spring followed the long glacial winter, and he welcomed the change of weather. Michael could finally venture outside of the neighborhood to scavenge for more supplies without worrying about frostbite. The local stores were getting picked over, so he wasn't sure how he would continue to survive on his own. He thought it was odd that the stores had emptied when he had seen no people for almost 6 months. One day while out scavenging, Michael came across his next group of survivors. He was careful and knew how to move through the shadows, so Michael saw them long before they saw him. They moved with purpose but without stealth, as they emptied the contents of the store into a large box truck with a rental insignia on its side. 5 or 6 people carried supplies into the back of the truck while 4 other armed folks watched their backs for any threats. Michael followed them on his scavenged motorcycle as they departed the store, and found them heading to the town's only bowling alley. He recognized their genius of picking this location and wondered why he hadn't thought of it first. A large building constructed of cinder blocks big enough to hold a large group of people, with only one main entrance to guard and no windows. The block walls were strong and provided security against any attack. Plus, there would be a kitchen inside the alley's restaurant, allowing them to prepare the food they scavenged. Without appearing to be a threat, Michael approached them and they welcomed him into their group of survivors. He didn't recognize the bad omen then. When he asked how many survivors there were in their camp, he was told he made number 26. Now he realized 26 was just 2 number 13s, and that proved to be doubly unlucky for them all. Like each failed association before it, things flourished the first 3 months they were together. Michael told stories about a light-hearted elf named Larry to the kids, and he helped with the farming and guard patrols. The group had set up solar panels along with backup batteries, so they had electricity around the clock. They jury-rigged the plumbing so they had flush toilets and used the vacant lot next to the building as farmland. It was a real treat for Michael to be a part of such a well-organized group of survivors. Then the zombie horde arrived in town and ruined everything they worked so hard to build in a few brief hours. A team, like the one Michael originally encountered, left the building that morning to scavenge for supplies. The search party had to go farther out from their camp each trip, so they left early in the morning as the sun cleared the horizon. Michael's role would be part of the group left behind to guard the camp. He never knew for sure the fate of the scavenge team, because Michael saw none of them again. However, the fall of the camp and the death of everyone left behind occurred while he watched. They had left Michael and 4 other adults behind, along with all the children. Large groups of zombies and other survivors became a rare sight for months now, so they had grown a little lax with their normal security practices. The roof of the bowling alley was flat, so they used it as an elevated watchtower. Michael's assignment had been to man the watchtower during the morning and sound the alarm if he saw anything out of the ordinary. During the 3rd hour of his watch, they approached from the distance. Not 1 or 2 zombies, but hundreds or maybe even thousands marched straight for their home. They trampled everything in their path. Michael couldn't believe his eyes, but he performed his duty by sounding the alarm. Why the other 4 adults didn't close and barricade the doors, Michael will never know, because none of the 4 are talking anymore. Instead of acting, the 4 adults strolled outside to see what all the commotion was about. His bird's-eye view allowed Michael to watch the others being ripped to shreds by the horde of incoming zombies. Even worse, zombies shuffled through the open doors of the building and ripped the kids left inside to pieces too. That's why Michael Christopher sat in the control room of the bowling alley, watching zombies wander aimlessly around the inside of the building. Most of the horde passed by, leaving only a few stragglers behind. By a few, Michael counted 37 zombies. Once they got inside, they were too stupid to figure out how to get back out. Does he stay here safe in the control room and die of dehydration, or run for it and get torn apart like the others? Tough decision, even for the man who wouldn't die.
Chapter 2. Amy.
Amy. Amy had hoped escape from these idiots would be easy. But it proved to be more difficult than she expected. She waited for Zachary Taylor to let his guard down and make a mistake so she could capitalize on it. The problem was, the stupid hillbilly hadn't been as dumb or reckless as she originally thought. Rather than lose her chance to escape, she adapted and played the long game. Who would have known the long game would take almost a year to complete? But her plan came together because of her continued exploitation of his pride. Amy's first move had been to endear herself to Zachary by making him believe she had fallen in love with him. A few grunts and shimmies while he raped her, and he ate out of her hands. Men spend too much time thinking with the wrong head. This bought her some freedom to move around the house without supervision. She still couldn't go outside alone, but this proved to be a positive first step toward freedom. Then Amy worked on circumventing Zachary's mother's authority in the camp. His mother justified her existence by providing Zachary advice on all the militia's business. Mom was the so-called brains behind his brawn. A word whispered here about how important and strong Zachary was, and others whispered there about how his mom grew older and more confused did the job. After a few months of Amy's defamation, she worked her way in Zachary's inner circle while Mom found herself pushed to the outside and looking in. Her next major coup had been brilliant, even by Amy's own standards. She worked on Zachary's lieutenants to find out who could be bent to her will. It turned out his number 2 couldn't, but his number 3 man worshipped Amy, another guy thinking too much with his wrong head. This meant number 2, Aaron Burr. These guys needed to brush up on their history, had to go. Working with the number 3 man, James Polk, she set up a honey trap for poor stupid Aaron. Amy paid Aaron special attention and promised him one night alone while Zachary was out on an extended patrol. She appeared willing to go when Aaron arrived, but then Amy turned on the terror and tears when Zachary returned unexpectedly. James played the part of getting him back at the right time. Zachary's violent rage exploded toward Aaron, and he practically beat him to death in their bedroom. This beating hadn't proved enough to satisfy Zachary's madness, so he hung Aaron at dawn. No duel for this Aaron Burr. Zachary confided in Amy that he meant this as a warning for the other men in the militia to not mess with his private property. She had to push both the laugh and anger down when he referred to her as his property. If he only knew. James Polk became Zachary's number 2 man, and Amy's influence over him grew with each passing day. Amy promised him the world once they finally got Zachary out of the way. Poor James acted like a lost puppy anytime Amy was present, but Zachary had been too busy with his own plans to notice what happened between the two of them. This was fine with Amy, since it fit into her plan perfectly. One winter day, Amy pulled Zachary aside and said, "Darling, how about a spring wedding?" She deserved an Emmy for this shit. "You want to get married?" "Yes, sweetie." "You deserve everything you're about to get." What does marriage mean in the apocalypse? It will show everyone how much of a powerful leader you are, and that I belong only to you alone. Aaron might not have attempted his play if you married me before. Okay, baby. If you want this, then I'm in. Oh, I love you so much, Zachary. Amy giggled and batted her eyelashes. She had discovered his weakness, and she would use it to kill him. With a wedding date set, Amy planned a red wedding that would make George R.R. Martin blush. James Polk agreed to take on a starring role in the day's festivities. A wink here, a shake of her assets, a tryst between the sheets, and James became putty in her hands. Like any blushing bride, her arrangements were extensive for the ultimate happiest day of her life. It wouldn't be happy for Zachary if all her plans worked as she hoped. The winter lasted forever here in northern New Hampshire. Rations became short, and many cold weather viruses swept through the camp. Mom caught pneumonia and died because of a lack of medication. Amy's flirting with the only doctor assured the needed medications never made it to Mom. Zachary cried, but Amy used her tools to comfort him, so he recovered quickly and forgot about his deceased mother. Amy needed him alive and well for their marriage. If he died prematurely, all her planning would come to nothing. On their auspicious day of wedded bliss, Zachary agreed to extra rations, excessive decorations, and a fancy dress which would conceal her Sig Sauer P 365 XL. He knew nothing about the pistol as part of her scheme. Zachary had forbidden anyone from carrying weapons during the ceremony. Except for Amy's treacherous crew, everyone obeyed his last order. Robert, who had been a Catholic priest before the dead walked, performed the ceremony. He wouldn't be conducting a traditional ceremony, but some bullshit Zachary came up with by himself. Amy gave him this privilege since she considered it his last dying wish. James Polk stood up for Zachary, and he knew his role in this charade. One of her brother's apocalypse brides, Jennifer, stood up for Amy. Amy discovered Jennifer's desire for revenge and exploited it for her own advantage. Jennifer had been treated just as badly as Amy had. Zachary's wedding dialogue would bore anyone with any signs of intelligence because he possessed a peanut-sized brain, along with the ego the size of Mount Denali. Robert finally delivered the important line as part of this joke of a ceremony. "I present the new king and queen of the Republic of the White Mountains. King Zachary and Queen Amy. May they live forever and prosper." This line from the ceremony signified their call to action. Amy's followers drew their concealed weapons and took aim at each of their individual targets. She was thankful for thinking ahead and putting the foam earplugs in her own ears, because the gunfire in the confined space proved deafening. Zachary turned to look at Amy with his eyebrows squished together. Amy stood with a big smile on her face and pointed her pistol at his center of mass. The smile turned to a sneer as she pulled the trigger 5 times, unloading the 9mm projectiles into his torso. No one better have used headshots on them. "Gather the bodies and put them in the corral. We start building our zombie army today. If you disagree with me and my actions, then you can join the undead army at any time." Shoulders slumped and feet stumbled as the survivors dragged and carried bodies to the fenced-off corral in the center of the farm. This had been the masterpiece of Amy's plan. Defend the camp and advance their borders using an army of undead soldiers. As the group finished loading the new recruits into their barracks, James caught her eye and gave her a wink, along with a toothy grin. "When do we get to move in together?" James said. "About that. Do you think I'd trade being raped by one stupid brute for another? He said, while tilting his head to the side like a dog who didn't understand what you just said to them. Jennifer drew her gun for the second time of the day and fired 4 times into his midsection. There's a new lieutenant in town now. I guess I forgot to tell you, James, you've got the honor of leading my new zombie army into battle. So long now. Even with the population reduction resulting from Amy's brief marriage ceremony, they struggled to keep up with the demand for food. Scavenging parties had to travel farther out from the camp to find any new supply stores. They emptied all the big and obvious targets of their wares. Amy's crew now focused on overthrowing other groups camped in the area and taking what they had. If the survivors provided worth, they assimilated them into the Republic. If they proved to be unworthy, then they became new recruits in her growing zombie army. Even with this strategy, Amy found they needed to go far from home to find new camps to raid. She needed a major supply score or a move to a more temperate location to grow their own food. Could they transition from warrior to farmer, or would it prove too difficult a change? One day Amy hiked through the woods of southern Maine with Jessica, her trusted lieutenant. She preferred scouting out new locations to raid herself. It would do no good for others in her crew to get tempted by greener pastures and not return. A not unattractive man with a military buzz cut walked down the path, oblivious to his surroundings. Jessica, hide over there while I deal with this jackass. Roger, boss. Hi, stranger. Are you lost? Amy said. What? Who are you? She smiled and shook her ass before responding. My name is Amy, and I'm the supreme leader of the Republic of the White Mountains. We're rebuilding America as it should have been, and you can play a part. What are you talking about? The powerful elite ruled the America of old. Now it will become a nation created for the free people. This reset rid us of the old corruption and dead weight. It will allow a better way forward for us all. You look well fed, so I assume you came from somewhere well stocked. We need supplies to assure these new freedoms, and we look for people like you to contribute. Yes, the place I came from has all the supplies you'll need, and I'll get it all for you. Plus, I'm a former Marine. We can use a well-trained, robust man like yourself. You can be a general in our militia. Now let's form a plan. Amy seduced him while developing a plan and pumping him for details about his camp. Men are so stupid when they think with the head between their legs instead of the one on their shoulders. Part of her wished to kill him right there and then, but the time to do so would come soon enough. The details he provided would be invaluable to their continued survival as a nation, and provide a chance for her to revenge her brother's deaths. What was that all about? Jessica asked. Splendid news. He's staying at a camp owned by my old friend Donald, the hero boy. He's the one responsible for the death of my brothers and my imprisonment and continued rape. Soon he'll be dead and his stuff will be all ours.
Chapter 3. Ron.
Ron. The first time Ron ate human flesh, he gagged and almost puked it up after discovering what they fed him. Now he thought it tasted like an oven-roasted pork tenderloin. Tender and juicy. Ron would imagine eating a well-seasoned pork tenderloin to ease his guilt of where the meat came from. It was survival of the fittest during the apocalypse. A minor sacrifice by the weak to assure the strong survived. No big deal. Plus he had lost so much, so Ron deserved to survive. He would do whatever it takes to be the last man standing in this story. Ron arrived at the camp on death's door, but he recovered and even became stronger within the last year, because of their care. Maybe eating human flesh provided the key to his healing and newfound strength? His beautiful red-haired nurse Rosie became his lover after he recovered, so Ron felt he won the apocalypse lottery when they found him. One day, they introduced Ron to Vincent. Dr. White credited Vincent with saving Ron's life. His blood flowed through Ron's veins, granting him a second chance. Vincent's limbs provided the feast where Ron ate and regained his strength. When they met, Vincent had been only a torso and white as a sheet. His last sacrifice for the greater good would be the feast of his internal organs. A delicacy for them all to enjoy. All except Vincent. He didn't identify with the strange beliefs of this cult, but Ron played along to stay alive. The sect claimed a brotherhood with the zombies. Killing a zombie would be a religious hypocrisy and punishable by death. Kind of ironic. By consuming human flesh, they had discovered the ability to walk unnoticed among the dead. Cannibals and zombies strolled together with no concern for each other. A symbiotic relationship. Most of his life, Ron had been the alpha male. The camp only had 2 other adult males, a big ugly gent named Mac and a wiry slob named Jacob. Mac led the search parties, looking for new victims, and did all the butchering chores once they found one. He considered Ron a threat to the group and made it known at every opportunity. Jacob followed Mac around like a lost puppy. Ron thought Jacob lacked any working brain cells. Abigail, a middle-aged tall woman, led the camp, and everyone bowed down to her as their priestess. She treated all the men, including Ron, as necessary evils. Besides Dr. White and Rosie, the cult had 6 other members. 3 adult women, a teenage boy, and 2 preteen girls. One big human flesh-eating family untouched by zombie hands. Ron hadn't encountered a winter as icy and long as this one. The building had been a summer residence for a long, closed camp. The walls lacked insulation, and the wood stove proved inadequate at maintaining the temperature of the building above freezing. He spent his waking hours securing more wood to burn, to fend off the hypothermia, which threatened to claim them all. With the extreme cold and mountains of snow, the search parties found no living humans to eat. They were lucky to find a family of 5 before the first snowfall, and they provided meat until the end of January. Abigail sacrificed the 2 preteen girls at the beginning of February, to assure the food supply would last until spring. Ron readied to take out Mac for a meal, but then they found 2 adult men traveling alone. They were all saved for a little longer by these new victims. Ron knew Tim died at the hands of some unknown gunman before he became a zombie snack. He never knew how his sister Amy died. Who were the gunmen that attacked them in the woods near the bridge? Who were the men on the bridge blocking the road? Were the 2 groups of attackers working together? If Rosie hadn't been pregnant with his child, he would have headed out to find answers to these questions. Instead, he found himself too comfortable to leave the safety of the camp to find out who took his siblings' lives. Leaving now would cause his unborn child to become their next meal without his protection. Better to stay close and take control here than die trying to complete a fool's mission. They finished eating the last hiker during last night's feast. Today Mac would take Jacob, Kim, and the teenage boy out hunting for fresh meat. With any luck, they would return with new victims to keep them all nourished for the upcoming months. When Mac headed in to butcher the victims, it might finally be the right time for Ron to make his move. He would be the last man standing with Rosie and their child by his side. Then he would dispose of Abigail and her crazy ideas.
Chapter 4. Betty Bowman.
Betty Bowman. Betty knew little about Natasha's background, or how she ever hooked up with Dr. Taylor, the loser drunk. Natasha wouldn't talk about her past, only how to survive the future in this bleak world. She knew Natasha was a total badass. Natasha could shoot any gun she picked up with deadly accuracy, use a knife to kill with the effort of buttering toast, fight hand-to-hand with opponents 3 times her weight, and plan strategies to remain alive. For the last year, Betty had been her protégée and became her closest friend. With Tom's increased bizarre behavior, Donald leaned on Natasha's guidance around the camp too. Even with their friendship, Natasha never took it easy on Betty. She pushed her to run, do strength training, spar, shoot, and perform escape drills. Always be ready to run, because there would be a day when running away would be their only option to survive. They packed several bug-out bags and hid them in various locations around the camp. Natasha believed the Scouts' motto, "Be prepared," more than the Scouts ever did. Today they ran miles through the woods while Natasha quizzed Betty for what felt like the millionth time. "What's edible here in the forest?" How do you prepare a deer? How do you kill a deer? This world came down to kill or be killed. Never forget it, or let your guard down for a moment. It could be deadly. Natasha was cheerful when she ran. Matthew's birthday had arrived, and Donald and Gwen took him on a camping trip by the lake. Betty thought about tagging along with them, but Natasha didn't want to crash their party, so Betty stayed behind with her instead. The three of them had become a family over the last year, like Betty and Natasha. Neither Betty nor Matthew experienced the childhood they had expected to have only a year ago. Both could now kill a zombie, clean and prepare game, and break down clean and oil a weapon. Others were worse off than her, Betty guessed. She had food, shelter, and remained among the living. What more could one ask for during the apocalypse? They made it to the 2-hour mark for today's run. Both of them knew the woods around the camp, inside and out. Their current location put them around a mile away from the camp's outer walls. As her mind drifted while enjoying the warm summer day, the ground shook and an explosion roared through the air. The sound came from the direction of the cabin inside of the walls. They both stopped mid-stride and turned to face each other. Betty knew terror filled her face, but Natasha still looked calm. Grab your gear from location Charlie, and then rendezvous at point number 4. Natasha said before she turned back toward the camp's walls. She ran off with no further comment to Betty. Per their training, they left stores of supplies in locations designated by letters and rendezvous points with numbers. Betty carried with her their standard equipment for a run through the woods. Her pack-out included the hunting knife on her belt, the holstered Glock G43, a hydration pack filled with water, a water filter, purifying tablets, and homemade protein bars. This section of the forest had been cleared of zombies for months, so she wondered where this one came from. With a well-practiced move, she drew her knife and pierced its skull without breaking her stride. Fear for both herself and those who had become her family this past year grew after she dropped the third zombie within a dozen steps. Something had gone very wrong. The bug-out package at position C sat a quarter-mile away from her current location. Betty had made good time, considering the half-dozen zombies she dispatched along the way. Since the initial explosion, there had been no gunfire or another explosion. It might have only been an accident and Natasha overreacting, but that wouldn't explain the appearance of all the zombies in the woods. Did the undead learn how to use explosives to plan their own invasion? Unlikely, since they proved to be uncoordinated and unintelligent, even if they managed to travel in groups. It comforted Betty to find location C undisturbed. No one had discovered their stash. She removed the waterproof covering and found the backpack and the gun case, just as they had left it weeks ago. Betty removed the small pack she wore and stuffed the contents into the larger pack she recovered from location Charlie. She would carry the gun case in her right hand. Now to meet Natasha at the rendezvous point and hope the explosion hadn't come from their home like they thought.
Chapter 5. Donald Bishop.
Donald Bishop. Donald never imagined how cold or long the winter in Maine would have turned out to be. The only good news was the winter seemed to be tough on the zombies too, since they hadn't seen many during the coldest months. Freezing weather and snow had given way to a wet but warm spring. Warmer weather brought a return of the dead, but the numbers were much less than the previous fall. Either the winter did them in, they rotted away, or they migrated south for the winter. Snowbird zombies. This stray thought made Donald chuckle to himself. "What's so funny?" Gwen asked. "Just thinking about rotting bodies playing shuffleboard in the Florida sun." "You're weird." "That may be true, Gwen, but you love me anyway." "Don't push your luck, buddy." "What are we going to do for Matt's birthday?" "That's right. This mess started last year, just before his birthday. Why don't the three of us head up to the lake?" "Do you think it's safe to do that?" "With the return of the warmer weather, we still haven't seen many zombies. The lake is in the middle of nowhere, and population density is proportional to potential zombie density. So there shouldn't be any issues." What could go wrong? Even with the low level of threat he expected to encounter, Donald took Natasha's advice and packed 3 claymore mines along with their gear in the back of the Jeep before they left. The solar charger required nothing but sunshine to work, but it took 24 hours to completely recharge the Jeep's batteries. They would be on their own for the duration of their stay. Their normal complement of weapons, 2 AR-15s and a Mossberg tactical shotgun, should be enough firepower to secure their campsite for a few nights. The drive proved uneventful, so all this preparation for their security might have been overkill. Upon their arrival, Donald placed the claymores per Natasha's suggestion. She proved to be a master with weaponry, so he had full faith in Natasha's advice. With the campsite secured and the solar charger set up, all that remained was enjoying the day by the icy spring water of the lake. It proved to be refreshing after all their work, setting up the camp in the sweltering summer sun. The stress melted away from Donald while he spent the afternoon relaxing with the 2 people he loved the most in the world. His thoughts drifted to these better times of enjoying a summer vacation with his new family, rather than fighting for their lives with flesh-eating monsters. Donald's wandering mind snapped back to the present because of an ear-splitting explosion and tremors that shook the ground. The noise drew his eyes toward its source, and he watched as tendrils of smoke reached to the sky from the direction of the cabin. He remained frozen to the spot, unable to speak. What the hell had happened? As he stood and stared in horror at the ascending clouds of smoke, the first claymore mine went off inside of their protective bubble. Donald knew razor-sharp shrapnel had shredded anything or anyone who approached their campsite, but it also signified the serious threat they now faced. Only Natasha, Betty, and the 3 of them knew their current location. So who could be here? Did Tom know too? He had been acting strange lately. The second claymore mine shattered the silence of the forest while Donald contemplated the incoming threat. He drew his trusty Desert Eagle and reached for the case with his AR-15 in the back of the Jeep. There was only one more claymore mine separating them from the oncoming threat, so they needed to prepare for the imminent attack. They wouldn't be able to run away because the Jeep's batteries had only recovered to a 25% charge. The Jeep entered a limp home mode with a charge level below 30% to increase range. He reached their camp's defensive fallback position and found both Gwen and Matthew already in position. Sorry for this birthday present, Matthew. Donald hoped it wouldn't be Matthew's last birthday. They were both already armed and waiting for the intruders to appear. Gwen had an AR-15 like him, and Matthew sported a Mossberg tactical shotgun. Matthew had improved with his shooting skills, but careful aim proved tough when under stress, so the shotgun became his weapon of choice. Aim wasn't an important consideration with buckshot. The third and final claymore mine detonated with an enormous boom. They had placed it close enough to them that Donald heard the shrapnel tear through the foliage. Whatever made it through the 3 booby traps would appear in the clearing any second now. A half-dozen zombies ambled out of the tree line. Donald's protégés used fire discipline by waiting to shoot at the oncoming horde. None of the monsters were in good shape anymore, since they weren't fresh kills, and they had walked through 3 claymore mines before arriving at the campsite's entrance. As they entered the kill zone, Donald noticed a wounded but obvious human man driving the zombies toward them. He took a calming breath and sent a round downrange through the man's skull. Gwen and Matthew did their jobs as they dropped the remaining dead with their controlled fire. I need the 2 of you to stay here while I check out the approach. That seemed too easy. Donald broke cover, stayed low, and scurried toward the Jeep. Pausing behind the vehicle, he observed no immediate threats on the roadway. He dashed from the safety of the Jeep to a large boulder at the edge of the woods. A quick peek showed no new incoming enemies. Using the trees as camouflage, he continued down the dirt road. Approaching the first or last from the incoming road claymore location, he found pulped body parts and a second living human man. The man's left leg was missing below the knee, but he still drew breath. Ouch, that had to hurt. Are there any more of you? Fuck you. The wounded man spat at him after he spoke. Look, you will die out here. Do the right thing and answer my questions, and I might make your death quick. Who sent you? Fuck you. This guy was a one-hit wonder. No time for this distraction. Donald drew the hunting knife from his belt and drove it through the guy's eye socket, ending his suffering and assuring he didn't come back. Time to move on. He approached the Middle Claymore mine location. Here he found more shredded and pulped body parts. A snapping zombie head laid on the ground. Donald snickered while he dispatched the loose head. No sign of any living humans here. The last, or first from the intruder's perspective, Claymore mine location proved more of the same. Here he found signs that one of the mutilated bodies had belonged to a living human rather than a zombie, but this one lay dead. That made a grand total of 3 humans and an unknown number of the undead. A few hundred yards down the road, Donald found a small box truck. The rental company's insignias still decorated the sides of the vehicle. No one, living or dead, remained behind by the rig. Whoever planned the attack brought a truck full of zombies and 3 people to drive them forward, to attack the 3 of them. It reminded him of Vincent's family's strategy last year. Had Vincent finally returned for his revenge? He checked the cab but found nothing of use or any clues inside. Whoever had been driving took the keys with them, so the truck would be useless to them. When he returned to the campsite, Gwen asked him, "What did you find?" "A box truck full of zombies and 3 humans to herd them toward us. The keys from the truck are missing and there wasn't anything useful left behind." "What should we do?" "Good question. The Jeep's batteries are only charged to 27%, and we can't make them charge any faster." Natasha's advice with the claymores worked perfectly, but they triggered all 3, so now we're defenseless. Matthew stood still with his lips trembling and his elbows pressed close to his side. Donald knew the look and felt scared himself, but he couldn't do or say anything to ease the boy's fear. "Here's the plan. We dig in and watch each other's back. The batteries will finish charging early tomorrow morning. Then we'll head back to the cabin to help. There's nothing we can do until then."
Chapter 6, Lieutenant Thomas Johnson.
Lieutenant Thomas Johnson. This would be the day Tom would get revenge for his father's untimely death at the hands of Joey Bishop. The Republic of the White Mountains planned to invade the camp and capture the remaining survivors while they confiscated all the supplies. Tom's reward included a new life with the love of his life, Amy, and a leadership position on the ground floor of their newly formed republic. He had a small taste one day while hiking in the woods and couldn't wait to experience more of Amy. She possessed everything Helen lacked. A proper woman fit for a real man like Tom. True, Donald and his lanky bitch were away from the camp, but Amy assured him she had a special treat for their doom. Tom would make sure Natasha ended up dead today, too. She proved to be too dangerous and unwilling to take even the most basic of orders from him. Tom didn't care what happened to any of the others in the group, including his former love, Helen. They could submit to Amy and conform to the wishes of the Republic, or die. Either choice would be fine with him, because today would be the day he finally won. Tom's job for the invasion would include opening the gates to allow the Republic Army entry to the camp. He stole the codes and already placed charges to disable the 3 entry gates to prevent them from closing. The plan included burning the cabin and garage after the Republic soldiers stripped them of all their resources. Amy was a beautiful woman and a creative mastermind. He took an electric ATV from the garage, and Tom departed to the outside gate to wait for the invading army. He rode this same machine on their first full day in the camp when he discovered Vincent's secret of kidnapping and murder. Tom had been the hero that day, but like always, Donald took all the credit. How had they lasted this long with Donald's combination of big ego and poor leadership skills? No worries, because the era of Donald had now passed away. Time to move on with the love of his life, Amy. It would be a wonderful day for him to celebrate victory. The caravan arrived right on time at the front gate. It contained 3 box trucks, a school bus, a command jeep, and a panel van. The bus contained their human army, while the box trucks contained their army of dead soldiers. Amy drove the command jeep herself and stopped next to Tom. "Hey, big man. It's time for your glory. Are you ready?" Amy asked. "Yes, I am, love. The time has come for the Republic to flourish." Tom responded to her question as he punched the code into the first gate. His ATV led the convoy onto the grounds of the camp. Before meeting the army at the gate, Tom had cut the feeds to all the cameras along their route. No one could see them coming, even if the lazy crew on the third floor actually paid any attention. They reached the second gate, and Tom repeated the procedure, allowing the convoy to proceed farther in. Only one more gate separated them from all the riches inside the camp's walls. Tom shared a lust-filled smile with his new love and drove on with perfect posture. When they reached the third gate, Tom stopped and approached the jeep. "This is the last gate before we enter the camp's grounds." Amy smiled and picked up her radio. "This is it. Invasion Protocol number 1. She drove the jeep off to one side of the road and the van followed her. The 3 box trucks reversed, presenting their rear roller doors to the gate. On the opposite side of the approach road, the school bus stopped and disgorged the soldiers. They took their positions in an attack formation with a fine-tuned precision. "Okay, sweetie, open the gate for our victory." Tom punched in the code to open the barrier. In one well-organized movement, the 3 box trucks backed inside the open gate. Their doors rolled open automatically and zombies poured out of each truck. Soldiers marched forward, pushing the undead horde ahead of them, destroying anything in their path. The charges on all 3 gates detonated within seconds of each other, shaking the ground, splitting the eardrums of anyone unlucky to be close enough, and combining to send a large, dark cloud of smoke skyward. As Tom expected, no resistance came from anyone inside the camp. Shock and awe. The group had become too unorganized and lazy to mount any defense under Donald's watch. His biggest disappointment came with the disappearance of Natasha and her little twin bitch teenager, Betty. He should have known they would run like cockroaches when the lights came on. To his delight, they captured Doc, Bobby, and Helen without incident. Tom directed the invaders to all the choice stores of supplies around the camp. Amy seemed pleased with the tank. Well, she didn't know it was actually an APV and not a tank. Someday he would educate her on all kinds of things. Tom had plenty of time to enjoy this victory. "Tommy, tell me about the 3 prisoners." Tom didn't like anyone calling him Tommy, but he would let it go for now. Amy was too sexy to correct. Plus, she held the power right now. When the time came, he would take it from her. Before the fall, Doc had been a doctor. Since then, he has been a useless drunk. Amy turned to the attractive woman standing next to her. "Just shoot him." "Wait. I'm an important." His self-righteous speech ended with a gunshot through his heart. "How about this one?" Amy asked while pointing at Bobby. "His name is Bobby and he can fix anything. It doesn't matter if it's mechanical or electrical." "Okay, he lives." "What about the bitch?" "Helen is a doctor and has taken care of the medical needs of the group." "We could use a doctor." "She lives too." "Jess, load them both into the van and take them back to the Republic. Get them set up but don't harm either unless I say so." "Yes, boss." She led the 2 away at gunpoint after binding their hands behind their backs. Tom wanted his revenge, but not like this. He didn't know what he expected, but he found his stomach churned as it readied to expel his breakfast. 2 men dragged Doc's body over to one of the box trucks and loaded him inside, along with the zombies. "He'll be a part of our army." "Lucky for him." "What else do I need to know about the camp, Tommy?" I think you've seen it all. I guess we can load it all up and get moving." Amy smirked as she drew her gun and pointed it at Tom. "Then I guess my need for you is over." "But you said we'd be together, and you'd make me a general." "Silly boy. You've proved to me you think way too much with the wrong head. I winked and showed my tits, and then you betrayed your friends. What would it take for you to betray me?" "I would never betray you. I love you." She laughed while pulling the trigger. A red-hot poker drilled through his gut. "The bad news is, it will take a while for you to bleed out from a gut shot. Very painful. Here's the good news. You'll get to lead my zombie army, General." Tom's stomach throbbed as he watched his life gush out of him. How had things gone so wrong? Why did he betray his friends? Would they ever forgive him? The world grew dim. But he heard Amy speak one last time. "Throw him in the back with his army." Let's get this place cleaned out. Two men lifted him and carried him to the same truck they deposited Doc in earlier. A trapdoor opened on the top of the truck and they dropped his body in. Funny, the fall didn't even hurt. The zombies stirred, but then settled when they found it was only a new recruit to their ever-growing army. His bleeding slowed, and he discovered a hunger developing inside of him. This hunger wanted violence, blood, and human flesh. What was happening to him?
Chapter 7. Natasha.
Natasha. Natasha felt a kinship with Betty. The KGB robbed Natasha of her childhood and turned her into the monster she was now. Now she rejoiced because those skills were the ones that kept her and Betty alive. Extreme physical training, military drills, and spycraft took the place of proms, homecoming, and graduation. Her life hadn't been pleasant, but she wouldn't trade it for anything else. Natasha had the knowledge and prowess to survive the end of the world. Betty's life had changed because of the rise of the undead, rather than human intervention. Zombies ripped her mother to pieces before her eyes, and she had to seek shelter with strangers. Therefore, Natasha never took it easy on Betty. She loved Betty like a daughter, and wanted her to survive this mess, even if she didn't. She accepted the end of her life as a spy without fanfare. Her former mark, Dr. Taylor, had lost his mind, and he held no value to anyone anymore. He might as well be dead. Natasha hadn't heard from her KGB handler in over a year, so he must be dead too. Death would come for her here in the United States because she would never see Russia again. The end of the world sure changed the trajectory of her life. Well, to be fair, it changed everybody's life and not for the better. They survived this long, and Natasha pushed Betty to continue on. On this warm summer day, she pushed them farther than normal on their run through the woods. All along the way, Natasha wove lessons in on survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. The KGB adopted Sarah training from the United States Air Force. When a plane went down, help might never come for the pilot or crew, so they needed to survive on their own. The apocalypse provided the same issues as the crashed crew member left behind enemy lines. Help wasn't coming from the outside, and that became increasingly clear after over a year of chaos. Part of their training together included 6 locations for bug-out supplies and 7 rendezvous points. To keep things simple, Natasha numbered the gathering spots and applied the letters A through F to the supply areas. She knew panic would set in when things went bad, and she wanted to keep her young charge safe at all costs. As they neared the 2-hour mark, still running through the familiar surroundings of the forest, the ground shook beneath their feet. The roar of an explosion echoed from the direction of the camp. They froze and turned to face each other. The tactician inside her head jumped into motion and went to work forming a plan. Grab your gear from location Charlie and then rendezvous at point number 4. With no further words, Natasha turned toward the camp and sprinted. She knew Betty would do what she had been told without question, after their many drills together. At the time of the explosion, they were only about a mile from camp. Even through the woods, Natasha could make the camp in about 5 minutes. Not wanting to show up for the unknown empty-handed, she stopped at location E to equip herself with gear. Location E contained a case with a Barrett M82 semi-automatic rifle. The U.S. military referred to this gun as an M107 anti-materiel rifle and used it to destroy the enemy's equipment and eliminate combatants. She felt this gun would provide her with an advantage, since she would surely be outnumbered and outgunned. Natasha removed the rifle from the case and stuffed the 5 extra magazines into the pack they previously left behind with it. Before they escaped, she needed to know what enemy force they faced and needed to evade. A hill overlooking the camp's grounds sat between her current location and rendezvous point number 4, where she would meet Betty. Natasha could take a peek to gauge the level of threat from the unknown combatants before she met with Betty. During the short run, she encountered and eliminated 5 zombies. They cleared this area months ago, and they hadn't encountered the undead during any of their daily runs since. An explosion at the camp and now zombies running free through the woods couldn't be a coincidence. Natasha reached the ridge and had an unobstructed view of the camp's grounds. A group of soldiers rounded up a gaggle of zombies they had used as their invading force. A group stood at the far end of the camp, and she used the scope on the rifle to view the events as they transpired. Dr. Taylor collapsed to the ground after she heard the report from a gunshot. Not an enormous loss to the world since he outlived his usefulness. The same woman who murdered Doc led Bobby and Helen away in zip cuffs and loaded them into a van. Another gunshot rang out and Tom dropped. His erratic behavior made him a liability. They killed Tom last, so his betrayal probably led to this attack. No one would cry at Tom's funeral either. A puff of smoke from the tailpipe of the van told Natasha the prisoners were on the move. In her mind, Helen possessed value because of her medical training, so a rescue mission awaited her. Betty would be secure at their rendezvous point for a few more minutes. Natasha stowed the backpack and took only the rifle, her sidearm, hunting knife, and one extra magazine. She raced down a path, which provided a shortcut to the exit of the camp. Natasha reached the state highway outside the camp's grounds with only seconds to spare. There would be no time to relax and perfect her aim. Her choices came down to either a headshot for the driver or a shot through the engine block to disable the van. Not wanting to take a chance of wounding Helen, Natasha chose the engine block. She lined up her shot as best as possible and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the engine, but it had passed through the left front tire first. With the disintegration of the tire, the van rolled onto its left side as it slid off the road and into a ditch. Natasha left the rifle behind and bolted for the van with her Glock in her right hand. Without checking the driver first, she put 2 bullets into center mass and then a third into her head. The back doors were unlocked and there she found Helen and Bobby. Both suffered from bumps and bruises from the crash, but otherwise were unharmed. Natasha cut the zip ties binding their arms and helped them to their feet. Not wasting any time to explain anything to the two, she backtracked to find Betty at the exfiltration position. They would follow her if they wanted to live. Natasha, thank God, I thought something happened to you. Helen, Bobby, what are you two doing here? There's no time for questions, Betty. We've got to move. She saw the direction the van had been attempting to go, so Natasha assumed their camp laid in that direction. Plus, once the group found the crashed van, they would know someone else remained alive in the area. They didn't stand a chance of winning a battle, being both outnumbered and outgunned. The army could release their zombie gang, and it would doom the 4 of them. Their best chance would be to head in the same direction where Donald and Gwen went. Either they would connect with them, or they could find transport of their own along the way. Movement meant life and survival. Natasha. We need to stop and rest. We've been running for hours. Helen said while huffing and puffing. Helen was right, even if she had exaggerated. Neither she nor Bobby had the physical training Betty and Natasha had. Natasha estimated they had covered about 5 miles since they ran from the camp. Their location provided them a view of the state highway, at least she thought it was the same state highway, while they remained hidden from anyone who traveled on the road. They only took the 2 packs, but they split the food and water among the 4 of them. It would have to last them until they found more. Helen, what happened back at the camp? Betty asked. My guess is Tom sold us out. He let the attackers in, and their leader knew who he was. They killed Doc and then turned on him while they took Bobby and I away. Shit. That explains his behavior. Serves him right. Natasha said. I thought he loved me. Helen broke down crying. Natasha wasn't a touchy-feely person because her upbringing had stunted her emotions. Still, she recognized they needed some time to rest and recover before she could continue to push them forward. They had to move sooner rather than later, to stay ahead of the danger. After 10 minutes of crying, Helen calmed down and got her emotions in check. At least she appeared calmer on the outside. Natasha took this calm after the storm to drive them on. She wouldn't let on to her charges the lack of a clear destination, but figured clarity and survival came from action. They had been moving for another hour when the familiar rattle and pop of an antique air-cooled VW engine echoed from behind. Natasha recognized an opportunity when it knocked, and here it came straight for them. A plan hatched in an instant. "Betty, throw your rifle into the woods. Stuff your pistol into your bag." Betty froze and stared at her without speaking. "It's an order. Now." The look on her face told Natasha she didn't understand the command, but she complied. Natasha tossed her rifle into the tree line too, while she stashed her pistol. It proved to be perfect timing, as a VW bus rolled to a stop next to them. The window rolled down, and she could see 2 men inside the van. "Hi folks. My name is Mac, and this is my buddy Jacob. We're heading to a safe camp. We have food and water, and we can take you with us. You look like you need a ride." The driver said this with a smile he meant to be disarming, but he looked demented instead. Natasha sized the 2 men up and liked the odds, so she spoke before anyone else could. "Sure, we'd like to go with you." "Well, climb in, strangers." The 4 of them climbed into the back of the van and closed the door. As Max sped away, he pointed to a cooler sitting in the back seat with them. "There's cold water in that cooler. Drink up. I'm sure you're all parched." She noticed the smirk they both had on their faces, but the others were already drinking the water before she could respond. Betty, Bobby, and Helen gulped from the water bottle. She understood because they had covered a lot of ground, but she didn't trust the 2 men. Natasha took a bottle and pulled a small sip off the top. Her KGB training came back in an instant. Most people wouldn't have picked up on the slightly bitter taste to the water, but she did. The men had drugged it. Betty lulled to sleep, followed by Helen and then Bobby. To maintain her advantage, she let the water bottle spill to the floor while she feigned unconsciousness. The right time to act would come, and she would be ready for action when it came. "Wow, Jacob, 4 at one time. We'll be heroes back at home. They'll keep us fed for months. Think we could stop before we get back? I'd like to have a go at that one." "The redhead?" "No, the young one. She isn't as young as I'd like, but she'll do. It has been a while. Hey, I'm not sure how long that roofie works, so let's get them back to our place first. We'll get them stripped and tied down, and then you can have some fun." He laughed. Natasha couldn't wait for the opportunity to kill them both.
Chapter 8. Amy.
Amy. Amy laughed at the naivety of poor, simple Tommy. He really thought Amy would let him into her trusted circle of advisors and become his lover. Another clueless man who fell to her charm because he thought with the head between his legs rather than the one on his shoulders. He proved himself useful by delivering this stockpile of supplies to her, but he would have eventually betrayed her, just like he did his former friends. Weapons, clothing, food, plants, vehicles, spare parts, and even a tank. Plus, they now had an actual doctor for the Republic, and a female doctor at that. This cache of stuff would get them through the summer, and help to prepare them for another long northern winter. She still gave thought to a move somewhere down south, since this stuff wouldn't last forever. A more temperate climate with richer soil to grow their own food would be key to their long-term survival. The White Mountains provided isolation from the fallen world, but not much else. One of the Republic's original members, Daniel, had been an engineer before the world collapsed. He oversaw a work crew who disassembled 2 of the wind turbines to bring back for powering their camp. They would supplement their current array of solar panels and provide them with around-the-clock electricity. She needed more faithful and reliable men like Daniel in the Republic to serve her. He might even get lucky later if he desired. If his ideas succeeded, she would see to his rewards herself. The day ended, and Amy stood on the top floor of the captured building overlooking her handiwork. This proved to be a remarkable coup for her and the Republic. The supplies were almost limitless, and they would have a more reliable supply of electricity to top it all off. It would have been better if she had pulled the trigger herself, which killed Donald and his lanky bitch, but she had confidence in her men to perform their duty. A squad of zombie soldiers and 3 trained killers would prove too much for Donald, his bitch and his little brat. Once the 3 soldiers returned to camp, she would assign them some company for the night as their reward for a job of vengeance well done. Like the late Zachary Taylor would say, ass and fear keep the team together. Even though Amy killed him, she took his advice to heart, and it worked well so far to keep control over the masses. A voice from the radio interrupted Amy's private victory celebration. "Maine, this is Tennessee. Come in, Donald." Who could this be? The voice sounded like an older male. Amy hadn't even noticed the ham radio set before she heard the incoming broadcast. Another camp of survivors? Tennessee was located south of Maine, but so was most of the country. "Donald, it's Max. Please pick up. We can use some help here in Tennessee. As the old saying goes, God helps them who help themselves." Amy proved to be an expert at helping herself, and she figured this new situation would be no different. A plan formed, and she picked up the microphone to speak. Before she spoke, she feigned fear and panic. "Hello, Max, this is Amy in Maine. Come in." "Who are you? Where's Donald?" "I'm new to the camp. We were just attacked by a group of bandits. They've taken everything, and I'm hiding from them all alone. Donald escaped with the others when the fighting started. I don't know if anyone is still alive. You need to help me." After this last comment, she let the sobs and tears flow before she let go of the transmit button. Amy needed to sell the con job to get what she needed from this Max. Amy, I'd love to help you, but we have our hands full here too. Plus, we're about 1,500 miles away, and even in the best of times, it's a 24-hour drive. I don't think we can help right now. Tell me where you are and I'll try to come to you." Donald would have that information. Talk to him. Shit. This wasn't working as she had hoped. Max isn't as stupid as she thought. With only an audio connection, Amy didn't have use of her full set of woman's tools. She needed to think of something fast. "I told you they attacked us. I'm all alone now. Don't you know what happens to women when they're left on their own? Please help me." She added the waterworks for a second time. "Darling, I'm truly sorry, but I can't help you. Good luck. If you see Donald, let him know Max called. Listen closely. I killed Donald, and I'm taking everything here at the camp in Maine. I'm coming for you next, Max. Better keep looking over your shoulder." No response. "Did you hear me, Max? I'm coming for you next. I'll kill you and everyone you love, and take all you have too. See you soon." Still only dead air. She slammed the microphone down onto the table, smashing it into pieces. Better look around before we burn this place to find out where this other camp might be. Max needed to die, and there are more supplies for them to take. For the next hour, Amy appended drawers and examined their contents. So much stuff to rifle through, and all she needed was one answer. She reached the point where she had planned on quitting when she found it. A binder labeled with the words, "Survival Cabin Locations." Bingo! Amy now stood outside the building, relishing her victory. They had stripped the camp of anything valuable. Daniel had rigged the 2 main buildings of the camp with incendiary charges. Once she pressed the button on the detonator, the buildings would burn to the ground. A little dramatic, but it did no good leaving a place like this for another group to occupy. She depressed the button and watched the blaze start. The scent of the smoke was her long-awaited victory. As she turned to her new pickup truck, one of her army officers, Linda, ran toward her. Linda had proved herself loyal during Amy's bloody wedding and many other minor skirmishes since then. "Queen Amy, we found General Jessica's van crashed into a ditch. Someone killed her and took the prisoners. There's no sign of their escape route." Today felt like trying to surf a tsunami in a hurricane. One moment you're higher than the sky, the next you're kicked in the gut. Her trusted ally and friend, Jessica, dead. Flames leapt from the structure in front of her, so the only move left was a return to the Republic. "Show me." Linda climbed into the driver's side of the truck to take Amy to the murder scene. The van laid on its side in a gully. Thick brush had swallowed the wreck up, making it difficult to see from the road. Amy saw the path the bullet took through the front tire and into the engine block of the truck. Good shooting by someone who knew what they were doing. Jessica hadn't died from the crash, but from lead poisoning afterward. Whoever shot her put a round through her head so she hadn't turned into a zombie. What a waste of her trusted ally. She wouldn't even be able to partake in Amy's zombie army. Amy kicked the roof of the van hard enough to cave a dent into it. She would find whoever killed Jessica and kill them herself. Then she would travel to Tennessee and kill Max too. No one takes from Amy what was hers and live to tell about it. Everyone would pay.
Chapter 9. Donald Bishop.
Donald Bishop. This night proved to be the longest Donald lived through since the apocalypse started. Donald dispatched the last human attacker, and then they cleaned up all the remaining zombies together. Every twig snap and unexplained noise had him on edge, so he hadn't slept a wink. What made matters worse were the thick clouds of black smoke which filled the sky from the direction of their camp. He guessed they would find nothing but wreckage once they returned home. His fallback plan had been a trip to his father's home in Virginia. Before he departed the compound, Donald discovered the entrance to a vault built underground. A DNA lock keyed to his DNA assured no one else could access it. The vault contained food and supplies, and it would keep the three of them safe for years. Natasha and Betty were the only others not with them aware of this plan, so if they survived they would head to the compound in Virginia too. Before the sun went down, the Jeep's batteries had recovered to only 73%. This would provide plenty of charge to get them back to the camp, but then what? If someone had destroyed the camp, then they would have no choice but to move on to Virginia. The drive back to the camp would deplete the charge on the batteries, and then they would have to wait for the solar charger to recover them again. There could still be enemies waiting for them to return to the camp. Once their attack force didn't return from the lake, they'd know Donald was still alive. He needed a plan, but the exhaustion zapped all of his creativity, and he found it difficult to concentrate. As the sun rose and illuminated the camp, Gwen awoke. "Good morning, sweetie. How do you sleep?" "Fitfully." "What are we going to do, Donald? Do you think anyone survived at the cabin?" "I'm not sure what happened or if anyone survived, but you know how resourceful Natasha is. If anyone survived back there, it's because of her." "I'm sure you're right. What about us, though?" "The positives are we're still alive and the Jeep's batteries are at 90% charge. What the cabin looks like is a huge unknown. Based upon all the smoke yesterday, my hope of finding things there okay is non-existent." Gwen went quiet. She sat and stared off into space toward the place that had been their home for the last year. Donald wished he could make things better for her and Matthew, but being alive and possessing the ability to breathe was the best he could do right now. It would be all up to him to develop a plan to keep them safe. She saved Matthew's and his life at the start of the apocalypse, but Gwen needed to deal with her own shock regarding their current situation. They weren't even sure what or who they were grieving. While these thoughts swirled through his head, Donald remembered something Natasha told him before they left. He leapt up to snatch the map from inside of the Jeep. Natasha explored the woods around the camp and she knew every corner. She mentioned a back way in that one could only access from an old horse trail. Looking at the map, I believe we can pick up this trail on the other side of this lake. The jeep should be nimble enough to navigate these paths, and we could take a peek inside the camp without going in through the front door. Then we'll know how dire our current circumstances are. They woke Matthew from a deep sleep, and they all ate a hearty breakfast. No saying what they would discover today, but a filling meal provided a good start to the day. The three worked together as they packed the rest of their gear into the jeep. All three checked their weapons before setting out. Donald had an AR-15 and the Desert Eagle. Gwen possessed a matching AR-15 and a Glock 17, while Matthew carried the Mossberg tactical shotgun. Their remaining ammo supply suffered because of their battle yesterday, but they each carried a knife with them. It would have to be enough, because stopping by the local gun shop to pick up ammo wasn't an option anymore. Donald put the jeep into gear, and their journey into the unknown started. As Natasha thought, they were able to access the horse trail from the opposite side of the lake from their campsite. The trail was tight and difficult to pass, but the jeep proved capable. Range suffered because of the electric drivetrain, but the increased torque from it made the track passable. Nature provided the only obstacles for the start of their journey. As they approached the camp, they found a group of zombies blocking their path. They used their knives to dispatch the monsters and keep the trail clear. The appearance of zombies concerned Donald because they had cleared the woods around the camp months ago, but he said nothing to the others. Something bad happened here, because why else had the zombies returned? Donald stopped the jeep near the back entrance to the outermost wall. The door here was only a manway for maintenance, so the jeep wouldn't fit through it. They would have to take a chance by leaving their vehicle behind and outside the protection of the wall. He debated on whether he should proceed into the camp alone or take his 2 charges along with him. If they came with him, they would slow him down, but he could watch over them. Plus, they could watch his back. Leaving them behind provided a guard for the jeep, but no backup if he ran into trouble inside the camp. Damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's a cliché, but it proved true today. After a lively debate with himself, he took them along with him. Here's the plan. We'll hook the jeep up to the solar charger so it will be ready if we need to escape. Then we'll head inside the wall for a quick look around. If things are bad, we'll return to the jeep and figure out the easiest way to get to Virginia. Stay close and keep your eyes open. Both of them stared at him with ashen complexions, but both nodded their agreement. Donald hooked the charger up to the jeep and passed through the door into the unknown. A path meandered through the trees toward the inner sanctum of the camp. Like the last half of their drive, they ran across the random zombie who wandered the grounds. In each case, they disposed of them silently with their knives. The zombie obstacle slowed them down, but they still reached the innermost doorway within half an hour. Donald whispered one last set of instructions. Keep your eyes open. No saying what we're about to find, but my guess is it won't be anything good. Remember, we don't know if there's still anyone inside the camp. Both had faraway looks on their pale faces, but both acknowledged his directions with a nod. He stepped through the door. This entrance came through the back corner of the camp's grounds, but Donald saw the destruction set before him. The garage and the cabin had burned, and both still smoldered. Someone had smashed many of the outbuildings after they removed any contents of value. He guessed nothing had been left untouched, but he needed to know for sure before they abandoned their home. The garage sat closest to the door, so he headed there first. Nothing useful remained inside the destroyed structure. The APC, the pickup trucks and ATVs were all gone. Even his Silverado and the Airstream trailer had disappeared. How would they make it all the way to Virginia with the electric Jeep? His truck and Airstream would have been invaluable to them and made the trip much easier. No time to worry about it now. As they approached the cabin, heat radiated from the interior of the building, while they stood 50 feet away. The deck which had surrounded the second story of the cabin evaporated. A few charred pieces from it laid on the ground, but the rest had burned to ash in the fire. No doubt about it, this building would be a total loss. His shoulders drooped and despair set in as he surveyed the damage. But then he remembered a cache of supplies that still might be safe. I know things look bad, but our luck might not be all bad. There's a small structure outside the first set of walls where Natasha and I stored some gear. Let's check it out. There's nothing usable inside these walls. It's all gone or burned. He was glad Natasha had the foresight to store some bug-out supplies in the woods surrounding the camp. Donald led them to the shed in the woods, and they found it untouched. Natasha sealed the door with a combination lock and it opened, revealing its bounty inside. There were 5 bug-out bags. Each held a limited supply of food, water, ammo, and 3 changes of clothing. They had packed them for Natasha, Betty, Matthew, Gwen, and himself. The 3 of them strapped on their packs, while Donald and Gwen carried the 2 remaining packs back to the jeep. Neither Natasha nor Betty had taken their packs, but Donald wasn't ready to write either of them off yet. Both were tough and smart, so they might still be alive. He wished they had discussed their travel plans in more detail before they had needed to execute them. The compound in Virginia would be about an 800-mile drive from their current location in Maine. In the best of times, it would be a long day's drive. With the electric jeep, it would be a monumental effort. Fully charged batteries provided approximately 75 miles of driving range. If they could get a fast charge off of the power grid, it would be ready to go in an hour and a half. With the solar charger, it took almost 24 hours to recharge. Doing the math in his head, it would take them almost a month to reach the compound with the electric jeep. There were sure to be problems along the way, which would extend their total travel time. Donald missed the airstream, but he couldn't dwell on this loss. Focus on the task at hand and get everyone to safety at any cost. They loaded the packs into the back of the jeep and discovered the batteries held 62% charge. Not an impressive start, but Donald had been glad he remembered to plug in the charger when they left the jeep behind, or it would have been worse. He pulled out the maps and studied them before climbing into the driver's seat. Anyone know our best route to Virginia? We can't stay here. Matthew looked over his shoulder and studied the maps. After staring for a few minutes, he spoke. If this path through the woods continues, we should be able to pick up the state highway here. Then we can bypass our original route across the bridge here. Then we can cut across New Hampshire into Vermont and travel south toward Virginia. Man, this kid was smart. He had wisdom beyond his years and showed it repeatedly. It wouldn't be a perfect route, but it circumvented a bunch of problem areas. It might work. Lady and gentlemen, the road awaits us.
Chapter 10. Michael Christopher.
Michael Christopher. Michael Christopher counted again and came up with 27 for the 3rd time. That's the number of zombies who stood between him and freedom. He survived a single bite before, but even he wouldn't survive being torn to pieces. It was time to move because he finished the last of the water stored in the control room with him. Summer heat would dehydrate him if he waited much longer, and it would kill him just as dead as a gang of 27 zombies. If only he knew of a way to blend into the crowd and sneak past them. Then he could seal the monsters inside the building and escape with his body and life intact. As he daydreamed about a scenario where he lived through this nightmare, the roar of a diesel engine and the screech of brakes came from outside of the front entrance to the bowling alley. Did the members of the scavenge team return to save him? Instead of a former comrade from the group, she strolled in. She was as tall as an Amazon warrior, with deep bronze skin and bright blue hair cut close to her scalp. In her hands she held 2 Uzis. A sidearm sat in a holster on her hips and grenades hung from a strap wrapped around her upper body. Guns blazed and 9mm rounds cut through the zombies like a hot knife through butter. Michael sat on the stairs as he stared in surprise and disbelief. Hey dumbass. Get moving unless you want to fucking die here. Her vulgar shouted words shocked him into action. He jumped up and raced down the stairs toward the freedom she granted to him. As he passed by her, she backed slowly toward the door, never taking her eyes off the enemy. She reloaded both Uzis twice, and the 150 rounds she fired took out most of the 27 zombies who invaded the building. When he reached the door, he found a military camouflage Humvee parked on the sidewalk outside of the front doors. Will you climb in the fucking truck already? Don't make me regret saving your ass. Michael couldn't decide if he was in love or if he should fear this crazy woman. Her crude language and her hair were both colorful, and she saved his life from the snapping jaws of the undead. As he climbed into the Humvee, he recognized this as an actual military version of the vehicle. Not the cushy luxury vehicle GM sold many years ago to both wannabe and Hollywood actors. Before he could shut the door, she had the truck in gear and tore across the parking lot to the exit. Can you fucking fly? Excuse me? Hello. A fucking airplane or helicopter. Can you fly one, dumbass? My name is Michael, not dumbass. Sorry, I'm not a pilot. Fucking great. I waste all that ammo saving you, and you can't fly us out of here. What the fuck, Michael, dumbass? First, where would you get an airplane or helicopter from? Second, where would we fly to? Isn't this happening everywhere? You're as dumb as a fucking stump. Aren't you, Michael, dumbass? You're across the street from the fucking airport. Plus there's an army and an air guard base here. You can call me Mike or Michael. I'd appreciate it if you dropped the dumbass part. You didn't answer my question of where would we go. I see you're fucking grateful. Rumors are out there about the fucking CDC working on a cure. There's some fucking where between Atlanta and Nashville. Mikey fucking dumbass. He wasn't sure if Mikey fucking dumbass was actually an improvement or not, but he'd take it for now. She saved his life, and if history repeated itself, she would be dead soon and he would be left alone again. Only a matter of time before everyone but him died. It was his curse he had to live with. While they talked, she drove them across the town and onto the grounds of the airport. She continued to drive around the terminal building and parked alongside the planes remaining at the gates. I've been staying in the fucking gate. You can calm the hell down, it's fucking secure, Mikey. What's your name? I'd like to know what to call you. You can fucking call me Diana, princess. I'll call you fucking Mikey, dumbass. Oh, fucking sorry. I'll drop the fucking dumbass. Diana chuckled at her own little joke as she climbed out of the Humvee. Michael still did not know what to make of her, but he followed her inside. Where else would he go? Hey, isn't that Wonder Woman's actual name? No, she was fucking Diana Prince, not princess. It's a wonder this fucking woman saved you, Mikey. Try to fucking keep up. They entered the terminal through an external movable stairway. She put a lot of work and thought into her secure airport fortress. The gate Diana picked had a restaurant across the hall from it, and bathrooms next to it. Somehow, the lights remained on inside the gate and the water still flowed. Diana built a barricade from luggage carts, courtesy trams, gift shop displays, and other airport flotsam, isolating the gate from the rest of the building. Amazing. Do you live here all by yourself? Mikey, are you thinking about fucking taking advantage of me? She stared him down without blinking. Her deep brown eyes bore through him, and he had to turn away from the intensity he found inside of them. He reached up and wiped the sweat away from his forehead. Then he heard the deep laughter erupt from her. Just fucking with you. Yes, I'm fucking alone. Too many fucking stupid people in this world to survive. You and me, Mickey. We'll fucking stick together and get through this fucking mess. Why don't we take the Humvee down south? It appears capable of running those undead monsters down. Is it fucking capable? Yes. But it gets like 2 fucking miles per gallon. We need to drag a fucking fuel truck behind us and then bring a fucking fuel truck for the fuel truck. Michael thought about it and decided she was probably right. You couldn't call roadside service to assist you or pull into the local gas station for a fill-up. He wondered if there really was a safe place in the world anymore. Every time he thought he found a safe place, people ended up dead. It's way too early to hope for a different outcome this time with Diana. Even if he longed for it. Let's get something to fucking eat and figure out our next fucking move, Mikey. What do you say? Okay, sounds good to me, Diana. He noticed she had dropped the dumbass this time, so it could be a good sign she had warmed up to him. Or Diana simply forgot. As he followed her, his t-shirt shifted and the scar from the bite on his arm became visible for the first time. He heard a loud click and turned to find the barrel of the Uzi pointed at him. What the fuck? You got yourself fucking bit in the alley? You're a dumbass, Mikey. For the first time since he met her, Michael heard a waver in her voice, and the barrel of the Uzi shook. He slowly raised his hand palms toward her while he faced her. There was nowhere for him to run. Calm down, Diana. I got bit almost a year ago now. When it first happened, I thought the bite doomed me. I took some antibiotics and fought off the infection. I went to sleep, and I figured I'd never wake up as a human again. After a few days, I woke up and was fine. I must be immune. Her mouth fell open, and the barrel of the Uzi dropped toward the floor. She took a step back from him and remained quiet for a few minutes. Michael didn't want to push it with her, so he waited for her to say something. Fucking immune. Now we have to get to the fucking CDC. If you re-fucking immune, they can find out what makes you fucking tick and save the world. You hear that, Mickey? You will be a fucking hero. A hero. After all the deaths surrounding Michael since the start of the apocalypse, a chance of a different life stood before him. Michael didn't know if he could do it or not. The CDC would turn him into a lab rat, and what kind of life would that be?
Chapter 11. Maximilian Wolf.
Maximilian Wolf. Shit. Max swore as he slammed the microphone from the ham radio set onto the table. The crash it made as it bounced caused him to jump. Max, what's the matter? James Richards said. I tried to get a hold of Donald to tell him what's going on here with the so-called president of the NUS, and I got someone else on the radio instead. I thought you said that radio channel only went between the 3 camps. How do you get someone else on the line? A woman who called herself Amy answered the radio when I called the camp in Maine. I never heard about her before today. She claimed someone attacked the camp and everyone was dead or ran away to escape the attack. Being the only survivor, she wanted to know where we were located so she could come to us. Not thinking, I said Tennessee. Since it didn't feel right, I ended the transmission. James laughed. Dude, you realize how far away Maine is? She wouldn't even be able to make it all the way here. Plus, Tennessee is a huge state, so even if she reached Tennessee, she'd never find our camp. But what about Donald? He wouldn't just run away and abandon the camp like that. I don't know Donald, but if he is as tough and crafty as you say, then I'm sure he'll be fine. Hell, I made it all the way here from DC during the start of the apocalypse with just the shirt on my back. I'm sure you're right, James. I'm just pissed at myself for getting sucked in and letting my guard down. This new presidential threat is getting to me. President. He's the Secretary of HUD. 13th in line for the presidency. They have a few hundred soldiers with questionable amounts of training. They're busy fighting zombies and we're secure in a mountainside fortress. Stop worrying, man. We'll be fine. That's why I enjoy talking to you. You always tell me how it is, but you give me hope at the same time. With hands the size of canned hams, James patted him on the shoulder before he walked away. It was amazing to Max how such a large man could be both gentle and kind when he needed to be. He had proved himself as an excellent tactician and capable sergeant at arms keeping order within the camp. Max saw his own drive reflected back at him every time he looked into Jim's eyes. He relied on Jim's advice more than anyone else. James Richards arrived at their mountain camp at the end of the previous summer. He had been on a vacation in Washington, D.C., with his fiancée. As a corn farmer, he rarely left his crops during the summer months, but he surprised Melody with the sightseeing trip of their lives. They both slaved away over their produce, and James's brother offered to give them both a well-deserved break before their wedding day. James took the opportunity, knowing he left the farm in his brother's expert hands. When they departed on their trip, James never thought he wouldn't see the farm again, and Melody would turn into a flesh-eating zombie. Washington, D.C. fell, and James had a front-row seat for its utter destruction. For days he ran with no destination in mind, and somehow ended up on Max's doorstep, with April in tow. Dehydration and grief both zapped his strength, but he recovered faster than Max expected. His farming experience helped them plan to become self-sufficient, and an unspoken background gave James the knowledge to improve their camp's security. From the outside, it appeared like they saved James, but in reality, Big Jim saved them all upon his arrival. The camp held around a dozen survivors, including Corinne, Isaac, and their baby daughter. Max knew it would piss Donald off once he found out they were here, but Max couldn't leave them behind for dead. They were both like family to Max, even if they both hurt Donald with their betrayal. Joey Bishop designed this place to accommodate 12 survivors for 2 years. A greenhouse and hydroponic farm assured the camp would provide an independent food supply with some added work. Jim's efforts here turned around their limited crop yield and had them one step closer to abundance rather than want. Of the 3 survival cabins Joey Bishop built, this was the smallest but the most secure because of its concealed location. It had been the closest of the 3 camps to the mobster's Virginian home. They built all the structures underground into the side of the mountain. Unless you knew the exact spot to look, the building site blended into its surroundings and remained nearly invisible. The greenhouse glass allowed light to enter through camouflaged bulletproof glass rated to stop a .50 caliber round. A 5,000 square foot living quarters connected to the greenhouse, the hydroponics farm, and a 7,500 square foot garage. An M113 armored personnel carrier retrofitted with a .50 caliber machine gun was the star of their defensive squad, parked inside the garage. It had been a Vietnam-era military surplus vehicle, but it was deadly just the same. Eyes provided by a net of electronics kept the approach monitored, and the APC would assure compliance by any casual visitor. Big Jim and April had been the only guests admitted to the camp to date. Not that they had many living visitors at the camp's remote location. Max evacuated his family along with Corinne and Isaac right when things started to look bad last summer. A hurricane of the millennium bore down on the East Coast while a cannibalistic virus infected people around the world. The newly infected people attacked others indiscriminately, turning them all into an enlarging undead army. That's when Max remembered Joey Bishop's getaway location in the mountains of Tennessee. At the time of their escape from Virginia, he didn't know where Joey's son Donald ended up or if he remained alive. People compared Max to a slippery snake, but that's what kept him alive and out of jail his entire life. One needed to be slick when you dealt with the evil characters he did as a defense lawyer. Joey Bishop ran the local crime syndicate with an iron fist, and Max kept him free from the reach of the law. All this worked well until the day Joey Bishop died. Donald had no desire for the business, and Max found himself in difficulties with rival crime families who wanted the business. Hordes of zombies ended this problem, but it produced other issues about surviving this new threat. One couldn't stop the dead by negotiation or taking them to court. Their current concerns dealt with the former HUD Secretary Carl Stevens. Carl declared himself President of the new United States (NUS) and looked to expand his authority beyond the South. No one from the NUS Army knew about their camp's location in the mountains, and Max wouldn't have known anything about them except for a chance encounter. Big Jim and Isaac ran into NUS soldiers during a supply run in the next town over. NUS soldiers harangued the two and tried to conscript them into service to President Stevens. Even when outnumbered, Big Jim wasn't one who submitted to intimidation, and he let them know he wasn't interested in their offer. As Isaac told the story, the 10 men they faced found themselves unconscious within seconds at Jim's hand. To make sure they delivered a clear message, Jim and Isaac took the soldiers' supplies and disabled all of their weapons. It must have been a fun reunion when they regained consciousness and returned to face their commanding officer. Since the encounter, Big Jim kept his eyes on the NUS Army and their continued progress. So far, fighting the undead horde kept them busy around their headquarters. President Stevens' plan included clearing the country and providing support to the CDC while they found a cure for this curse of a virus. Then America would become the world power it rightfully deserved to be, after this period of world population control. A regular dystopian society for Carl Stevens to rule.
Chapter 12. Natasha.
Natasha. Mac, you don't understand. I need that young thing. It's been since the start of winter when we captured that family. She was really young, like I like them, but that happened way too long ago. Oh, I remember. You broke that poor girl so bad, I had to butcher her first. If Abigail found out what you did, you'd make the menu. I can't have that happen, because you're the only one I trust in the camp. I'll let you have her, but you have to show some restraint this time. Do you understand, Jacob? Yes, boss. Don't give me lip service, Jacob. I need your word you won't break her when you're having your fun. I said yes. I'll keep the damage to a minimum this time. The meat won't be hurt, so everyone can eat. Natasha laid still, and she continued to listen to the discussion between these two pigs. Neither deserved to live any longer, but she pushed back the monster inside of her. It ached to escape and butcher these two, but she needed to wait for the right moment to act. Fools acted without thinking, but her training molded her into a master tactician. Extreme violence would end these men today, and Natasha would be the delivery vessel of their destruction. The engine slowed, and the VW bus turned off the smooth roadway. Bouncing and groaning from the VW's suspension let her know they now traveled on a dirt road. After a few minutes, the van stopped and the passenger climbed out. Natasha heard him grunt, while a rattle told her he pushed a gate or door open. The van eased forward, and another clatter came from the outside before the dirtbag returned to the passenger side of the van. Remember, Jacob, we get them all out of the van and secured first. Then you can have the girl for your plaything. Okay, boss, but don't make me wait long. I need her. Even with her eyes closed, Natasha could tell they had pulled inside of a structure by the echo of the engine. The lighting dimmed, and she took it as a good omen for her and a bad one for their abductors. If they had known her and what she had done during her life, they would have floored it and sped away when they saw the group standing on the side of the road. But they sealed their fate by picking them up and then drugging them. Neither man had long to live. As the men exited the VW bus, Natasha heard a woman's voice. Hey dipshits. You were supposed to take Kenny and I with you today. Who the hell would get in a van with the likes of you two ugly morons? Well, Miss Bitchy, we picked up 4 people without either of you. Your constant nagging would drive any potential meals away. Go back inside and leave us to do our work. You're both assholes. Let me see what you got. Did Abigail die while we were gone and make you the boss? Go back inside the house and leave us be. Rusty hinges complained as the side door of the van opened. Natasha readied herself, but was careful to remain as still as the dead. Taut muscles waiting to explode into action would give her intentions away. Without knowing what size force she faced, Natasha needed the element of surprise for her attack. Well, I'll be. You two morons actually came through. We'll eat for months. Get them prepared. Again, Kimberly, who the hell made you the boss? I know my job and you'd have starved long ago if not for me. Get out of my face before I strap you to a table too. I'll take the redhead. You grab the girl, Jacob. Natasha hadn't heard the woman leave, so there would be 3 targets to contend with. 1 against 3? No contest for them. The first pig grunted as he lifted Betty over his shoulder. Then she felt calloused hands lifting her from the floor of the truck. He threw her over his right shoulder with her head behind his back. She opened her eyes and Natasha found a hunting knife strapped to his side. In one smooth practiced move, she unsheathed the knife and punctured the creep's kidney. Even the strongest man couldn't stand with a perforated kidney, and Mac proved to not be the exception. As he fell, Natasha got her feet under her and drew the blade across his neck. The woman gasped at the sight just before the knife penetrated her brain after a perfect throw. Using her momentum, Natasha dove forward, swiping the legs out from under the other man. Betty dropped along with the pig with a thump of her own. She'd have a headache later, but Natasha had no time to be sorry for that now. Better a headache than being raped and eaten. Before he recovered his footing, Natasha leapt on top of him and twisted his neck. Instant death only happens in the movies, but the move incapacitated him. She grabbed his matching hunting knife and finished him. 3 dead in under 30 seconds. Natasha wondered if old age slowed her down. Her training kicked in, and she assessed her surroundings. The structure the van had entered was a 3-car garage. In the first bay, they parked the VW bus while they left the middle bay open, except for the 3 dead bodies Natasha left behind. Nightmares lived in the last bay of the garage. 2 metal autopsy tables and 4 sets of metal restraints occupied the space. A chainsaw and a machete hung from hooks in the ceiling beside the table. Natasha had 2 knives, one stuck out of the woman's head, a chainsaw too noisy, and a machete to choose from. Wishing for a gun would be a waste of time, so she unhooked the machete and kept the second hunting knife. Move fast and leave no one alive. These monsters were worse than zombies. Nature made zombies desire human flesh. These people had a choice, and they made the wrong one. Natasha entered the house and found a long hallway with doors off of both sides. A gunshot rang out from inside. But it hadn't been aimed at Natasha. A shout, then a door slammed on the other side of the house. Clear the rooms one at a time, she reminded herself. Through the first door, she almost crashed into a woman who wore a doctor's coat. Who are? It's all she had time to say before Natasha decapitated her with the machete. Someone kept the blade razor sharp, and it sliced clear through the woman's neck with little effort. Next door down the hall, Natasha found 2 women cowering in the room's corner. No time to determine the threat level or have any compassion on them. One met the machete and the other the hunting knife blade. Keep moving. Beyond the next door sat a nursery. Did these people breed their own food? Too gross a thought, even for an assassin like Natasha. An older woman with a bullet hole through her head laid on the floor. That explained the gunshot Natasha heard when she entered the house. But who fired it? No time to consider the question. The last door in the hallway led to a bedroom, but no one was home inside of it. A large open room occupied the space beyond the hallway. Natasha's view allowed her only to see the far end of the room. From her vantage point, it looked clear. As she crossed over the threshold, a gunshot echoed around her, and she felt the red-hot poker into her side. Instinct and training saved her from any further damage as she dove to her left. Out of the corner of her eye, she found the target who shot her, and she let the hunting knife fly. Not balanced for throwing, its path diverged from her target, but still struck the teenage boy with a gun in the throat. The initial wound wasn't mortal, but it caused him to drop the gun and reach for the knife now lodged in his throat. Natasha used the break to drive the machete home and end his struggle for life. 7 dead within 5 minutes. Not too shabby. Age was only a number, not a limitation. Someone had thrown a back door open, but Natasha saw no one outside of it. Whoever went through the door had already left. Did the teenager pull the trigger on the old lady, or had someone else? It didn't matter. They were all dead now. There would be time to debate it later once they were all safe. First, she needed to check the bullet wound in her side. Here Natasha got lucky because the bullet only grazed her, barely scratching the skin. Natasha suffered worse wounds in the past. With the building clear, it was time to take anything useful and get the hell out of here. This place of death had been more evil than any place she had ever seen. No sense looking for food because she wanted nothing these people ate. They declared themselves to be cannibals, and she wanted no part of that. Besides the gun the kid fired, Natasha only found one other antique hunting rifle. Leave it behind. The drinking water from their stores should be safe, but get rid of the cooler of drugged water from the van. Natasha found the keys in the ignition of the VW bus, so after loading Betty and the few meager supplies she discovered inside the house, they were off. She had to focus on the destruction at the camp and try to find Donald, Gwen, and Matthew. The electric jeep they drove had a short range. As she departed the cannibals' camp, she came to the closed gate, blocking the path. Moving it aside and then leaving it wide open, she drove on. 3 minutes later, they hit the state highway, and Natasha turned toward the pond where Donald's last known location had been. Ah. What happened? My head hurts. Betty woke up first. Those men who picked us up drugged us. They were cannibals and planned on eating us. There would be no benefit to tell her about the sexual plans they had for her. Betty already faced enough pain and loss and didn't need this burden heaped upon her too. She had plenty of nightmares already. Cannibals. Where are we? Yes, they ventured out to search for small groups of survivors to take home to dinner. They're the only ones who'll end up eating. We're heading to find Donald, Gwen, and Matthew. There's some water in the back. Those bottles are safe to drink. Thanks. Wait, you're hurt. It's only a scratch. When it's safe to stop, I'll let Helen look at it. Get yourself some water and check on Helen and Bobby. Another set of groans let Natasha know the drugs had worn off on the other two. No one needed to know what she did to keep them all safe. The burden would be all hers. Were they really safe anywhere anymore? Once they reached Donald, they'd have some safety in numbers. Then they could head to Virginia together, if this rattletrap made it. Natasha recognized the turnoff into the woods for the pond. The dirt road wound through the trees for almost a mile before it reached the camping area abutting the pond. She discovered an older box truck parked with its back doors facing toward the camp around the halfway point of the approach road. There were no signs of life anywhere, but Natasha couldn't be careful enough after their last encounter with the cannibals. Danger was everywhere. Betty, hand me my pistol from my bag. I want the three of you to stay here and watch the van while I check this out. It will only be a minute. The effects from the drugs must still fog her brain because Betty handed over the gun without argument. Natasha worried there would be a discussion about Betty accompanying her. She had packed the pistol along with 5 extra magazines, but that's all the firepower she had left. With any luck, they'd come across some 9mm ammo soon. Closer examination confirmed her assumption about no life around the box truck. The back roll-up door of the truck sat wide open, but nothing remained inside the box. She crept up the dirt road toward the camp. Whatever happened here couldn't have been good. Another 300 yards in, she found the remnants of a detonated claymore mine. Body parts from both the living and the dead laid scattered on the ground. Natasha was happy to see Donald heeded her security advice. She walked another 300 yards and found a repeat of the gruesome scene she just witnessed. Shredded foliage and bodies covered the ground. About 25 yards before the clearing, she found the location of the third claymore mine and its aftereffects. Total carnage, as she expected. Once she reached the campsite, Natasha found it completely empty. Unless you counted the dispatched zombies and spent brass scattered on the ground. The Jeep, Donald, Gwen, and Matthew were all gone. Good news to not find their dead bodies or reanimated corpses, but no idea where they went. Further inspection provided an answer to their intended destination. Matted down grass and brush pointed the direction the Jeep drove off in. Even with its electric drivetrain, the Jeep was more off-road capable than the old VW bus they drove. They wouldn't be able to follow on the narrow dirt trail, but she had an idea where they had gone. Natasha climbed back into the van. Who's up for a road trip to Virginia? What did you find? Betty said. Bodies, but thankfully, none of them were Donald, Gwen, or Matthew. They traveled down a dirt path behind the lake. We'll never make it through there with this piece of junk. We know they're heading for Virginia, so let's join them. Virginia? What are you talking about? Bobby said. As the 4 of them drove away, Betty related the story of Donald's fallback location and why Natasha and she were the only people to know the plan for escape.
Chapter 13. Ron.
Ron. Ron had been buying his time too long now, and he needed to make his move before time ran out. Rosie gave birth to their daughter 4 months ago, and Dr. White pronounced her a healthy baby girl. After losing both his brother and sister, Rosie and Miracle were all the life he had left. He overheard Mac talking with the dirtbag Jacob about Abigail's plans for Miracle. Abigail plotted a grand celebration for Miracle's 6-month birthday by sacrificing the baby to the demon Moloch. This would bring the camp prosperity and success for their hunting parties as they continued to search for human flesh. Rosie claimed devotion to Abigail and her headhunters until she learned of the plan for Miracle. At least she led Ron to believe this about her feelings toward the cannibals. Part 1 of Ron's plan required him to sneak out of the camp and find transportation suitable for their getaway. An older Jeep Cherokee stolen from a neighboring farm checked the box. He filled the back of the Jeep with an old Remington shotgun, food, actual food, not human meat, water, and 3 filled jerry cans of gas. Ron concealed the Jeep and its cargo at the end of a well-hidden path a short distance from the back of their camp. The last thing he needed to find was a pistol to clear the way for their escape. Their camp only had one gun, an antique hunting rifle in poor condition, because they didn't have a need for them. Zombies ignored the cannibals, so there wasn't a need to kill them. These warped morons even worshipped the zombies as some sort of spirit brother. Any other humans who entered the camp became dinner, so no need to shoot them either. It benefited them to keep their victims alive as long as possible to preserve the meat, since they lacked sufficient refrigeration. Now they needed to figure out the right time to run. A distraction to keep the others busy and away from the back door would be convenient. Mac, Jacob, Kim, and Kenny ventured out to hunt today, and Ron hoped their return might be the distraction they needed to sneak out. It would cut the total number of inhabitants of the camp in half. Ron ready to enact his plan, but then found out Mac and Jacob headed out on their own, which left both Kim and Kenny behind. Their actions wreaked havoc since they took the camp's one vehicle, an old VW bus, with them. Abigail brought everyone together in the great room to discuss what to do about this insurrection. The back door Ron and Rosie needed for their escape sat in the back corner of the room they all gathered in. To flee now, they would have to get past or kill 6 people, and Ron didn't like the odds of that being a successful plan. The group argued and debated for about an hour when they heard the squeal of the garage door rolling open. Those 2 morons had returned from the hunt. This might be their one chance to make a run for it. Kim stormed out to the garage to confront the 2 creeps, while Ron and Rosie slipped into Miracle's room. He could hear Kim's verbal lashing of both Mac and Jacob in the garage while they rushed to pack all of Miracle's stuff. Neither Ron nor Rosie remembered to watch the door behind them while they packed. "What do you 2 think you're doing?" Abigail had snuck into the room behind them while they gathered Miracle's stuff. "Moloch will bring us all security when we sacrifice Miracle. He will reward the 2 of you even more for your contribution." Rosie froze, and then the tears flowed down her face. Ron reached for the gun tucked into the belt of his jeans. With it being the only working firearm in the camp, it put Ron in control. "Rosie dear, keep packing. I hoped it wouldn't come to this, Abigail, but you've left me no choice." He fired one shot straight through her forehead, and her body fell into a lifeless lump on the floor. With his other hand, he grabbed onto Rosie's arm and pulled her toward the door. They would make it to freedom. Get through the great room and then escape from this horrible life. It all laid only a few steps ahead of them. As they turned the corner, he found Kenny cowering on the floor with a handgun pointed at them. Where did Kenny get a gun from? Ron took aim with his own pistol and shook his head at the boy as a warning. After a tense few seconds, Kenny lowered the gun, and Ron and Rosie exited through the back door before anyone could stop them. Ron pushed Rosie ahead of him toward the path through the woods. "Keep moving. We'll be okay." They covered the half-mile and found the Jeep Cherokee waiting right where he left it. He wished they had more time to plan their escape, but the time for action presented itself. "You shot Abigail." "Why?" "Yes, I had to. She might have let us go, but she wouldn't have let us take Miracle." "I know, but I've been with them for a long time. They rescued me when I ran away as a 15-year-old. She was like my mother. More than a mother to me. How will we survive all alone?" "Don't worry. We have plenty of gas and supplies for our escape. This Cherokee is tougher and faster than the old VW bus, so they'll never catch up to us." "Where will we go?" First we'll head south. Get away from these long winters. Then maybe west to find some farmland. What do we know about farming? Do you even know how to butcher a human? Mac always did the butchering for us. Maybe we could give up the cannibal stuff? There are other ways to survive besides eating human flesh. Rosie glared at him with a burning hatred reflected in her eyes. Cold turkey might be a tougher transition than he expected. He'd been eating human flesh for less than a year, but Rosie had consumed it for over 10 years now. Would she give it up for him and their daughter? Ron found comfort in the pistol pressed against his skin, and hoped he wouldn't have to use it again to eliminate another cannibal threat. They reached the state highway, and he turned to the south to start their first day of freedom alone as a family. Who knew how long their family would remain whole?
Chapter 14. Amy.
Amy. Amy cracked her knuckles while she dwelled on the aftermath of their attack on Donald's camp 2 weeks previously. Jessica, her friend and trusted advisor, died alone while transporting prisoners at the hands of some unknown assailant. The 3 soldiers and the squad of zombie soldiers she sent to take out Donald and his lanky bitch never returned to the Republic. She kicked the table over as Amy thought about the survivors of the camp who were still alive somewhere. If one more person congratulated her on the successful attack, Amy would punch them in the face and make them a member of the zombie army. Along with the loot from the camp, they had taken the ham radio set, where Amy spoke to Max at the camp somewhere in Tennessee. Max's voice had continued to come through the speakers daily since the attack, as he called out in vain for Donald. She tried on multiple occasions to engage him in conversation, but he wouldn't capitulate. Over the last week, Max ceased transmitting altogether. He may have given up on finding Donald, but Amy couldn't let go of his atrocities. Donald and this Max both had to die for all the crimes they committed against her. Amy, are you okay? Daniel had walked into the room while Amy was deep in thought. As a former engineer, he had become valuable to keeping the camp's systems up and functioning. His intelligence and easygoing style entrenched him as Amy's new number 2. She trusted Daniel and depended on his advice for running the Republic after Jessica's departure. I'm just thinking about all we lost during the raid on Donald's camp. All we lost? We now have enough supplies for the next 6 months. We have increased electricity capacity from their solar arrays and wind turbines, and enough weapons for a small army. What did we lose? Jessica is dead, and I wanted Donald's head on a pike. Like I told you before, Billy mentioned Jessica had planned her own coup for when we returned from battle. If she lived, we would have faced our own bloody civil war. Stop obsessing about this Donald guy. Let it go. If he's still alive, he won't last long. He's got no shelter, no allies, no weapons, nor any supplies. Amy's nostrils flared as she took in a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Part of her knew Daniel was right, but another wanted to smash him upside his head and then find Donald and put him down herself. Her last chance at revenge came with an invasion of this new camp in Tennessee. Before she convinced the rest of the Republic, she needed to get Daniel's unwavering support. People looked up to him because of all the positive changes he made to their camp. Fear only goes so far to control people, but electricity, water, and food go well beyond fear. She needed to choose her words wisely with him to win his support. You're right, we'll leave Donald to the elements or the zombies. The supplies are enough for now, but they won't last if we have another long winter like the previous one. Why don't we head to Tennessee and take over that camp? If it's like the one here, we'll have enough supplies to satisfy us. Plus, the milder climate will ensure our survival. We'll be able to plant our own crops. Daniel's dark brown eyes stared back at her. When he made a big decision, he would mull it over before responding. It drove Amy crazy since she leaned toward rash and impulsive decision-making rather than planning every detail. Before he spoke, Daniel turned away from her gaze, and his voice lacked its normal intensity. I can see some benefits to your plan, but I'm not sure the majority here will. Many of these people are local and considered themselves a sovereign country long before the zombies destroyed the rest of the civilization. They won't leave here no matter what. Then you have all the others who sided with Jessica and prepared to oppose you. They're waiting for someone else to raise up an insurrection now. You won't get the numbers necessary to follow you and assure success. Plus, you don't even have an actual destination in mind. Only Tennessee. It's a big state, you know. She slammed her fist down on the table separating them. He flinched at the sudden outburst of her anger. Amy drew joy from the slight tremble she saw develop on his lips. Fear proved to be an effective tool in her arsenal to break people down. Even more so than seduction, she practiced fear with such skill. Let me make this clear. The Republic is the United States of America now. We rule this country and I rule the Republic. I'm leaving it up to you to get support for this necessary expansion of our territory. People do what I say or they die. That includes you, Daniel. Do you understand? Daniel blinked rapidly while a bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. He stared straight ahead, frozen in place. Amy felt no guilt over this intimidation she dealt out. She was their rightful leader, and they needed to submit to her will. If he wanted to live, Daniel would get on board the Amy train and hold on. No zombie or any person would derail her plans for revenge and domination. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Address me by my proper title and in the respectful manner I deserve. Yes, Majesty. I'll assure the compliance of your loyal subjects. Very good. You're dismissed, Daniel. His shoulders drooped and his head hung to one side as he turned to leave the room. Daniel shuffled through the doorway, not once turning back toward Amy. These people are becoming weak, undisciplined, and disrespectful. No wonder they failed her during this last attack. Further expansion and discovering new loyal followers would be the key to her reign. She'd continue to use fear and intimidation to whip these losers into shape until then. The days following her conversation with Daniel were bleak. 25% of the people, including Daniel himself, disappeared the day after their talk. Amy sent 4 teams of soldiers out to hunt the missing subjects down. Each team included 10 armed men and a squad of zombie reinforcements. 3 days later, only one team returned to camp. She didn't know if they all deserted the Republic or if they were all killed. Rather than sitting around and crying about it, Amy took action. Time to marshal the remaining troops and head south to Tennessee. Victory awaited those who reached out and grabbed it. Every able-bodied member of the Republic must pack their supplies and weapons. Tomorrow we march south to conquer new lands for our growing Republic. It's our right and destiny to expand our territory and take back the country we all love. We'll return here victors and rulers of this land. A cheer rang out from the assembled, but to Amy its volume and enthusiasm lacked the intensity she hoped for. It didn't matter because they'd march to certain victory and get her ultimate revenge tomorrow. She would reign as the Queen of the new Republic of the United States. All power and glory would belong to her alone. When they assembled for their march the following morning, Amy noticed the number of people in the crowd had shrunk again. Jerry, a slimy man, had stepped up as her new number 2. His yellow-toothed grin greeted her. Where is everyone this morning? This 'tis it, madam. More cowards run off last night. They's lose, I guess. Amy wondered how she had fallen so far. Her army numbered less than 100 strong now. The dead soldiers in her zombie army outnumbered the living, and Jerry was a moron. Destiny was destiny, and Amy's destiny was winning the war and taking back the country. Let's move out. Caravan vehicles fired to life, and they pulled out southbound along the state highway. They would kill and pillage all the way to Tennessee, where she would kill this Max and anyone with him. Amy was born to win, and she would accept nothing but the certain victory due her.
Chapter 15. Daniel.
Daniel? Daniel realized Amy had lost it, and he tried his best to bring her back to reality. Instead of focusing on their win, she could only see the loss during their raid on Donald's camp. True, she lost her trusted advisor in the battle, but Daniel discovered Jessica had planned her own coup to rid the Republic of Amy. In hindsight, Daniel should have helped Jessica with her plan. Then Amy continued to obsess over getting her revenge on this Donald guy. Daniel couldn't even figure out what the slight was that Donald committed against Amy. Either he got the best of the morons Amy sent to attack him, or they escaped Amy's craziness like all the others who already left the camp. People recognized the ineffectiveness of Amy's leadership and how she'd end up getting everyone killed over her own personal vendetta. All these thoughts filled Daniel's mind as he approached Amy for one last attempt to correct her path and restore some sanity to the Republic. He found her moping around in her room again. It seemed she did little else anymore. Daniel had no desire to become the leader, but the weight of insurrection enveloped him and people cried out for change. "Amy, are you okay?" "I'm just thinking about all we lost during the raid." How could she still be so clueless? No one missed any of the things we lost during the battle. Look instead at all we gained from the successful raid. He called her out on the immature behavior, as it destroyed the last of Amy's credibility and her effectiveness as a leader. All we lost. We now have enough supplies to last us for the next 6 months. We have increased electricity capacity from the solar panels and wind turbines, and enough weapons for a small army. What did we lose? Jessica is dead, and I wanted Donald's head on a pike. Amy's obsession with revenge would be her ultimate downfall. She needed to snap back to reality before someone else tried to kill her. Like I told you before, Billy mentioned Jessica had planned her own coup for when we returned. If she lived, we would have faced our own bloody civil war. Stop obsessing about this Donald guy. Let it go. If he's still alive, he won't last long. He's got no shelter, no allies, no weapons, nor any supplies. Daniel watched Amy's nostrils flare as she drew in a deep and noisy breath. He knew she would get out of control angry because of his words, but she needed to hear the truth from someone before it was too late. Billy thought Daniel was foolish to even attempt to have this conversation with Amy. It looked like Billy might be right, since Daniel got nowhere with her. But Amy's blood wouldn't be on Daniel's hands. "You're right, we'll leave Donald to the elements or the zombies. The supplies are enough for now, but they won't last if we have another long winter like the last one. Why don't we head to Tennessee and take over that camp? If it's like the one here, we'll have enough supplies to satisfy us. Plus, the milder climate will ensure our survival." He measured his response carefully because Daniel didn't want to tip his hand before he escaped this madness. Daniel knew his pause drove Amy crazy since she jumped to conclusions and action without thinking things through. Before responding, he surrendered to the thought they lost Amy. This would put Plan B into motion, with or without him leading the way. Things would be better and saner if he led the rebels instead of Amy. "I can see some benefits to your plan, but I'm not sure the majority here will. Many of these people are local and considered themselves a sovereign country, long before the zombies destroyed the rest of the world. They won't leave here no matter what. Then you have all the others who sided with Jessica and prepared to oppose you. They're waiting for someone else to raise up an insurrection now. You won't get the numbers necessary to follow you and assure success. Plus, you don't even have an actual destination in mind. Only Tennessee. It's a big state, you know, and the camp could be anywhere." As he predicted, she exploded, slamming her fist on the table. Even expecting the reaction, he jumped at the noise. Amy would recognize the fear he projected, but it had nothing to do with her or her petty outburst of anger. It would work to his advantage because of her big ego and her desire for dominance. The apprehension he felt came from those who would expect him to take over as their leader. Their plan for the Republic was solid and waited for them to act on it. Let me make this clear. The Republic is the United States of America now. We rule this country and I rule the Republic. I'm leaving it up to you to get support for this necessary expansion of our territory. People do what I say or they die. That includes you, Daniel. Do you understand me? Somehow, Amy still expected her empty threats to work on him. At least she didn't try to seduce him, because that would have turned his stomach and caused him to hurl. Then she would have known for certain he was against her. The numbers in the Republic continued to decline because of Amy, and he knew how to keep everything running, assuring their continued survival as a group. Amy would be stupid to act against him. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Address me by my proper title and in a respectful manner. Man, her oversized ego would prove to be the death of her and anyone who continued to follow her. Good riddance to you, Amy. Yes, Majesty. I'll assure compliance of all your loyal subjects. Very good. You're dismissed. The weight of what he had to do next pressed down on him. Now the people would rebel and expect Daniel to become their leader. Was he up to it? He feared he lacked the skills and charisma to keep everyone in line and alive, but Daniel knew the plan would function with or without him. Better for the people to follow an intelligent leader, not handicapped by their enormous ego or misplaced vengeance. 25% of the people in the community followed Daniel out of the camp the evening after his talk with Amy. More would eventually leave when their scheduled departure times came. Everyone running away at the same time would force Amy to take action, and there were still many loyal to her. A few slipping out here and there would go unnoticed until it was too late for her to stop them. 50% of the camp's population already knew of and supported Plan B. Others would follow once they saw Amy's foolish plans were doomed to failure. Scout teams located a farm only 8 miles away, which provided an easily defensible location and a place to watch activities at the main camp. The farm had solar panels, a small wind turbine, and a clean well with plenty of drinking water already in place. Because of its size, it wouldn't make a suitable long-term solution, but provided an excellent temporary shelter option until they could get rid of Amy. They planned on maintaining a small remote guard post at this farm to help improve the Republic's security. As expected, Amy sent 4 teams of soldiers out to hunt down the missing citizens of the Republic. 3 of the 10-men teams slaughtered the zombies sent out with them and rendezvoused at the farm. 30 armed soldiers boosted their ranks in one day. A 4th team proved loyal to Amy, and they returned to the camp 3 days afterward, not being able to find the deserters. The defectors provided intel about Amy's plan to march south the following day. A brave spy named Jerry would gain her trust and attempt to lead her into destruction. Daniel hoped Jerry wouldn't double-cross them because he was a slimy man looking out only for number 1. This had been the reason they did not give Jerry the location of their temporary hideout. Nobody would miss Jerry if he never returned to New Hampshire. Amy's call to arms had been the signal for the remaining patriots still left in camp to run off. People slept anywhere they could find enough floor space to lay flat, but this would be their last night together at the farm. Once Amy and her troops left, their actual mission to reclaim the Republic would start. Fortify the security and upgrade the systems at the camp to assure their continued survival without a whack job leading them. If Amy lived long enough to return, they would execute her post-haste without a trial. At dawn, Amy's remaining loyal troops marched south with her leading the way. Jerry planned on returning one day after Amy died, but Daniel didn't expect to see either of them ever again. He wouldn't shed a tear for their loss, but he respected Jerry's willingness to sacrifice himself for the greater good of the people of the Republic. Jerry might be a hero after all. The army cleared the farm and disappeared from view down the mountain road. Some people wanted to attack them now and finish Amy's reign, but a bloody battle wouldn't serve their mission. Let the world and the zombies destroy Amy and her allies for them. Now was the time for them to come together and recover their camp without bloodshed. Amy left the non-essential people, seniors, those not capable of fighting, and children behind, and the rest of the Republic would look after their own. Time for him to address the crowd as their newly appointed leader. Amy and her loyal crew have left. It's time for us to return and claim the camp that's rightfully ours. A thunderous cheer rose from the crowd. These people suffered under the crazy tyrants of both Zachary Taylor and Amy, and now they'd get to live as free people like their original plan entailed. After all, New Hampshire's state motto is, live free or die. Remember, those left behind at the camp are our brothers and sisters. Treat them with respect once we return. There's lots of work for us to do still. We'll restore the glory of the Republic. The line of school buses departed to return them back to their home. Daniel had come up with the idea to weld metal plates to the sides of school buses to protect the passengers inside. They raided a bus depot to form the fleet of transport vehicles. They would use the buses for transportation and as temporary barriers to secure the camp while they finished building their planned security enhancements. It would be a busy summer for Daniel and his entire crew. As they expected, the Republic camp held only senior citizens, the young and the infirm. Amy left them behind to die alone, since she took most of the supplies along with the invading force. They fired no shots or drew any blood retaking the camp. Instead, those who remained welcomed them in as the victors and saviors. There would be no time to waste with the party because loads of work remained. If they planned on surviving another winter, food production needed boosting, the camp security needed enhancing, and regular scavenge parties needed to explore the area to gather any remaining supplies. Daniel looked forward to and feared leading the people as they completed this work and met the challenges the future held.
Chapter 16. Donald Bishop.
Donald Bishop. Travel had been a mixed bag. The route Matthew laid out provided them with an easy passage until this point. Population density along the route had been sparse before the apocalypse, so they found no living beings as they traveled through New Hampshire and Vermont. Donald figured the odds favored other survivors besides themselves, but they remained hidden for various reasons. Zombies roamed in manageable numbers, so they didn't provide a major obstacle to their progress. They either drove around them or used their knives to take them out. Their main issue was the limited range of the batteries in the electric Jeep for each charge cycle. The batteries allowed them to avoid scavenging for fuel, but their limited range and the time they took to charge proved increasingly problematic. On the second day of travel, Donald developed a way to jury-rig the panels from the solar charger to extend their driving range. He attached the panels to the roof and hood of the Jeep and wired them into the battery pack, providing a partial recharge as they drove. This allowed them to travel every day rather than waiting a full day to recharge the batteries, but their forward progress still dragged. As they turned their path from west to south, they would cross through Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York. Population density in these states had been high before the rise of the dead, so he didn't expect their luck to continue. They needed to find a more secure vehicle with a longer range, if they had any hope of reaching the bunker in Virginia safely. Donald hoped Natasha and Betty experienced the same good luck and breaks they had, but he didn't know for sure if either survived the initial attack. A red indicator light on the dash let him know the batteries reached a critically low level. They needed to find a safe location to spend the night. It would be their last overnight stay in Vermont before they had to face the more populated states and the unknown challenges they hid. The batteries are getting low. Keep your eyes open for a place to stop. How about that place over there? Matthew said. He pointed to a property one might have called a gentleman's farm in the civilized past. It suffered from a year's worth of neglect, like most properties they came across. The grass stood over a foot tall where nothing disturbed it. A fall's worth of leaves covered the property, along with broken branches scattered about. Even with his youth, Matthew made an excellent choice in picking this place. The neglect showed no one had visited the home since the end of civilization. Donald heard the rumor that most of the southern Vermont real estate had been owned by New Yorkers, so this might have been a summer vacation destination for some rich city dweller to escape the city's crowds. Good eye, Matt. Let's check it out. If the lottery still existed, then Donald would buy a ticket. Their luck held for their entire road trip, and this place proved no different. The house was an oversized two-story structure with an attached 3-car garage and a separate barn. All appeared to be undisturbed by any humans since the rise of the dead last year. After a week on the road, all three knew their roles when setting up camp for the night. Donald's Desert Eagle never left his side, and he equipped himself with his trusted AR-15. Gwen grabbed her matching rifle and she would follow him and watch his back while they cleared the house. Matthew would stay with the Jeep armed with his Mossberg tactical shotgun. This kept him safe, out of the way, and provided eyes on their gear while they assured the structure was clear. You couldn't be too careful anymore. Donald and Gwen climbed the front steps onto the porch and approached the front door. They found it locked and all the windows were intact. A good start to their search, confirming their initial assessment. Gwen's eagle eye discovered the hiding place for the extra key, so they wouldn't have to break down the front door. It's amazing how many people hide a spare key in plain sight by their front door. After opening the door, they both took ready positions outside. Then Donald banged on the doorframe while he shouted inside the house. This became their standard operating procedure, since both the living and the dead would come to investigate the noise. Within seconds of the racket, an old man in torn and dirty pajamas staggered into the living room. Well, he had been an old man, but now had become a member of the Walking Dead. Using his hunting knife, Donald dispatched the zombie. No sense wasting ammo when you didn't have to. Another groan came from further inside the home, but nothing else appeared in the front room like the old man had. Donald and Gwen advanced into the gloom. Out of old habit, Donald tried a wall switch and the glow of an electric light rewarded his effort. He smiled at Gwen as the newfound light shone and displaced the shadows. Groans and a bumping sound continued from a room beyond the kitchen. They cleared each room along the way until they reached the room where the moans came from. The stench of the dead and the groans coming from inside told him what they would find. An old woman laid on the ground in a tattered nightgown. Someone had chewed one of her legs to the bone, so walking became an impossible task for this undead bride. The old man must have turned first and snacked on his wife's leg before she died and turned. What a nightmare for her to live through. Donald's hunting knife went to work one more time on the poor old woman's damaged, rotting corpse. They cleared the rest of the house, the garage, and then the barn. Donald and Gwen found no one else, living or dead, on the property. He dragged the bodies out into the barn and left them there. It seemed a little cruel, but survival took up all their time, so body disposal had to wait until some brighter future time. From a practical standpoint, why bother when you weren't staying more than a night, and hadn't even known the dead? New Englanders were an independent bunch, and Donald discovered the power came from solar panels on the roof, and a bank of batteries in the basement. Further inspection showed the man was a retired cop, and his wife had been a schoolteacher. He found an old Smith & Wesson police revolver loaded with .357 Magnum ammo, and an older pump shotgun in the bedroom closet. Both were now antiques collected during a long police officer's career. Donald took the pistol along with the extra ammo because revolvers were simple and worked forever. The pantry and basement contained dry goods and both commercial and home canned vegetables. These supplies would feed them for weeks. With the electricity still running, Matthew was overjoyed to find cold soda in the fridge. Gwen enjoyed a cold beer while Donald noshed on real ice cream from the freezer. If this place were more secure, it would have been heaven on earth. Problem was, anyone could see it from the road like they had. He wondered why no one else invaded this house before them. These items were all treasures, but they discovered the best surprise parked inside the 3-car garage. There Donald found a heavy-duty Chevy Suburban. What made this one special sat underneath its hood. Late 1990s model Suburbans could be purchased with a diesel engine, which this one had. Gasoline refined before the collapse had gone bad long ago. But they designed diesel engines to run on vegetable oil, so every restaurant in the country would provide a potential fuel source for the truck. They hit the apocalypse lottery for sure. It must have been a special vehicle to the former owner, since it looked like it recently rolled out of a showroom. Matthew helped Donald load the gear from the Jeep into the cargo area of the Suburban. The cavernous cargo area swallowed up their gear and left plenty of room for the food and supplies from the house. They would get a good night's sleep and then make serious progress toward their goal in Virginia tomorrow with this heavy-duty vehicle. They might make it all the way there tomorrow. The night passed with no surprises. Too bad their luck ran out as dawn's light illuminated the sky. A horde of 50 to 100 zombies filled the yard and surrounded the house overnight. An unseen force attracted them to the property where they roamed the grounds. They stood sentry between the house and the road, blocking their escape route. Even if they had enough ammo, shooting them would attract more zombies faster than they could take the horde out. Running down one or two wouldn't be an issue for the Suburban, but Donald couldn't take a chance trying to crush this many and destroy their getaway vehicle or get stuck. "Donald, what are we going to do?" Gwen said with a pained expression on her face and tears forming in the corners of her eyes. "Let's take the Suburban and run them down." "It's a rugged truck, Matthew, but there are way too many of them to try that. We need to create a distraction so we can get away while they're distracted." "What do you have in mind?" "I think our Jeep can serve us one last time. You and Matthew can empty those wine bottles into the sink. Then grab an old t-shirt and belt from the old man's dresser. I'll grab something from the garage." When they explored the garage for the first time, Donald noticed a full gas can sitting in the corner. They didn't need it for the truck, so he had almost dumped it out to fill it with the diesel from the tank in the barn. Now he was glad he hadn't. Gwen and Matthew emptied the 8 wine bottles and got the clothing he asked for. "We're going to fill the bottles with the gas to create some Molotov cocktails. We'll use them to light the Jeep on fire and then send it toward the barn. With any luck, it will ignite the barn and distract the zombies." "What's the belt for?" "It will hold the steering wheel straight on the Jeep. Before we do this, we need to make sure we pack everything in the Suburban, and we're ready to go. I don't know how effective this distraction will be, and we'll need to run while they're busy." With everything packed and ready for their departure, Donald prepared to creep outside to the Jeep and execute his plan. "Remember, no shooting. It will attract those monsters and then they'll swarm us." Both his charges nodded their agreement. It seemed like a simple plan. Light the Jeep on fire and set it on a course to crash into the barn. What could go wrong? During their travels, Donald had discovered that slow and quiet movements didn't attract the attention of the risen dead. He slipped outside without a noise to evade them detecting him. Things looked good at first. Donald secured the steering wheel with the Jeep pointing at the barn, more or less. A rolling pin he took from the kitchen wedged the accelerator down at a quarter of its travel. All he needed to do was turn the ignition on, light the vehicle on fire, and put it in gear. Sounds easy. When he turned the key, the electric motor whined to life. Electric motors are quiet, but it still attracted a group of 6 zombies, who stood closest to the Jeep. Donald flicked the lighter, and nothing happened. Flicking the wheel a second time, a flame sprung up, but the wind blew it out. The group of 6 closed in on him, and then a few others responded to their movements. He thumbed the wheel a third time, and the flame glowed brightly. Lighting the first Molotov, he heaved it at the approaching group. Greedy flames consumed the dried-out bodies, but fire didn't stop the undead's advance. Instead, burning zombies continued to walk toward him. Lighting 2 more Molotov cocktails consumed the Jeep in flames as he released it toward its target. Without lighting it, Donald heaved another at the set of burning monsters, who advanced on his position. Flames ignited anew as he ran into the back door of the house with burning zombies close on his heels. He continued down into the garage so they could depart this hellhole. Did he really think this place might be heaven on earth yesterday? Gwen sat in the driver's seat with the motor running, and Matthew sat in the seat directly behind her. Donald hit the garage door button, and the door opened halfway before it stopped. He reached up and grabbed the release before shoving the door into the fully open position. As he closed the passenger door, Gwen had already started accelerating out of the garage. She slammed into a distracted zombie in the driveway before swerving around another small group. They made it to the road, and Donald took one longing look back. Both the house and the barn were ablaze now. No one else would ever find sanctuary within those walls. He didn't know why the zombies congregated there overnight, but maybe that's what kept people away for the past year. Deja vu struck during their drive through Massachusetts and into Connecticut. It reminded him of the drive from Boston when they escaped the start of the zombie uprising. Only a year had passed since Donald sat in Fenway Park watching the game and meeting Matthew and his mother. Things hadn't worked out well for Deborah because she lost her life to a psycho on a killing spree shortly after their escape from Boston. The psycho lost his life a moment later, but it had been too late for Deborah, and now Matthew traveled with him. The Suburban had a big fuel tank, but it didn't get many miles per gallon. Once they entered the Nutmeg State, Donald noted the signs for the international airport. Airports breed commercial areas, so he expected they would find a fast food restaurant nearby. A burger would be a delightful treat, but he knew they wouldn't find one. Those restaurants would have storage for their used cooking oil and stores of fresh oil waiting their turn in their fryers. This vegetable oil would fuel the Suburban and get them all the way to Virginia. Gwen, take this exit for the airport. We should be able to find a restaurant with a store of cooking oil nearby. Cooking oil. Are you planning on making us fries? Gwen said with a smile on her lips. Fries would be great. No. Diesel engines will run on cooking oil. That's going to be our fuel source for our trip. Listen to you, smarty pants. I had to learn something at MIT. Donald returned her smile. In fact, he learned about cooking oil while experimenting with an old VW Jetta. That car ran over 300,000 miles while he owned it. Sure enough, they found all the normal fast food restaurants outside of the airport. They started with the one with the golden arches out front, since the parking lot was clear of zombies. Donald unpacked the filter and pump he found at the farm and pumped out the waste tanks. While the pump ran, a military Humvee screamed to a stop in the parking lot. A tall woman with dark skin and bright blue hair stepped out of the driver's side, while a smaller man waved from the passenger seat of the truck. What the fuck are you doing here?
Chapter 17. Michael Christopher.
Michael Christopher. Michael still didn't know what to make of Diana, even after a week of living under the same roof with her. Sure, the sex was great, and she had an insatiable appetite for it. But Diana still wanted him to go to the CDC with her. It sounded like a good idea initially, but he wasn't so sure about it anymore. He didn't know if he really possessed immunity to the zombie virus, or if he had just been lucky when he got bit. Either way, Michael had no desire to become someone's lab experiment. Diana proved she could keep them both safe with her superhuman combat abilities, but she struggled to find a viable way for them to travel down south to the CDC. If she ever figured out how to get there, then Michael would have to choose between running away or giving in to her wishes. Why couldn't things stay as they were now? Their days, since she rescued him from the horde at the bowling alley, fell into a set daily pattern. First thing in the morning, they'd head out and explore the surrounding area. They then returned any supplies they found to their fortified gate at the airport. Diana still hoped to find a cache of fuel for their trip, even though plenty of supplies remained available to support them here. Each day, Diana would find a group of zombies to take her frustrations out on. Regardless of the size of the gathered horde, they didn't stand a chance against her violent attack. Michael didn't know what drove Diana to these outbursts because she refused to discuss her past. Before the sun descended below the horizon for the evening, they would return to their home at the airport, eat dinner, and then have sex before falling asleep in each other's arms. Michael enjoyed their time together, but the repetitive nature had become tiring. Do ya think we'll ever find a fucking pilot? Why are you so obsessed with flying? Shit, Mickey. I want to fucking get you safe to the CDC. You asses go and be a fucking hero. I'm not sure I want to be a hero. Damn, don't be a shit, Mikey. The fucking world will die without you. The world is already dead. When's the last time you saw another living human? Her dark brown eyes bore through him. He felt like she could see into his soul when she stared at him like this. Michael knew he hit a nerve because the dead outnumbered the living, from what they observed as they traveled throughout the town. This had been suburban Connecticut, and it teemed with human life at one point. Now the living population held at 2, while the community of the dead appeared limitless. Fuck you. Diana turned and stormed off. He knew she wouldn't go far because their entire world consisted of this one small, secured area within the airport terminal building. Her interior might actually be deeper than the tough but shallow exterior she showed him, or Diana might only be the cartoon character she came across as. Michael couldn't tell after the short time they had been together. Mikey, get your ass over here and fuck me. Then you can go sleep in the doghouse. After the booming command, Diana cackled. So much for her being a deep thinker. It seemed she was as shallow as her vulgar mouth betrayed. Michael would do his duty and then plot his next move, with or without her. He was the man who couldn't die, and by all indications Diana was his perfect match. They were a match made in the pit of hell this world had become. They ate breakfast together at the start of another pointless day of just surviving. Like the instructions on a bottle of shampoo, lather, rinse, repeat. That had become their life during the zombie apocalypse, nothing more. One day, exactly the same as the one before it. Michael wished Diana would drop the CDC thing. He liked her company, but didn't want to submit to their experimenting on him. If they even existed anymore. The fateful day at the bowling alley had been the last time he had seen any other living human being except for Diana. Their daily search for others had been fruitless, and today would not differ from yesterday. Shit, Mikey. Why are you brooding? You got laid last night. Diana chuckled at her own little joke, but Michael couldn't even crack a smile. Do you think there's anyone else out there? I'm not enough of a fucking woman for you? Do we need to fuck twice a day? Your company is more than enough for me, but I wonder what happened to everyone else. Are they all dead or hiding somewhere? That's why I keep saying it's so fucking important to get you to the CDC. You'll save the fucking world. You keep harping about the CDC, but what if they're all dead too? Shit, Mikey, you re-fucking depressing. Let's saddle up and head out. Michael turned away to avoid those deep dark brown eyes. There's more going on behind them than she let on, and he couldn't stand the constant guilt trip she dealt him anymore. Better to humor her and get on with their day's activities, even if they had become pointless. The sooner they left, the sooner they'd return, and he'd get laid again. If he had written apocalyptic fiction rather than kids' books, his life would be the ultimate sophomore boy's fantasy. But who would ever believe a wimp like him lived with a warrior goddess like Diana? Not in his or anyone's wildest dreams. Their destination to explore today was a dumpy strip mall in the center of town. The location was across the river from a Waltz superstore, so even in the best of times, the owners neglected this part of town. A large discount store and drugstore around the corner from the strip mall were their focus for the day. Most people didn't know these places existed, even when open and zombies didn't walk the earth, but Michael had been a lifelong resident and knew every part of this small town. Diana stopped the Humvee in front of the discount store. As they climbed down onto the sidewalk, she spoke. Keep your fucking eyes open, Mikey. No need getting bit, even if you can't turn. I need your fucking body tonight. You too. The good news is the entire front of the store is glass, so it won't be dark when we get inside on this sunny day. When they reached the front door, it surprised Michael to find it locked. Diana made quick work of the locks with a pry bar from her backpack. The sunlight bathed the front of the store in bright light, while the depths of the store remained shrouded in shadows. It looked the same as the last time he entered this place, about 2 years ago. He preferred, along with almost everyone else who lived in town, to shop at the Waltz superstore across the river. What a fucking dump. Why'd they bother locking the door? This place is a shithole. Last time I came here it was still open and it looked the same. That had been over 2 years ago now. I'm sure we'll still find some decent stuff inside. Who else would have bothered with this place with Waltz so close by? Shit. Look at that. Fucking chocolate. Keep your fucking hands off my candy, Mikey. After an hour, they had everything useful loaded into the back of the Humvee, and the trailer they pulled behind it. This included cases of Diana's chocolate. The discovery lit up her face, and Michael realized how beautiful she actually was. He hoped the curse of the man who couldn't die wouldn't affect her. If he lost her now, he would probably die. Michael would never tell her this, of course, since it would complicate their relationship. Since both the trailer and back of the Humvee were full, they skipped the drugstore and headed back to their home and the gate at the airport. They would unload the back of the truck and hook up one of the other empty trailers before returning to loot the drugstore. 2 stores raided in one day would make a great day for them. The drive would bring them through a residential area before the commercial strip in front of the airport. For an international airport, the strip had been little to look at. Michael's bowling alley, an ice cream shack, a couple of hotels, a few burger places, and 3 sit-down restaurants made up the entire strip. Their route led them behind the burger place with the gold arches out front, and there they found actual living people standing behind the building. Diana, look. There's people standing behind the burger place. She turned the wheel hard and then screeched to a stop behind their vehicle. What were they doing behind the building? Any food inside the restaurant would have gone bad long ago. Diana flung open the door and jumped to the pavement while Michael grinned and waved from his elevated perch inside the Humvee. What the fuck are you doing here? Look, we mean no harm. We're just getting some fuel for our truck and we'll be on our way. The man said. Fuel? What the fuck? This is a burger place, not a gas station. Like your Humvee, our Suburban has a diesel engine. Diesel engines will run on vegetable oil, so burger places are perfect fuel sources. Shit, you hear that, Mikey? We got us some fucking gas for our trip to the CDC. The CDC still exists. What else is still functioning? The woman with the man from the truck spoke this time. Michael leapt out of the truck to take over this conversation before he lost control, and Diana did something stupid. Hi, my name is Michael and this is Diana. We have a safe place we're staying at the airport. Why don't you come with us and we can compare notes? We have supplies there so we can all eat and rest safely. He caught the glare coming from Diana. She had been the one looking for other survivors and now they found them. She seemed hesitant to take them in. Why was she so determined to make him a medical experiment? The man leaned over and said something to the woman he couldn't hear. Michael guessed they were discussing the offer he made. Okay. My name is Donald, this is Gwen, and Matthew is in the back of the truck. We'll take you up on the meal, but then we'll be on our way. Just give us another 5 minutes to fill our tank and jerry cans. After he finished filling their tank, Michael and Diana climbed back into the Humvee to lead the way to their home. She had been quiet while they waited, and her glare never faltered. What the fuck was that? Come fucking home with us? I thought part of our mission was to find other survivors. Isn't that what you've been telling me all along? Shit, Mikey. We don't know shit about them. They could fucking kill us and take our stuff. To be fair, you knew nothing about me, but you saved me and brought me home anyway. They're traveling with a kid. How many mass murders take their kids along with them? Mikey, fuck you. That ended their conversation as they pulled into the gate area of the airport. He might not get laid tonight, but the chance to meet and talk with other survivors made it worth it.
Chapter 18, Betty Bowman.
Betty Bowman. Betty's head ached from the front to the back of her skull. The pain came from a combination of the after-effect of the drugs used on her by the cannibals, and an unexplained lump on the back of her head. Natasha maintained her normal stoic facade and wouldn't talk about what happened to them after they lost consciousness. Natasha's clothing had blood smeared on them, and most of it didn't belong to her. A minor gunshot wound marked Natasha's side, but she had no other visible injuries. Would Betty ever solve the mystery of Natasha? Either way, it was good to have this one-woman army on her side. She saved Betty's life more times than she could count or even remember anymore. They found themselves in serious trouble after their dual escapes. Donald's camp, which had been their home for the past year, was destroyed. Some unknown group attacked, pillaged, and then burned it. Natasha told them Tom had been the architect of their betrayal, enabling the attackers. This news had been tough to take, and Betty imagined it had been worse for Helen. Helen and Tom were lovers before his erratic behavior ended their affair. Their escape from the burning camp led them straight into the grasp of a group of cannibals. Betty didn't like the looks of those creeps when they stopped to offer a ride, and she should have trusted her gut. If they hadn't been desperate to escape the first attack, they might have passed on the ride. Somehow, they escaped the grasp of the cannibals because of Natasha's skills. How she did it, Betty may never know since they drugged her, and she had been unconscious at the time of their rescue. After their second escape, they traveled to find Donald, Gwen, and Matthew. The campsite the three had stayed at looked like a war zone, with dead bodies and body parts scattered everywhere. What they didn't find were the bodies of their 3 friends, thank goodness. Natasha found signs of their jeep driving away from the back of the campsite, onto a path that led around the pond and into the woods. The old rickety VW bus they captured couldn't travel on this uneven trail, so it forced them back to the state highway. Their discussion turned to what their next move should be now they were homeless. Natasha climbed back into the van after she investigated the campsite. "Who's up for a road trip to Virginia?" "Virginia? What are you talking about?" Bobby said. Donald confided in Natasha and Betty after Tom's breakdown. He grew up in Virginia and discovered a bunker built under his childhood home. They discussed the value this place held as a viable fallback position in case of disaster at the camp in Maine. At the time, none of them envisioned the destruction that would befall the camp. Betty hoped this heap of junk VW bus could make the trip from Maine to Virginia without breaking down. Donald discovered a bunker his father built under his childhood home in Virginia. He told Natasha and I about it in case of disaster. "Today is definitely a disaster," Betty said. "Why didn't we know about this place?" Helen asked while she shook her head with drooped shoulders. "You were involved with Tom and Donald sensed he'd grown unstable. I guess he was right." Betty sighed because she was thankful Natasha spoke the words, and she didn't have to. She liked Helen and didn't want to hurt her any more than Tom already had. Helen flinched when Natasha finished speaking, before closing her eyes and catching her head in her trembling hands. "Anyone have directions for driving to Virginia?" Natasha asked from the driver's seat of the old VW bus. "Besides heading south, no. We need to find a map somewhere," Bobby said. "Look. There's a gas station up ahead. Maybe they'll have a map we can use." Betty pointed to the sign with a big red K on it. "We're going to stop and look for a map. We'll grab supplies inside." Natasha applied the brakes and took the right-hand turn into the gas station's empty parking lot. 4 sets of pump islands and a general store building sat on the property. She parked the van near the building, but pointed the nose toward the road for a quick getaway. "Here's the plan. Bobby, you'll accompany me inside to search for the maps. Betty and Helen, you'll both hang back and watch our backs. Guns only if we're overrun. We don't have a lot of ammo, so we can't waste it. Plus, there's no sense attracting any unwanted attention." Betty caught the wink and smile Natasha flashed at her before she climbed out of the van. Natasha was the closest thing to a mother Betty had since she watched zombies subdue her real mom. Her mom Pamela lived on in her heart after sacrificing herself, so Betty could escape the car dealership and go on living. Betty hoped the day wouldn't come where Natasha performed the same sacrifice to save her life. Losing Natasha might break her completely. Before they entered the store, Natasha banged on the doorframe with the machete she liberated from the cannibals. You may not like their methods, but they maintained a razor-sharp blade on their edged weapons. It drew 2 zombies toward the clanging at the front of the store. Natasha used the blade to dispatch them with 2 swift strikes. Bobby and Natasha headed inside while Betty and Helen kept one eye on the store and one on the parking lot to monitor for any incoming threats. After about 5 minutes, Bobby and Natasha emerged, carrying all their loot. They carried a road atlas for the United States, 2 empty jerry cans, a gas siphon hose, and an assortment of snacks. The wrecker and 2 cars parked around back of the store provided enough fuel to fill the VW bus and the 2 jerry cans. Now only 900 miles separated them from reaching the safety of Donald's bunker in Virginia. What could go wrong on a road trip during the zombie apocalypse? They spent the first night in a Cape Cod-styled house somewhere in New Hampshire. No one wanted to travel in the dark, since it would be too dangerous. Without streetlights lighting the way, they had no visibility. Wrecked and abandoned cars lined the roads, while zombies and other human threats could materialize out of the gloom. Plus, their headlights and the constant rattle of the old VW engine would announce their presence to anyone along the route miles before they actually arrived. Home improvement shows called this type of house cozy, but Betty called it dirty, musty, and cramped. They slept together in shifts in the first-floor living room. Before dark, they scavenged the house and came up with an older pump shotgun, shells for the gun, a pantry full of dry and canned goods, and a jerry can half filled with gas. These limited supplies established them as paupers compared to what they had in the camp, but Betty was grateful for each item they found. After the sun rose, they headed out for day 2 of their road trip. Even with their roundabout route on back roads, they hoped to make it to either Connecticut or New York before nightfall. If everything stayed on schedule, they'd make the bunker in another day or 2 of travel. Caution was the theme of the day. Every time their route crossed over the southbound highway, they would stop short and check the highway below before proceeding. During one of these crossings, a large group of armed travelers passed on the highway underneath them. No one took the time to count, but the assorted group of vehicles they traveled in put their numbers around 100 strong. Natasha reminded them to remain vigilant during their travels, so they wouldn't become victims of a crowd like this one. Their band of only 4 stood no chance against them, even with Natasha on their side. Without running into any trouble, they made their way south through Massachusetts. It surprised Betty when they came across the same gun shop Donald stopped at over a year ago during their escape from Boston. Natasha made a quick stop, but the building was wrecked and nothing of value remained left inside it. If only things had been simple, like they were on TV. Then they would have found a cache of assault rifles with unlimited ammo. Natasha found them a 1-story home to spend the night in. A home improvement show would call it mid-century modern, and Betty liked this place. The sheen on the wood trim and the shine of the chrome fixtures showed the love the owners had put into their home, but they were long gone now. After they cleared the house, but before the sun went down, they scavenged the home for anything useful. Here they hit the jackpot. The garage held a shiny Toyota Highlander hybrid SUV. No more rattling VW engine, giving Betty a constant headache. In the bedroom, they found a matching pair of Glock 9mm pistols, and Bobby discovered 2 unopened boxes of ammunition holding 500 rounds each in the basement. More canned food and dry goods filled the home's pantry. This still wouldn't make them a match for the army they saw earlier in the day, but they were better equipped for their journey now. The Toyota Highlander rode smooth and quiet when compared to the rattletrap VW bus they left behind. With the increased mileage from the hybrid drivetrain and all the fuel they still had, they might make it all the way to Virginia today. Their route would take them through areas of the state with high populations before the rise of the dead. All 4 passengers were on high alert for any trouble from either the living or the dead. Avoidance of the major highways would continue to be their goal. Things looked good for the first part of the journey on this 3rd day. As they approached an area in Connecticut with shopping areas, the sounds of small arms fire came from ahead of them. At one time, the town had been a shopping mecca with multiple malls and several individual warehouse stores. Signs lined the sides of the road as they drove, advertising the different merchant stores. One group of survivors wanted to keep all the stuff for themselves, and the army, Betty saw the day before, interfered with their goals. She would never know if the armed engagement had been intentional, or if the traveling army triggered a trap. If it had been a trap, then this had been good luck for Betty and her friends, because they avoided it. The 4 of them wouldn't have survived the onslaught from this attacking force. They needed to find a route around the skirmish, so neither side would engage them in battle. None of the 4 had ever been to this town and they couldn't take the time to consult the maps, so Natasha picked a direction and drove. The road appeared to lead them away from the battle, and they thought it might lead them to safety. It almost worked. Natasha drove the Toyota at a speed exceeding the posted speed limits, away from the sound of the small arms fire. Whoever occupied this area cleared the road because the telltale abandoned cars they had become used to seeing didn't litter the road. This should have given them pause, but they drove on, seeking safety from the firefight. As they passed by a small strip mall, an older pickup truck fell in behind them. Two men stood in the truck's bed and fired over the cab at them. Bullets clunked off of the Toyota's sheet metal and shattered the back window on the liftgate. When the first bullets flew, Natasha upped the speed from fast to Mario Andretti. The road curved through the landscape, and the Toyota practically leaned over onto two tires as she took each corner. But somehow the pickup truck kept pace, and the bullets continued to impact the sheet metal of the SUV. A long blind corner laid ahead of them, and Natasha pushed the gas pedal to the floor. "Hang on," she yelled. Halfway through the curve, they discovered the first broken-down vehicle for miles. It was a tractor-trailer with a home improvement box store name on its side. Natasha's reflexes were like lightning, and she jerked the wheel away from the stopped trailer. The nimble Toyota SUV responded with squealing tires, but it made the turn Natasha asked from it. Betty's stomach felt like it wanted to expel everything she had eaten all over the vehicle, but she swallowed it all back down when they didn't crash. Those riding in the pickup truck weren't as lucky as those in the SUV. Their tires squealed, and they crashed straight into the parked tractor-trailer. The truck compressed from the impact and the gas tank tore open, igniting the remains of the vehicle into a fireball. Yes. Betty couldn't help shouting after they almost died. A sputter from under the Toyota's hood interrupted her glee. All at once the engine quit, and Natasha smashed her fists on the steering wheel while she cursed in Russian. At the same moment, Helen cried out, "Bobby!" Oh no! A firefight was a strange thing to experience. Hundreds of bullets fly through the air, and nothing of any value may get hit. This time, several bullets found their mark. Toyota builds a tough truck, but it wasn't bulletproof. Bullets tore through the skin of the Highlander and punctured the gas tank and the jerry cans they had stored in the back. The lack of fuel killed the engine, causing the SUV to stall in the middle of the road. Unless they found a replacement gas tank and installed it, the Highlander had driven its last mile. Helen had cried out because bullets tore through Bobby's neck and midsection. He had bled out before the engine even stopped, and Helen could do nothing to save him. Their group of 4 had become 3. Natasha made sure he wouldn't reanimate, and they buried him on the side of the road, near the dead SUV. The place they came to a stop had a Mexican restaurant, a gas station, an ice cream shop, a car wash, and a small strip mall surrounding it. Too bad there wasn't a car dealer on the corner. A side street contained homes, so they would look there for a place to spend the night. They needed to regroup, find transportation, and grieve their loss. So much loss in only a few short days. How would they survive?
Chapter 19, Gwen Quinn.
Gwen Quinn. Gwen didn't know what to make of Diana and Michael, since they just met them while they refueled the Suburban. Donald wanted to follow them to their place to find out if they were potential friends, but she wasn't keen on this plan. True, they hadn't met any new allies the past year, but these two were over the top. Diana's powerful build made her appear as a competent warrior, but her vulgar mouth and bright blue hair made her appear ridiculous. Michael's demeanor, as a weak little weenie, presented a complete opposite to Diana. How had he survived for so long? They were an odd couple for sure, put together in the madness the world had become. "Are you sure this is smart?" Gwen said. Donald drove the Suburban behind the Humvee, following it down an airport access road toward the terminal buildings. "Considering we may be the only 3 left alive from our camp in Maine, we could use all the friends we can find. We'll feel them out over a meal and decide afterward. Worse comes to worse, we part ways. No loss either way." "I guess you're right. Let's stay alert though. This could be a trap." "I like her blue hair. Have you ever seen muscles like hers on a woman before?" Matthew said from the back seat. "Yes, her hair is something all right. Maybe you'll consider some color, Gwen?" All 3 chuckled at Donald's joke. Did anyone ever tell you two that you're hilarious? Let's keep the hair and muscle comments to ourselves. I wouldn't want to get on her nasty side. Donald followed the Humvee through a hole cut into the airport's perimeter fence, and they drove around the terminal building. Airplanes loaded and disembarked their passengers on this far side of the building. 3 airplanes sat parked on the tarmac in front of the gates, as they awaited passengers and crew who would never come. The Humvee stopped in front of an empty gate, and they both climbed out. Diana didn't wait for anyone, but stormed up a set of steps and disappeared inside the building. Michael stood alone and waved with a stupid grin on his face as the Suburban approached him. I'm not sure that guy is all there either. He appears to have a screw loose, Donald said as he parked the Suburban nose out, allowing them to make a quick getaway if things went south. I'd keep those comments to yourself too, since he might just be the saner of the two, Gwen said before getting out of their truck. Hi, welcome to Bradley International Airport. We have a few gates blocked off where we stay. The nice thing is, there are still lights and running water inside. At least they work during the daytime when the sun shines bright. Come on in and check out our home. They walked up a set of steps and entered through the back of one of the jet bridges that provided a walkway from the gate to the parked airplane. Once inside, they found the place just as Michael described it to them. A large open area barricaded from the rest of the airport by a combination of furniture, gift shop displays, and assorted airport equipment. Along the far side of the room sat a set of bathrooms and a long-closed snack bar. Their former camp in Maine had power, so working lights didn't impress Gwen. Based upon Michael's comments, she assumed solar panels sat on top of the building, keeping the power on. Diana slumped on a stool in the snack bar area with her back to the entrance. I'd show you around, but all you can see is all we have. The restrooms work, but they are just public bathrooms with no showers or tubs. Feel free to use them if you wish, and then we can sit down at the snack bar and eat some food. Michael pointed toward the restroom signs on the wall across from the entrance. Gwen followed Donald and Matthew into the men's room. It made no difference to her which they used, but she thought Matthew might balk about entering the women's room. He was still a young boy, even if the apocalypse required him to grow up too quickly. Matthew disappeared into a stall at the end of the row, and Gwen leaned over to whisper in Donald's ear. What do you think? They've done all right for themselves. I'm surprised all the utility systems are still working. There must be some type of solar panel system on top of the building, but that doesn't explain the working water supply. Let's eat and then decide what's next for us. Too bad you don't know how to fly a plane. There are 3 lined up for departure. They didn't teach flying at MIT. Chances are good those planes aren't even flyable after sitting for the past year. Fuel goes bad quickly and no one has maintained them. You can't pull over onto a cloud and call roadside assistance if the engines shut down while flying. The flush of the toilet ended their conversation. Gwen didn't want to worry Matthew, but she wanted to equip him with the skills to take care of himself, since no one knew what tomorrow held. It had been tough fulfilling her role as a substitute mother during the apocalypse, but she loved Matthew all the same. She had no previous experience as a mother, and her mom hadn't provided a good example. As they returned to the gate area, the smell of cooking meat wafted from the snack bar. Michael saw the 3 walking in and called them over to join him. He cooked chunks of meat and vegetables covered with cheese on the flat-top grill behind the counter. Don't get excited about the meat because it's Spam. I've gotten good at hiding the awful taste with grilled veggies and processed cheese food. We're reaching the end of our food stores though. Then we'll only have the MREs we recovered from the National Guard base left to eat, and who knows how bad they taste. Compared to the food we've had the last few days, it sounds wonderful, Donald said as they all sat down on the bar stools in front of the snack bar. This meal would be a step down from the fresh food the camp in Maine provided, but since its destruction, they couldn't be picky. So, where are the 3 of you headed to? We lived in a camp in Maine, and raiders destroyed it a few days ago. As far as we know, we're the only survivors from our original group. We have no destination in mind, but figured we'd head south to avoid the harsh winter. Donald lied to the two strangers and winked at Gwen behind their backs. Maybe you could stay here with us a few days before you move on? Shit, Mikey, do you hear yourself? We aren't here to fucking play house like the fucking Brady Bunch. We need to get your ass to the CDC. What makes you think the CDC still exists, and why would you want to go there even if it did? Gwen would let Donald handle this conversation, and only jump in if she felt he needed her help. This wasn't a garden club society party. These answers might mean life or death to the three of them. Where have you been, dumbass? The fucking CDC is operating at a location between Atlanta and Tennessee. Those brainiacs are looking for a cure, and Mikey here is the fucking key. He could end all this fucking shit. How's Michael the key to a cure? Is he a virologist? Diana cackled before responding. Shit, no. Mikey be a dumbass and got himself bit. Show him your fucking arm, dumbass. Michael pulled up his sleeve, and Gwen could see a nasty scar made by human teeth. It had healed, and he hadn't become a member of the Walking Dead. How could this be? Anyone who got bit or scratched by a zombie turned into a flesh-eating monster. Fucking A, huh? He's fucking immune. Our duty is to get his sorry ass to the fucking doctors at the CDC. How's the fucking veggie oil fuel shit work? Diesel engines will run on cooking oil as long as the oil doesn't get too cold. If it gets cold, it will sludge up and the motor won't start. Keep the oil warm and pump it out of any restaurant's holding tank. They classified cooking oil as hazardous waste, so it's all stored on site in containers until the restaurant could dispose of it properly. Easy as that. Aren't you so fucking smart? How fucking soon until your asses are ready to head out? We need to get our shit together and get our asses on the road. Hold on now. We never said we were going with you. We said we would talk about it. Seems too risky to me. How do we even know the CDC is still operational? Shit. Then I don't have any fucking use for you three. Get the fuck out now. Too much fucking risk. We get Mikey's ass to the CDC, and this shit is all fucking over. Both of you calm down. I'm not sure I want to go to the CDC either. Would any of you want to become a human lab experiment? What do you think they'll do to me once we get there? They'll study me and stick needles into me 24/7. Donald, Michael, and Diana stared each other down. All three breathed heavy like they ran a marathon, and none looked like they would give in. Gwen spoke to break the tension in the room. Michael, thanks for the food. You've given us something to think about, Diana, so let's find a place to spend the night, and we'll talk it over in the morning. After we've all slept on it and calmed down, we can decide the best course of action. You can stay here with us tonight. No need to go running off. Shit, Mikey. You a dumbass. Malice dripped from Diana's words, and she stormed away from the rest of the group. She'll be fine after she calms down. Diana runs away from me most nights, but then calls me back to her bed. Please stay here. We can sleep soundly as we watch each other's back. The sun was already setting, and they weren't familiar with the area, so the oncoming darkness decided for them. Gwen and Donald split the night on watch so the other could get some sleep. Michael slept in the center of the room, away from both them and Diana. It would be a long, chilly night for them all, even with the warm summer weather outside. Early the next morning, Donald, Matthew, and Gwen sat together and pondered their future. Michael's sleeping spot in the middle of the room was empty, so he must have been right about Diana's nighttime booty call. The sun shone bright with no dark clouds spoiling the bright blue morning sky. I think we should go to the CDC with them. Matthew spoke first before either adult. Matthew, you're only an 11-year-old child. You don't have any say in what we do. We need to get to Virginia and stay safe in my bunker. It's time to look after ourselves and not worry about everyone else. Besides, these two are nuts and their mission is foolish," Donald said as he crossed his arms in front of him and stared daggers at the boy. "Donald, if she's right, then we could have our old lives back. No zombies wandering around anymore. Maybe baseball could even return? Don't you remember watching the Red Sox play at Fenway?" Tears formed in the corners of Matthew's eyes and his chin trembled. Gwen marveled at how fast Matthew matured for an 11-year-old. "Don't you remember what happened after that game, Matthew? Stop being such a baby. Gwen, you need to handle this. I'm not taking survival advice from a little boy. You've both stayed alive this long because of the decisions I've made." Donald stomped away from them after he finished speaking. She could see the truth behind both their points of view, but she thought it was time to do something greater than themselves. They had hunkered down for over a year and did nothing but hide out and survive. Besides, it might not have been the soundness of Donald's decisions, but a stroke of good luck they all stumbled into that saved them. What had Donald done to save their lives? Tears flowed freely down Matthew's face, so Gwen took him into her arms. She would do everything in her power to smooth this conflict over, even if it meant parting ways with Donald. It might not be a smart move if his place in Virginia had the supplies and security of the camp in Maine. Then it would be stupid not to shut up and go with him. On the other hand, ending the zombie threat would make Donald's second fortress obsolete. "Matthew, I'll talk to him. Don't worry, everything will be okay." Now she wondered if she lied to Matthew like Donald had to Michael and Diana the night before. A short time later, Matthew cried himself out, Michael appeared and started breakfast, and Donald sulked off in the corner all by himself. Diana still hadn't emerged from her hiding place. Her over-the-top personality didn't respond well to rejection. "Good morning, Gwen and Matthew. I hope you both slept well." "Thanks, Michael. We're fine. How about you?" "Like I told you last night, Diana called me to her bed. She needs me as much as I need her." "Are those eggs?" Matthew asked while he watched Michael cook on the flat-top grill. Gwen hoped the bed comment went over his head so she wouldn't have to explain it to him later. It would be much worse if she let Diana explain it to Matthew. "Yes, Diana discovered some feral chickens living at a farm close by. We keep them in the gate across the tarmac from here, so we don't have to put up with the noise or stink they make." "Cool, I love scrambled eggs." "Good thing. It's the only way I know how to cook eggs." Michael winked at Matthew and they both laughed. The eggs were good, and the three of them sat at the snack bar enjoying them together. Both Donald and Diana brooded alone at separate ends of the building. After seeing Michael in this light, he didn't appear crazy, like Gwen originally thought. "Michael, what do you want to do?" Gwen asked him, since this trip to the CDC would have the biggest impact on his quality of life. If anyone still existed there, then they would make Michael a lab rat for study. "What do you mean?" "This trip to the CDC. It's your life, so what do you want to do?" He sat quietly as he wrinkled his forehead and rubbed his hands together. Time passed and Gwen became certain no response would come, but then he spoke. "I think it's unlikely the CDC still exists. Diana and I have seen no other living humans for months now, so why would they still be alive and well down there? If there's a chance though, I should do what I can to help the other survivors. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what they'll do to me, and of what we'll find during the trip itself." A frown filled his face and he appeared close to tears. What would she do with such an enormous burden as his? Gwen reached out and took his hand in hers. "If you want to go, Matthew and I will have your back. We just have to convince the two bone-headed grumps to back your decision, regardless of what it is." Matthew and Gwen helped Michael clean up the mess from their breakfast. They spent the time laughing and joking, trying to forget the major decision they all needed to make. The time seemed to invigorate Michael because he stood up tall and straight and moved with a purpose. Once they finished, he spoke to the entire group. Gwen reminded me that this decision to travel to the CDC affects me the most. I'm the one that has to live with becoming a human lab experiment. My contributions to life so far have been fresh-cut grass and writing children's books. Neither is worth much anymore in the apocalypse. So I've decided to take the chance and go to the CDC. I hope you'll all accompany me. Fucking A, Mikey. I always knew you was a fucking hero. You can count the three of us out. We're going our own way. Donald shouted from across the room. Look, Donald, Matthew and I have decided to go with them on this trip. This is much bigger than the three of us. It's a chance to start over. Press a restart button for the entire world. Donald's nostrils flared, and he pointed wildly at the four of them while he spoke. You four deserve each other. Go on your fool's errand and die. See if I care. He stormed out of the building, and Gwen heard the door slam on the Suburban as the diesel engine roared to life. Donald left the two of them behind with strangers.
Chapter 20. James Big Jim Richards.
James Big Jim Richards. Big Jim worried about the deteriorating state of their camp in Tennessee. Things had been good when he first arrived a year ago, but lately everything had gone downhill. Max continued to lament both losing contact with Donald and his offhanded comments to this Amy person. He wasted his time on imaginary threats and lost focus on the real threat which sat right on their doorstep. President Carl Stevens and the new United States and U.S. Army had closed in on their mountain location. Times were tough and the new regime needed both new soldiers and supplies. Isaac and Big Jim were the prime candidates for their army, but this mountain fortress held an abundance of food, medicine, and weapons. All these items were worth more than gold in this economy of death. Max held firm to the fact the camp remained camouflaged on the side of a mountain, but Big Jim worried their time was fleeting. Donald wouldn't be their savior, whoever he was, and the NUS had only evil intent toward them. The solution to their problems would have to come from Big Jim. Max dwelled on his fears, and Corinne and Isaac were too simple to help or care about anyone except themselves. Those two lucked into finding this place with Max because they'd both be dead on their own. Today's problems were twofold. First, half of their solar panels had failed because of a defective circuit board in the controller. They needed to get the panels working again to keep the camp's other systems functioning. The second problem focused on enemy intelligence. Big Jim needed to know what the NUS Army had planned to stay one step ahead of them. A hopeful defector fed them regular information, but Jim needed to leave the camp and travel to town to speak with him. With Max losing it, everyone looked to him for leadership. It was a burden he accepted without complaint. Isaac, I need you to go into town with me today. We need to find some parts for our solar panel controller. Can't you take someone else? He's a father, you know. Corinne's voice had a high-pitched whine he couldn't stand. What did Isaac see in her? It had to be she was the only woman his age in the camp. Do you think Max, the teenagers, or one of the children would be a better candidate to accompany me, Corinne? Get your stuff together and be ready to go in 10 minutes, Isaac. This isn't up for discussion. You think you can boss us around just because you're so big? Corinne, stop. Isaac finally put his pants on and spoke up for himself. Jim decided not to stick around for their fight, so he turned his back and readied his gear for the mission. He knew Isaac would come along, even if Corinne had him whipped. Isaac knew his place and did his duty, since Isaac knew they couldn't survive on their own. Their baby made it impossible. Isaac and Big Jim rode matching ATVs down a twisty mountain trail toward the nearest town, Wearsville Valley. No one would confuse this place with New York City, but the state of Tennessee gave it city status. An electronic supply warehouse in one corner of the town was their destination. If it didn't have the circuit board they needed, it would have the spare parts Jim needed to make the repair. He had many life skills the other survivors knew nothing about. They all thought of him as a tall, muscle-bound country hick, but he was much more than he appeared. Their second stop of the day would be a meeting with their spy from the NUS Army. He would give them the intelligence they needed to remain one step ahead of the NUS threat. So far, President Stevens' efforts had concentrated on shoring up the CDC, clearing the area of zombies, pillaging any nearby survivors' strongholds, and expanding the territory of the NUS. They controlled a large section of Georgia, South Carolina, and were expanding into Tennessee. Their mountain camp would be a nice feather in the new president's cap. On a previous visit to town, Isaac and Jim encountered a squad from the NUS Army. That encounter didn't go well for the soldiers. Big Jim rendered the group of 10 men unconscious before they knew what hit them. Some people may have killed them all, but Jim figured they were men trying to survive and acting on orders from others, not evil of themselves. They took all their supplies and Jim disabled their weapons, so they wouldn't have been welcomed back to their base with a victory party. Depending on the wrath of their superiors, they might all be dead now anyway. Even though Jim was big, he knew how to move in a stealth manner. Isaac moved with all the caution of a three-legged elephant on crack. It shouldn't have been a surprise when the NUS soldiers surrounded Isaac as he paraded down the middle of the street. On the authority of the NUS, I order you to halt and surrender. The squad encircling Isaac consisted of 15 soldiers. They must have learned a lesson after their last encounter in the town. Soldiers were too kind of term for them since these men showed little training or discipline, and all sported dissimilar gear. They looked more like a group of thugs playing vigilante or children playing war. President Stevens couldn't be too picky about who he recruited for their army with a zombie apocalypse going on, and it showed. Isaac froze and raised his hands high above his head. His head swiveled around, looking at the threat encircling him. Jim hoped Isaac wouldn't give him away, since he was now Isaac's only hope to survive this mess. Using your left hand, put your weapon on the ground in front of you. Then take 3 steps backward and lower yourself on your knees with your hands clasped behind your head. Look, we mean no harm. We're just trying to. The soldier standing nearest to Isaac crashed the butt of his shotgun into Isaac's stomach, interrupting his speech. Isaac doubled over and collapsed to the ground. Big Jim hoped the stupid crew hadn't caught Isaac's use of the word "we" when he spoke. The element of surprise would be a valuable thing to lose, since the soldiers outnumbered him. Pair up and fan out. He said the word "we," so there are others here somewhere. Find them and bring them back to me. If you have to, kill them all. Shit. The game was on now. Jim turned away as 2 soldiers pummeled Isaac where he laid on the ground. He'd have to handle the remaining men who searched for him before he could save Isaac from the beating. This time, Big Jim wouldn't be as kind to these soldiers. These NUS guys were becoming too much of a nuisance to let them live. A large assortment of weapons were available in their armory, but Jim preferred to travel light. He carried a Glock 19 with 5 extra magazines and a compound bow with a quiver of arrows. Isaac carried an AR-15 along with his sidearm, but neither served him today. A lot of unnecessary flash. Jim rounded the corner and jammed himself into the shadows to wait for the first group of 2. It wouldn't be a fair fight for them. The first 2 soldiers entered Jim's alley, making enough noise to wake the dead. He stepped from the shadows and struck the first man square in his face with one of his fists. People compared his fists to whole-baked hams, so the impact snapped the man's neck back unnaturally before he collapsed in a heap. Before the second man could react, Jim incapacitated him with a backhand strike. After exercising mercy last time, Jim would make sure these 2 never recovered to rejoin the fight. The next 4 soldiers dropped as easy as the first 2. 6 men down, and Jim hadn't even broken a sweat. 2 engines roared and interrupted his thoughts. Jim ran and discovered 2 pickup trucks speeding away. Splashes of blood covered the last place Jim saw Isaac, but he disappeared along with the remaining soldiers. He needed to find out what the NUS Army knew about them. Their meeting with the NUS informant would take place behind the town's library. It was 5 blocks west from Jim's current location, so he jogged to the meeting site. Jim needed to know if this attack had been a coincidence or if the NUS Army knew about their camp and had planned it. He hoped the spy would know where they had taken Isaac. Isaac proved to be an idiot, but Max still considered him important, for some odd reason. Even with Max racing toward a breakdown, Jim didn't want to let him or anyone else down. The one-story stone-faced library building had been built during prosperous times, and the grand neoclassical architecture style showed it. Columns lined both the front and the back of the building, while the sides looked plain. They had picked this spot to meet because of its central location, and the fact the columns on the back porch hid their clandestine meetings from any prying eyes. With the surprise attack today, Jim hoped the decorative columns did their trick of concealing him. Jim approached the back of the building but detected no movements on the porch. It's possible the combat activity in town spooked the snitch, and he ran off too. He drew the Glock and continued to slink forward. His contact would normally make himself know by now, so no accidental shootings occurred. There was still no movement, but Jim couldn't leave until he knew for sure the spy had stood him up. As he eased past the first column, Jim found the informant. No additional information would come from him, because someone put a bullet through the center of his forehead. Things were adding up, but Jim didn't like the sum. A team of soldiers waiting in town for them, Isaac kidnapped, and now the spy dead at their rendezvous point. As Jim contemplated his next move, a shot rang out and the stone facade splintered above his head. He dropped to his belly and crawled deeper into the cover of the porch. A block behind the library stood the tallest building in this faux city. The state government building stood 5 stories tall, and its roof concealed a sniper. Jim's Glock would be useless to defend himself at this range. How could these untrained clowns show this much organization? All their camp supplies were more than enough for a dozen people, but they wouldn't go far when feeding an entire army. Think, Jim, unless you want to die here today at the hands of these morons. Laying on his stomach under the cover of the library's porch kept him out of the sights of the sniper, but he couldn't remain here forever. Jim didn't know how many adversaries he faced, and his ATV sat 7 blocks away. Both the bow and Glock wouldn't help him against the gunman on the roof because of the range. The line of sight from the government building made him a sitting duck if he tried to blindly run for it. Why didn't they shoot him as he arrived at the library? They wanted him to find the dead spy's body. That's the only explanation he could think of, but why? Big Jim continued his belly crawl to the far corner of the building with no new shots. If he guessed their location correctly, the library building should obstruct the sniper's view. Of course, if he guessed wrong, he'd end up dead in a moment. Waiting for the soldiers to regroup and converge on his location wasn't an option either. He continued to crawl around the side of the building, and then sprung to his feet after he passed the edge of the building. Jim took no new gunshots as a good sign he picked correctly. With the building to his back, he edged toward the front corner. Once he reached the street again, things would get tricky. If Jim continued back toward the ATV's parking spot, he would expose himself to the sniper's line of sight for half a block. Better to make it there first and then worry about the proper action to take. He reached the front of the building and peeked around the corner. The road in front of the library was clear. What now? Jim could run the half block to safety, but he doubted even Usain Bolt could cover the distance quick enough to avoid being shot by the sniper. Even an untrained marksman wouldn't miss the easy target his gigantic frame provided. A bang and a moan from inside the library gave him an idea. Someone had tied the side entrance of the library shut with heavy wire. Big Jim uncoiled the wire and opened the door. A dozen zombies ambled to the now open door toward their newfound freedom. They shambled down the street like one large undead mob. As the first zombie cleared the side of the building, the sniper's rifle rang out for a second time. The lead zombie staggered after the bullet struck its shoulder, but he continued to move forward. A living human would have dropped, but not an undead soldier from hell. Boom, 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 more shots rang out. One zombie had fallen, but the rest continued their march down the road. If Jim timed it right, he could make it across the opening while the sniper reloaded. One straggler turned on Jim, interrupting his thoughts. Useless, stupid zombies. Why couldn't they do what they were told? He unloaded a powerful left hook, scrambling its brain, and it collapsed in a heap at his feet. The gunfire paused, so Jim ran past the zombies for the cover beyond. 2 more shots rang out and another zombie fell as Jim ran past it. Things looked up since Jim made it to the cover without being shot. Now he needed to reach his ATV and warn the camp. 6 more blocks passed in a blur, but Jim remained unharmed. This day went to hell quickly, but he remained uninjured. He would fail in finding the parts for the solar array, but Jim hoped to make the camp before any threat reached it first. His hopes faded once he got to the parking spot for the 2 ATVs. The soldiers wrecked both of them, and neither would get him back up the mountain without a complete rebuild. Even if he could run the entire way up the mountain and back to the camp, it would take him several hours. This imagined battle at the camp might be over before then, even if whoever hunted Jim didn't catch him first. First things first. Big Jim needed to find a defendable place to hide and come up with a plan. An old farmhouse a half-mile from town provided sanctuary for the night. Nightfall would have come long before he would have reached the camp on foot. Even if he avoided whoever chased him through the town. Better to wait the night out in safety than to wander the woods with unknown enemies. Invincibility eluded Jim, even if he was big and strong. Fitful sleep provided his only rest during the long night, as worry about those he left behind at camp filled his head. Dawn's first light shone on the answer to his transportation problem. The former occupants of this farm had a John Deere Gator parked in the barn behind the house. A Gator could handle the terrain fine, but he hoped it wouldn't be too wide for the twisting trail. With any luck, he would be back at the mountain camp within the hour. Luck continued to bless Big Jim. The Gator started when he twisted the key and ran smoothly with a full tank of fuel in it. Someone added fuel preservative to the gasoline, so the motor hummed. Jim found the Gator a perfect match for the mountain path, just fitting within its curving borders. He would make it back in time to warn everyone about the coming danger and get everyone out safely. Before he reached the camp's grounds, the path curved over a ridge which overlooked the entire camp's property. What he saw below him almost made his heart stop. Isaac and all the remaining members of the camp were on their knees, surrounded by NUS troops. The troops numbered around 50 strong, and half had their weapons trained on the kneeling prisoners. A man stood before the group speaking to them, but Jim's location made hearing the words impossible. Jim had lost his bow yesterday during the sniper attack, so all he had left was the Glock. From this distance and with this many adversaries, he was helpless. There must be a way to save them. Think Jim. While Jim thought about what to do next, the men raised their weapons and fired. All the kneeling bodies fell lifeless to the ground. Big Jim wanted to scream, but doing so would only add another body to the pile. He knew attacking 50 men with only a Glock would be suicide, so he did the only thing he could do. Jim turned the Gator around and drove back down the mountain for the last time. Somehow, Jim vowed he would revenge the death of the members of the camp. Today wouldn't be the day for retribution. With no other destination in mind, Jim drove back to the farm where he spent the night. He could grieve his loss and plan for the future.
Chapter 21.
Ron, Rosie, and Miracle escaped the camp of cannibals, saving the baby's life. Those idiots, Mac and Jacob, brought back someone they couldn't handle, and a massacre resulted, providing Ron the distraction they needed to escape. Abigail fell at Ron's hand, but he left the others behind to fend for themselves against their mystery attacker. With any luck, they were all dead now, and no one would ever come looking for them. He had gathered supplies for the 3 of them and hid them in the woods for their getaway, all to protect their baby, Miracle. The cannibals planned on sacrificing Miracle to their god, to assure their continued survival. That's why Abigail had to die, and why they had to run away. Ron was eager to leave this warped lifestyle of feasting on human flesh behind. Since their departure, Rosie hadn't shared Ron's passion for escaping Abigail's influence. She had been a part of this perverted lifestyle for over 10 years, and Rosie didn't want to abandon the camp or stop eating people. Abigail had been like a mother to her since the cannibals saved her from the horror of the streets as a runaway teenager. I don't understand why you had to kill Abigail. She protected you, fed you, and nursed you back to health after being shot. You would have died all alone in the woods if not for her. Don't you get it, Rosie? Abigail would have killed Miracle in some brutal ritual. We're her parents, and it's our duty to protect her. I had no choice but to act. If Abigail decided Miracle was an acceptable sacrifice, then who are you to question her wisdom? Will you listen to yourself? You gave birth to that baby. She's your daughter too. You'd give her up to death by a psycho? Are you naive enough to think Miracle was my first child? I've had 5 others, and Abigail sacrificed every one of them. Their deaths satisfied Molech and kept us flush with meat for years. It was my solemn duty to the camp. Those words punched Ron in the gut. He did not know how to respond to Rosie's confession. How could a mother allow someone to murder her children like this? His love and her good looks blinded him to the madness Rosie had hidden inside her. Eating human flesh drove them all insane. Before Ron could compose himself, Rosie reached over and jerked the steering wheel hard to the right. The Jeep's tires bit hard at the sudden change in direction, and then they drove off into the ditch along the side of the road. Its high center of gravity caused it to roll as it crashed into the gully. Something heavy from the back cargo area struck Ron in the head, and his world went black. A throbbing pain from the back of his skull returned Ron to consciousness. He blinked repeatedly to clear his vision and found himself suspended, upside down, in the driver's seat of his stolen Jeep Cherokee. As he turned his head to the side, he discovered the passenger door was left wide open, and Rosie's seat empty. After taking a quick inventory, his body appeared undamaged, except for the growing lump on the back of his head. Ron pushed the release on his seatbelt and fell onto the roof of the upside-down Jeep. The driver's door wouldn't budge, so he climbed out through the open passenger door. Once outside, Ron looked into the backseat, and his greatest fear became true. Miracle's car seat was gone. That meant her crazy mother, Rosie, had taken her for her own evil purposes. The apocalypse meant no more Amber Alerts, so finding Miracle before Rosie killed her would be up to him alone. Who knew how long he had been unconscious and how much of a head start Rosie had? Ron moved to the rear hatch and found the backpack he packed still in the cargo area. There had been one for Rosie, and it sat next to his. Wherever she planned on running off to, Rosie had no supplies with her. The pistol remained tucked into his belt, and the stolen shotgun sat in the cargo area, along with the packs. At least he had weapons to defend himself with. Not much ammo left for either gun, but it would be a start. Ron decided he wouldn't hesitate to put Rosie down once he found her. These cannibals all needed to die to keep Miracle safe. Climbing the hill and returning to the road presented Ron with a choice. Should he continue south or turn back toward the camp they ran from? Which way would Rosie go? After deliberating for a minute, Ron headed back toward the camp. He felt it was Rosie's most likely destination, since it had been all she knew her adult life. As he walked down the road, a line of school buses approached him. They weren't ordinary buses, but looked like they came from the set of a Mad Max movie. Someone welded heavy steel plates onto the sides of them to protect the occupants traveling inside. This wasn't an everyday sight, especially during these times. The first bus slowed and then stopped next to Ron, and the door opened. "Hi, stranger, I see you're on your own. My name is Daniel, and I'd like to offer you the protection of the Republic. We're heading to our secure camp now. Please consider coming with us and accepting our protection." Ron's mouth fell open, and he took a step backward because he couldn't believe his eyes. All these survivors and an invitation to join them at their camp. If he hadn't been trying to find and save Miracle, he would have immediately climbed on board. As he gathered his thoughts and prepared to pass on the invitation, he heard a baby's cry come from inside the bus. He'd know Miracle's voice anywhere. "Yes, I'd be happy to come with you," Ron said with a big smile on his face. "We need you to leave your weapons up front, so everyone is safe. You'll get them back later once we decide if we can trust each other." In a normal situation, Ron would have complained, but he knew Rosie and Miracle were on that bus and he needed to get on board too. He complied by handing over the pistol and the shotgun, and then he climbed the steps into the bus. Rosie sat in the third seat on the right, and she held Miracle in her arms. Her eyes went wide, and then her gaze dropped to the floor. Ron knew he could save Miracle's life now with the help of these survivors. Ron sat down across the aisle from Rosie and smiled. "Hi, sweetheart. Did you miss me?" They drove about 20 minutes before the bus stopped in front of a large compound of several buildings. Women, children, older people, and the infirm came out to greet Daniel and his crew. Ron sensed there had been a coup here, and Daniel's group won the war. The former leader marched out of town with their supporters, and no one expected them to return. Ron took in all the information he could while watching Rosie and Miracle. He would buy his time and be ready to act when the opportunity came. In the meantime, Ron would blend in and become a respected member of Daniel's group. Several weeks passed and Ron's time to act materialized. Rosie became agitated, displayed outbursts of anger to those around her, and she had dropped a noticeable amount of weight since they arrived at the camp. Her skin appeared flushed and covered with sweat, while tremors racked her entire body. Ron witnessed withdrawal symptoms during his time in the military, when people's vices of choice disappeared. He recognized those same signs in Rosie and continued to watch her closely. After not eating another dinner, he watched as Rosie followed a preteen girl out of the dining hall. Rosie pursued the girl down a path to a secluded section of the camp. When they both passed out of view of the dining hall, Rosie picked up a large rock and clubbed the girl over the head with it. The first strike knocked her off her feet but didn't render her unconscious. She stared up at Rosie and rasped, "Why?" Rosie responded by clubbing her again and again until the life bled out of her. She removed the girl's pants and then leaned down and took a big bite out of her thigh. The girl's skin shredded and Rosie leaned back and chewed. Her smile couldn't have been wider as she tipped her head back and swallowed the mouthful of human flesh while the girl's blood flowed down her face. Ron's stomach churned at the sight of this carnage. How could he have ever loved this woman? She was a monster, not an angel. He cleared his throat and her eyes popped open. Rosie's posture stiffened and she gasped when she saw Ron standing there watching her eat. Ron hadn't reached the point of trust with Daniel, so the hunting knife in his hand was his only weapon. They both stared at each other for a minute before either spoke. "Ron? Lover. Take and eat. You'll be strong again. We'll be one again. We were meant for this glory. You're pathetic, Rosie. You have safety and food here in this community, and this is how you repay them. We're superior to these people, Ron. We've got the power of life and death in our hands. They can live on inside us and nourish us. No more going outside to hunt. Join me. Eat." She leaned over and ripped another mouthful of flesh from the girl's thigh. Rosie slowly chewed while she stared at Ron with a wide smile on her face. Ron felt himself frozen in place and unable to act. He had both a strange attraction and repulsion to the scene unfolding before him. What should he do? Should he join her or stop her? A single gunshot from behind him interrupted Ron's trance. Rosie's head exploded and her gore joined the girl's in a growing puddle on the ground. Ron turned and found Daniel along with 3 other armed men standing behind him. All 4 had their weapons pointed in his direction. "Daniel, I told you. Stop. I don't want to hear your explanation. I always thought there was something off with the 2 of you. You and the baby are leaving tonight. But enough. We won't tolerate murder and cannibalism here. You're lucky we don't kill you too. We'll return your weapons and give you a car with a couple days of supplies. Take it and go." Daniel turned around and ambled away. The 3 remaining men kept their weapons trained on him while Daniel departed. "You heard him. Let's get moving before Daniel changes his mind. I'd love to shoot you right here where you stand." With one last look back at the woman he had loved, Ron turned and strolled up the hill. This chapter of his life had closed, and a new one with Miracle would begin. No sense in giving these men a reason to kill him, too. Under the supervision of 2 large armed men, Ron packed his meager possessions and loaded Miracle into her car seat. An old rusty Ford Ranger waited for him in front of the building. Daniel stood beside it. "We'll shoot you on sight. I don't care where you go, but never return. We'll shoot you on sight. Good luck." With those last words, Daniel turned and walked away. 4 armed men with angry eyes watched his every move. He climbed in the truck and started the engine without a word to any of them. The gate parted and he drove through it for the last time. Ron and Miracle were all on their own now. He'd make the best of it and take care of and protect his daughter with his life free of Rosie's evil legacy.
Chapter 22. Betty Bowman.
Betty Bowman. Tears streamed from Betty's eyes, and she didn't try to stem the flow. Bobby's death ripped the scab off the wound, and everything she had lost overwhelmed her emotions. The continuous loop played inside her head and showed her nothing but death and destruction. Mom crushed by zombies, Matthew's mother murdered, zombies invading their camp, invaders destroying their home, drugged by cannibals being shot at, Bobby's death, and now their dead vehicle. Betty thought they faced trouble before, but now she knew they were all doomed. An outsider might wonder why Bobby's death had such an effect on Betty. This might be her first mental breakdown as a teenager, but that wasn't the entire reason. Bobby had been the only adult who treated both Betty and Matthew with respect, as a peer, rather than as a child. He had been a wizard with technology, and he fed their enthusiasm by teaching them how the complex systems at the camp worked. Like Montgomery Scott on the Starship Enterprise, Bobby had been the ultimate engineer, and he molded the two youngest residents into a viable engineering team who contributed to the group's survival. All the other adults, except for Natasha, treated them like little kids and wouldn't let them help with anything important. Bobby appreciated and nurtured Betty's and Matthew's talents, giving them both value other people didn't see. That's why Betty cried uncontrollably at his demise. Betty collapsed to her knees as she wept. To her surprise, powerful arms encircled her. In a rare sign of emotion, Natasha knelt beside her and enveloped Betty in her arms. She grabbed onto Natasha like a drowning woman to a life preserver and continued her breakdown. They needed to get moving, and Betty wasted time with all her crying, but she needed to let it out before she broke forever. You could only jam down the grief for so long before you exploded, and it all came out here at the side of the road by Bobby's grave. "It's okay, sweetheart. Let it out," Natasha whispered in her ear. It surprised Betty when Natasha displayed these rare human moments. Most of the time, Natasha operated like a focused machine on a mission. She acted more like a robot than a human, but this had kept them alive for the past year. Time passed, but Betty was unsure of how much time because of her hysteria. As the tears ceased, Betty felt the stiffness in her knees and needed to stand and stretch her legs. She shifted her weight to stand, and Natasha loosened her grip. Betty rose and noticed the sun had passed through its midday zenith. Nightfall would still be a few hours away, but it closed in on them. Helen still slumped on her knees next to Bobby's body and stared at her hands. She needed to give herself a break, since even an experienced trauma surgeon wouldn't have been able to save Bobby. The losses mounted on Helen's shoulders too. She admitted feeling guilt over Tom's betrayal, but she couldn't have done anything to prevent it. Betty found renewed strength after her extended crying fit. She spoke to Natasha and Helen. "We're not helping Bobby's legacy by staying here. We need to get moving before anyone else comes along, and we all end up dead like him." Her words re-engaged the Natasha machine and woke Helen from her funk. Both got to their feet, and they all scanned their surrounds. When the SUV first stopped, Betty noticed the Mexican restaurant, ice cream shop, and the strip mall. She didn't see a current use for any of these places, even if she missed ice cream on a scorching summer's day. Stupid zombies ruined everything. Natasha pointed behind them and then spoke. "There's a landscape supply store. We can use a tractor to bury Bobby. If we're lucky, we can find a vehicle to continue our trip there." They walked toward the store and found a diesel-powered tractor with a shovel attached to it, parked alongside the building. Being a woman of many skills, Natasha hot-wired the tractor and made quick work of digging a grave for Bobby. After lowering him into his final resting place, they entered the store to look for supplies. The building held 3 zombies, which Natasha dispatched with the machete she took from the cannibals. This was one time Betty appreciated the well-oiled machine Natasha functioned as. They didn't hit the supply jackpot today, but Betty found a case of sports drinks and 2 cases of water in the showroom. Helen discovered the break room, and they looted the snack machines inside it. Natasha discovered a service van parked behind the store and the location of the keys on a board mounted by the back door. The full-sized Nissan van had a raised roof and racks full of repair equipment in the back. They worked quickly to jettison the unwanted material and load the supplies they liberated from the store and from their deceased Toyota into the back of the van. Natasha drove, Betty rode shotgun, and Helen reclined in the back with the supplies. This van had only the 2 front seats, being a utility vehicle. Betty would miss the Toyota SUV, but the van was an enormous step up from the rattle-trap VW bus they started their trip with. The fatal car chase caused them to divert from their original route, so they found themselves lost. Natasha wisely drove them the opposite way of the gunmen they had fled, but they needed to find a landmark to know their location. Nightfall wouldn't wait for them to reorient themselves, so they needed to find a place to stop. They drove through a combination of commercial and residential areas, trying to catch a break. "Look. There's the entrance to the highway," Betty said while she pointed to a sign hanging across the street ahead of them. "Can you look at the map and figure out where we are?" Natasha said. She was always cool and calculating when under pressure. "I'm not sure. I can find the highway, but can't tell which entrance ramp this is. Do you want to try getting on and see if we can find a road sign? Then I can figure it out." "Do you think getting on the highway is a good idea?" Helen said. "I can't say how smart it is, but we have to find a way out of this state. Driving around aimlessly isn't a wise choice for us either," Natasha said. She countered Helen's fear with her cold, hard logic. The entrance ramp wrapped around a sharp corner before depositing them on the highway. Pre-apocalypse Natasha would have stepped on the gas to merge with the traffic, but today she crept around the blind corner looking for any obstacles in the right-of-way. The ramp ended, and the highway started at a bridge over a river. As they crossed, Betty saw another bridge running parallel to them up the river, and a cityscape on the opposite side down the river. With this information, she found their location on the map. Betty readied to share her news, but Natasha beat her to the punch. "Look. This next turnoff goes to the airport. We should be able to find a place to spend the night, and maybe some supplies. There should be a commercial strip near the airport." Neither Betty nor Helen objected as Natasha took the turnoff. Airports meant development and commercial areas with stores, restaurants, and hotels. Knowing nothing about the area, it seemed to be their best move. The connector road ended right in front of the airport terminal building. A large hotel completed the airport complex, so that would be as good a place to stop as any. Natasha continued around the airport loop road to reach the hotel's entrance. Before they came to the hotel, Betty noticed a hole cut in the perimeter fence and signs of vehicle traffic. She pointed toward the path before she spoke. "It looks like someone has driven through that hole in the fence many times. Do you think we should check it out?" Better to check it out rather than awake to a surprise later. We need to know what we're up against before we decide to stop here and rest. I think we should just keep going and forget this place, Helen said as she leaned over Betty and looked through the front windshield. Natasha is right. We need to know what we're facing. This van won't be able to outrun trouble like the Toyota. Plus, it will be dark soon, and it's too dangerous to travel after nightfall. I guess. But I don't like it. Helen twisted her hair around her finger as she stared straight ahead with unblinking eyes. Noted. Let's go, Natasha. Whatever type of vehicle traveled this route before them had to have been large. The Nissan fit through the hole with room to spare, even with the raised roofline over the cargo area. Remnants of dried mud showed the path around the building. As they rounded the building, Betty stared at the 3 airliners parked in front of them. The muddy tracks brought them to the location where the airplanes parked and transferred their passengers before the end of the world. Wow, do you think those planes can still fly? Even if we were pilots, it's doubtful. They haven't flown for over a year now, Natasha said. She parked the van at the end of the muddy tire tracks. They're probably filled with zombies waiting to attack us. When did Helen become Debbie Downer? The path ends here. Let's take a look inside and see what's up. Helen, you're welcome to stay with the van while Betty and I go in the building to look around. Ah. By myself? No. I'll go with you too. Just stay out of the way and keep your eyes open for any threats. When Natasha went into mission mode, she had no concern for the feelings of others. She became all business. A set of steps next to their parking spot wound up to a door into the airport terminal building. Before entering the walkway, Natasha banged on the doorframe with a machete. When no humans or zombies responded, they trekked up the movable walkway and into the building. The first thing Betty noticed were the lights in the terminal building. They were on. Then she noticed the barricade someone made isolating this area from the rest of the airport. No one was home, but it had been someone's home at one point. What do you think, Natasha? I think it's as good a place as any to hide out for the night. We'll pile some stuff in front of this hallway and take turns on lookout duty tonight. Let's hide the van best we can and bring our gear up here. Not only did the lights work, the bathrooms had running water, and the grill behind the counter of the snack bar worked. Helen cooked a satisfying meal of grilled vegetables and rice. They had better food back at the camp in Maine, but this had been the best meal they ate during the past week. The far corner of the boxed-off area even had a king-sized bed in it. Whoever lived here made the most of the resources available to them. Natasha took the first patrol of the night while Betty and Helen slept. If the thought of the bunker in Virginia hadn't been so promising, then this would have been a suitable substitute. While wandering the grounds during her first nighttime watch, Natasha found live chickens stashed in another part of the airport. So, breakfast featured scrambled eggs and fresh chicken. If they weren't so dirty, noisy, and smelly, they would have taken the birds along with them. This meal reminded Betty of the good times they had in Maine before everything went so wrong. They had been lucky because the former tenants didn't return during their overnight stay. A second night's stay wasn't on their itinerary, so they pored over the road atlas while they feasted on their hearty breakfast. Betty had an analytical mind, and solving puzzles came naturally to her. These road maps were one big puzzle. Starting at point A, the airport, get to point B, Donald's bunker. A 600-mile puzzle their life depended on. They needed to avoid all the major cities along the way, without traveling too far out of their way. Regardless of how big a problem seems, there's always a solution, and Betty found theirs. If we follow this route, we can make the bunker within 2 days, and avoid all the major cities along the way. They all knew the dangers cities possessed. More people meant more chances of running into either the dead or the living. You could debate which group was the greater threat. Both were deadly, but humans were plain evil while zombies acted according to their nature. Nice job, Betty. Let's get our stuff together and get moving. No sense wasting the day away here. Natasha turned the key and pointed the van back through the hole in the fence. The open road awaited with the hope of security in the bunker at the end of their travels.
Chapter 23. Thomas and June.
Thomas and June. Thomas thought worries about his beautiful bride would have ended after she died. June hadn't aged well, becoming more frail and forgetful as the years passed. Her physical and mental weakness led them to the condition they lived in now. Her worries ended when she became a member of the risen dead, but Thomas struggled to survive and keep June safe, even in her altered state. Over a year ago, Thomas discovered the zombie threat when the first violent visitor appeared on their farm. At the time, he knew nothing about this strange gray fellow, but now he was intimately familiar with their kind. This man with the deathly gray complexion appeared out of nowhere while Thomas worked on his farm. The stranger staggered like a drunk sailor on rough waters, and then he lunged mouth first at one of Thomas's goats. Thomas shouted at the stranger to stop, and to his surprise, the guy did. But then he redirected his wrath at Thomas. During the struggle that ensued, Thomas impaled the thing with a pitchfork straight through its heart, but the gray stranger continued his relentless attack on the old man. The onslaught finally stopped after Thomas caved in the monster's skull with a hammer. From that day forward, Thomas carried his trusty M1 carbine rifle and his hammer everywhere he went. More violent gray monsters continued to visit the farm, and Thomas dispatched them without prejudice. Each desiccated corpse ended up buried behind the barn. Thomas created his own graveyard full of unmarked graves on a corner of his property. The town's public graveyard now held fewer bodies than the acre of Virginian farmland behind his barn. The time to travel into town for supplies came, and Thomas debated on what to do with his beloved June. He had kept his daily skirmishes to himself, so the stress wouldn't affect June's fragile health. If he left her behind, Thomas worried she might wander outside in her confusion and into the arms of an attacking monster. But if he took June along with him, he would subject her to the unknown risks outside of the farm. After the first attack, he tried to call Sheriff Johnson and then the state police. Neither answered their phones that day, and since then the landline phone mounted on the wall of their home went dead. Not even a dial tone sounded when you lifted the receiver to your ear. Thomas made the fateful decision to take June along with him to keep his eyes on her. This way she would remain safe while he watched over her. Thomas and June made the 30-mile road trip to the farmer's supply store without incident or encountering another living soul. They discovered many abandoned vehicles parked both in the travel lanes and alongside the road, but not another moving vehicle. The town would normally buzz with activity during their monthly visits, but they found it deserted. Even the farmer's supply store appeared empty from the outside. With butterflies flying in formation in his gut, Thomas investigated the store. He told June to stay in the truck and wait for him to return before he climbed out. She nodded in acknowledgement to his request, so he thought everything would be fine. Inside the store, he found the place a total wreck. The normally well-organized shelves held remnants of product scattered across them, and additional items lay strewn on the floor. What a mess! Thomas thought the store had been empty, but found all the remaining shoppers belonged to the undead horde. Frozen in place, he stood, unable to act because of the sight of the walking dead before him. Flashbacks of his time in combat as a young Marine besieged his mind. Then the desperation of returning to June drove him into action. His M1 roared and zombie brains redecorated the store with black splatters. As he reached the door, he thought everything would turn out okay. As Thomas approached the pickup truck, his dream of a successful outcome died. Thomas never knew if June's confusion got the best of her, or if she had another reason to abandon the safety of the truck. Regardless of the case, June laid on the ground while a monster sat on top of her and ripped a chunk from her neck with its teeth. With a violence Thomas hadn't known since the war, he slaughtered the zombies and freed his beloved June from their attack. After gently loading June inside of the truck, Thomas raced to the local hospital to seek help for her injuries. Instead of finding doctors and nurses, he discovered only more death there. In one last desperate act, Thomas stopped in a secluded area and dressed June's wounds with the first aid kit from the truck. Her breathing became shallow, and June never awoke. Thomas flew back to their farm, where he could clean and treat her wounds further. Once he treated the wounds, he dressed June in her wedding gown and placed her on their bed. 52 years went by way too fast, and Thomas cried himself to sleep. June woke Thomas in the middle of the night by chomping down on his neck. Thomas removed her dentures before putting June to bed, sparing his life and sealing his fate. His newfound grief quickly faded when he realized this attack had been for the best. Now June would live forever and be safe from harm from the other zombies. Thomas now had the best of both worlds. A life with a vital June and her guarantee of safety. Instead of the relief he envisioned, a whole new set of problems resulted from her life transition. Living humans became scarce, but the few who visited the farm didn't understand his continued love for June. They saw her only as a monster, while he only saw his cherished bride of 53 years. The few people who visited the farm would leave once they discovered his secret. Why didn't they understand him? It wasn't a big loss, since Thomas didn't need anyone but June in his life. One couple even tried to kill June after discovering her existence. Thomas pleaded with them to stop, but they insisted on trying to take his beloved bride away from him. He killed people during the war, but not one living human since. These two people wouldn't quit their crusade, so he put bullets in their heads and buried them behind the barn along with all the other corpses. They ended up in unmarked graves because their foolhardy actions deserved no honor from Thomas. Another problem Thomas discovered resulted from the nature of the beasts themselves. An internal compass drew the zombies together to form groups. Maybe it helped them to hunt when assembled into teams. Thomas didn't know for sure, but her presence drew even more undead monsters to the farm, and he had to be extra vigilant with June outside of the house. It caused June to wander away if he left her unattended in the yard. To combat June's wandering nature, Thomas kept her inside the corral outside of the barn. There she would be safe, and he could visit her anytime he became lonely and needed to talk. The final issue Thomas faced came from the zombies' need to feast on living flesh. Why a dead being needed to dine on the living, Thomas didn't know. They could go months eating nothing but would grow lethargic and get weak without consuming fresh meat. He kept June fed with the rest of the flock of sheep from their farm. Thomas's efforts to grow food for himself, keep June safe and fed, and keep the undead away from the farm exhausted him. Every time he thought about giving up, Thomas remembered his marriage vows 53 years earlier, and found the strength to continue. His eventual death would give him the rest he longed for if he didn't turn into a zombie himself. One day while working outside, a military-style Humvee pulled down Thomas's driveway. His farm was the only one in the area still maintained, and it proved to be better advertising than a roadside billboard. He needed to think of a way to disguise the farm better from anyone who passed by. Visitors to their farm only meant problems for both him and June. The 4 doors opened and 4 fresh problems stepped out for Thomas to deal with. He didn't need to deal with this today. The driver was a tall, well-built black woman with bright blue hair. A young boy climbed down from the door behind her. The passenger side disgorged a chunky, shorter man with a stupid grin on his face, who waved at Thomas like an idiot. From the door behind him, a tall, slim woman with an athletic build jumped out. Both women held rifles in a ready manner, but pointed the barrels away from Thomas. Thomas didn't feel threatened because he carried his trusty M1 and hammer per his usual practice. He needed to get rid of these people before they caused an issue for him and June. Thomas put on his most genteel old guy smile before he spoke. "Howdy, strangers. What brings you to our farm? We're traveling to the CDC and noticed how well kept your place was. We haven't seen another living human for weeks now, so we stopped in to say hi." Damn. That confirmed he'd have to come up with a way to hide the farm better. There hadn't been a visitor for months now, and he had hoped humanity passed by their farm for good. No such luck. "I can provide y'all with some fresh veggies and drinking water, but we've got no room for you to stay." "Shit, old man. We stopped by your fucking place and you want to be rid of us. What the fuck?" The tall black woman spoke with a vulgar mouth on her like the soldiers he served with in Vietnam. Thomas could see this one was big trouble and she needed to go. "Ma'am, my wife and I like our privacy. Both before and after the world's end. Please watch the profanity." "Shit, the fucking world ends and a few fucking curses bother you. Missed fucking placed priorities if you ask me." "Diana. Look, we mean no harm. We'd love to meet your wife and we'd appreciate the supplies. We'll be on our way before you know it. There aren't many people left, so we just wanted to say hi." The tall, athletic woman spoke this time. She possessed the brains of the bunch, but the other woman presented the threat. "Ah. June is busy right now. Let me put together a few things so you can get back on the road. Please stay right here and don't move." Thomas watched the tall woman looking at him with a frown on her face and rubbing her chin with her right hand. He better move fast or this might end badly for all of them. Turning away from the group, Thomas headed inside to put together some supplies for them to take. They couldn't be allowed to loiter and nose around the farm, into his and June's business. Earlier in the day, Thomas had harvested some sweet corn, tomatoes, peppers, summer squash, and zucchini. He prepared a basket with a portion of his daily take from the garden. In addition, he filled 4 jugs with fresh spring water from their well. The quicker he got them resupplied, the quicker they would leave them alone. Thomas rushed out the door, carrying the basket and 1 jug of water. None of the 4 were standing near the Humvee anymore. A voice called out from near the corral in front 2 of the barn. "What the fuck is this shit?" Thomas raced toward the barn as fast as his ancient legs could carry him. The tall black woman brought a baseball bat down on June's head, and she dropped into a heap at the profane woman's feet. "No!" he yelled as he brought the M1 around to bear. Boom, 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 the M1 roared. The chunky man and the vulgar woman fell to the ground. Thomas turned the gun toward the other woman and the boy. They all need to die since they took his June away from him. The woman saw him turn and she sprung on top of the boy, trying to protect him with her body. It would be the death of both of them since she didn't use her own gun. "Nice try, but y'all are going to die. No one takes my beloved bride away from me and lives." Thomas took careful aim and a gunshot split the air.
Chapter 24. Gwen Quinn.
Gwen Quinn. Gwen held Matthew tight as the tears rolled down his face and his body racked with sobs. She hovered between crying herself and wanting to kill. Donald stormed out of the building and left them alone with 2 strangers. True, he wasn't Matthew's biological father or even Gwen's husband, but he had filled both roles over the last year. With all the stress of the past year, this proposed trip to the CDC let Donald's true colors show. It turned out he didn't care about either of them, and Gwen was heartbroken because of his betrayal. Most people would classify Michael Christopher as short and dumpy. When civilization ruled the world, he wrote children's stories and cut grass for the town. Neither skill held any value during the zombie apocalypse. A zombie bit Michael during a struggle at the start of the apocalypse. The attack killed the 2 survivors Michael lived with, and he expected it to end his life too. Nature had other plans for him because the injury healed, and he never turned into a zombie. Immunity would be the skill which would see him through this disaster. Michael Christopher's life would restore humanity. Diana saved him from certain death before she discovered his invulnerability to zombie bites. With a desire to save the entire world, she wanted to take Michael to the CDC. Rumors circulated saying they moved from Atlanta, but their scientists still labored for a cure to this ongoing undead virus curse. She convinced Gwen, Matthew, and even Michael this trip was vital to the survival of all humankind. Gwen respected the bravery behind Michael's planned sacrifice, even if he chose the life as a lab experiment because of his love for Diana. With the build of a mythical Amazon warrior, Gwen remained confident in Diana's ability to protect and deliver them safely to the gates of the CDC, if it still existed. The only other woman soldier Gwen ever trusted had been Natasha. She wondered if Natasha survived the attack on the camp in Maine, and if they would cross paths again. Diana's foul mouth and flamboyant personality made her an enigma Gwen couldn't crack. "Hey, we need to get on the fucking road. You can cry your ass out while we fucking drive." "Diana, give them a break. Donald just walked out on them. Plus, we need to get our stuff together before we head out." "Shit, Mikey. What you got to fucking pack? Time's a-wasting. I saw Donald's setup while we traveled. We need a pump, inline filter, and jerry cans so we can fuel your truck with vegetable oil while we travel. Once we have the equipment, we can go." Gwen brushed Matthew's hair back with her hand while she spoke. It felt odd being the technical expert. "Mikey, your ass stays the fuck here while I get that shit. I'll be fucking back shortly." She turned away from the 3 of them, and Diana swaggered out the door. Confidence flowed from Diana's presence, and Gwen hoped that would guarantee them success during their journey. If they made it to the CDC, Michael's blood might save them all. Gwen wanted to believe the rumors, but there had been no cheerful news since zombies overran the entire world. Yes, she is a little over the top, but I trust her with my life. Do you want to know a secret, Gwen? What, Michael? I'm head over heels in love with Diana. She wouldn't have given me a second glance in my previous life, but now she thinks I'm special. Being immune makes you special. Maybe. Well, get your stuff ready. She's never gone long, and she'll be eager to get on the road once she returns. Michael was wrong about Diana this time. Diana finally returned to them, after several hours. Gwen thought Diana took a page from Donald's book and betrayed them. Michael spent the time wearing a hole in the floor with his continued pacing. The door slammed open and Diana raced in and spoke without preamble. Grab your shit. We need to fucking move now. What's the matter? Michael turned pale after hearing the quiver in Diana's voice and seeing the ashen look on her face. What could have scared her so much? There's a fucking horde of zombies heading this way. Shit, there are thousands. Move your fucking asses. All four of them grabbed their gear and sprinted for the Humvee. As soon as they mounted up, Diana put the truck in gear and sped away from the building. She drove the wrong way out of the airport's grounds, taking the corners so fast the tires squealed in protest. After exiting the airport property, they turned right onto a state highway, but not before Gwen looked to the left. A mob of undead monsters marched down the street toward them. The crowd had no end, and they trampled everything in their path. If the Humvee stalled now, they'd all end up dead for sure. A roar came from the diesel engine as they raced in the opposite direction. For the next hour, Diana drove like a champion race car driver who the Grim Reaper chased. In a way, the gang of zombies would be worse than a visit from the Grim Reaper himself. The Reaper might take your life, but he wouldn't rip you to pieces first, like the horde of the undead would. Michael's immunity meant nothing if he bled to death after being torn limb from limb. They rid themselves of the initial threat after their run, but now night made its appearance. Traveling in the dark was dangerous, but no one knew if they traveled far enough away from the zombie threat to stop for the night. Diana, don't you think we should stop? It's getting dark. Good fucking observation, Mikey. Do you think we're fucking far enough away from the undead assholes? Who the fuck knows? It's fucking bad enough that this piece of shit sucks so much fuel, we're going to have to fucking stop shortly. Shit. A fast food restaurant, fit for a king, provided the needed vegetable oil to continue their road trip. It felt nice to get out of the Humvee, even for the short time it took to refuel the truck. This was a military version of the Humvee, and not a cushy consumer model the celebrities liked to drive. The seats felt like you sat on concrete blocks, while the Humvee rode like a stagecoach with wooden wheels and no suspension. They would survive small arms fire and possibly an IED, but they'd all need a chiropractor before they reached the gates of the CDC. Gwen and Michael worked the pump, Matthew provided lookout, and Diana cleared a few zombies wandering the lot with a Louisville slugger. By working together, they got the tank of the Humvee and the 3 jerry cans filled within minutes. The pump Diana found was more efficient than the one Donald used, and their work went quickly. Diana's calm, controlled fury showed how valuable a warrior she was. She could attack and even kill one second, and then joke around the next. Gwen wondered what Diana did before the world ended, but didn't want to ask. Michael and Diana deserved all the happiness they could find together, no matter how short their time together turned out to be. Michael discovered a road atlas in one of the airport's gift shops before they left. Because of the confusion of their escape and the onset of nightfall, they found themselves lost. Even Matthew knew Georgia was south of Connecticut, but they couldn't figure out the correct route they needed to take. The adrenaline from the initial chase wore off, and Gwen found it difficult to keep her eyes open. She couldn't understand how Diana kept driving with all this weighing on them. Shit. We're going to have to find a fucking place to stop. We've got to get our fucking bearings before we end up driving back into the dead assholes we fucking left behind. Let's try this side street. Michael pointed ahead and to the right as they crept down the dark street. Diana pulled into the murkiness on the side street and drove halfway down the block. There she drove onto the grass and around a 2-story house before parking behind it. "Yous three stay in the fucking truck. If this shithole is safe, I'll fucking get your asses." She climbed out of the Humvee and approached the back door of the house with her trusty baseball bat and a holstered pistol. Gwen watched Diana search around the door before retrieving a hidden key. Then she disappeared inside the house. Less than 5 minutes later, Diana waved them into the house with her. The 4 of them crashed together in the living room. Early the next morning, they sat and ate a breakfast scavenged from the pantry of the commandeered home. The 4 searched the home in the early morning daylight, but found little of use besides the meager wares in the small pantry closet off the kitchen. "From the registration on the car in the garage, I figured out we're in Bristol. That's here on the map. If we take this route, we can cross the Hudson River in a less populated area and avoid New York City." "Good fucking work, Mikey. Let's saddle up and head on out. Where do you think the horde of zombies from yesterday ended up?" "Fucking behind us. Who gives a shit, Gwen?" Gwen glimpsed the destructive power of the mob of zombies during their escape and didn't want to run into them again. What drove so many zombies together like that? Where were they going? They needed to remain at least one step ahead, so Gwen knew it was time to go. A brief stop at another burger chain restaurant topped off the fuel tank for the start of their day's journey. Major burger chain restaurants became their preferred targets for their fuel stops. Almost every town had one, and fries went with burgers, providing a never-ending supply of vegetable oil. The 4 had become a well-oiled team, and they executed their roles, getting the Humvee filled and on the road within minutes after their stop. Donald insisted on doing everything himself, and his lack of trust prolonged each stop. Michael's map skills kept them on course and allowed them to avoid major population centers. It amazed Gwen they came across no other traffic during their drive. This area had been a major population center before the start of the apocalypse, but no one seemed to have survived the zombie onslaught. Either they all died or all went into hiding. Their route took them through New York and into central Pennsylvania. Michael's travel plans hadn't failed them yet. Another nondescript 2-story home provided sanctuary for the evening. This time they discovered a shotgun, along with boxes of extra shells, 2 jerry cans, clothes for Matthew, and an overflowing pantry. They loaded all the recovered loot into the back of the Humvee before setting out the next morning. This time they planned better and scheduled a refueling stop the night before, so nothing stood in the way of their departure. Today's route would take them through the western end of Maryland and into northern Virginia. The section of Virginia they traveled through was rural, even though it sat a couple of hours away from Washington, D.C. Neglected gentleman farms and working ranches dotted the landscape as they passed. The sprawl from D.C. hadn't made it this far, and now never would. Any sign of human life had been non-existent during their travels. "Hey, look at that. The farm up there looks lived in. Someone must be alive there." Gwen squinted through the windshield to see what Michael pointed at. Sure enough, someone had manicured the yard and the fields surrounding the house teemed with crops. Someone planted those vegetables and cut the grass. Shit, Mikey. It could be a fucking trap. What if it isn't? Maybe it's an ally that can help us. You said I'm the hero here. Michael's right. Let's check it out. We're all armed, and I don't see an army guarding the house. Are you all fucking serious? Yous need to follow my fucking lead if we stop. Do yous fucking understand? Yes. All 3 responded together. They all needed a break from the roar of the diesel engine and the constant jolt from the lack of any suspension. Diana pulled the Humvee to a stop in the driveway behind the farmhouse. From here, you could see how well maintained the farm was and how many vegetables grew in the sizable gardens. As they climbed down from the Humvee, the bleat of sheep sounded from the opposite side of the barn. A grizzled old man approached them with a rifle strapped to his back. He smiled, but it wasn't a genuine smile. His tired and cold eyes betrayed his actual feelings. "Howdy, strangers. What brings you to our farm?" Michael ignored Diana's warning and replied before anyone else could. "We're traveling to the CDC and noticed how well kept your place was. We haven't seen another living human for weeks now, so we stopped in to say hi." Gwen noticed the cringe on Diana's face as she glared at Michael. The coming tongue-lashing she would deliver later should be fun to hear. The old man's eyes darted across them all as he spoke for a second time. "I can provide y'all with some fresh veggies and drinking water, but we've got no room for you to stay here." "Shit, old man. We stopped by your fucking place, and you want to be rid of us so quickly. What the fuck?" Diana voiced thoughts which mirrored Gwen's own. She wondered if the others caught the "we" when the old man spoke. There was someone else somewhere on this quiet farm. Is that why he appeared so relaxed as he confronted the four of them? "Ma'am, my wife and I like our privacy. Both before and after the world's end. Please watch the profanity while at my home." "Shit, the fucking world ends and a few fucking curses bother you. Missed fucking placed priorities if you ask me." This interaction with the old man became more bizarre the longer it went on. Gwen needed to defuse the situation so they could get on their way and get away from this strange place. "Look, we mean no harm. We'd love to meet your wife, and we'd appreciate the supplies. We'll be on our way before you know it. There aren't many people left, so we just wanted to stop and say hi. We need to look out for each other." If Gwen appealed to his humanity and asked about his wife, maybe he'd drop his defense and nothing bad would come from this encounter. People loved to talk about themselves. Instead of making things better, the old man froze in place and stared at the group. It looked like he searched for the right words to respond. June is busy right now. Let me put together a few things so you can get back on the road. Please stay right here. Don't move." With those last words, the old man turned away from the group and rushed inside the house. Michael turned toward Gwen and shrugged while he ran his hand through his hair. Diana strode past the front of the Humvee and toward the barn. "Diana, what are you doing?" Gwen said. She fell in step behind her without thinking. "Something fucking odd is happening here. Don't you want to know what the fuck it is? Maybe it's none of our business? We made it our fucking business when we got our asses out of the truck." Diana might want to know the old man's affairs, but Gwen wasn't so sure she did. He might just be an old man living with his wife on this farm. A group of armed people stopping by would raise a concern for anyone. Inside the barn, nothing looked out of place. Gwen knew barns because of her horse riding days. There wasn't a cage holding innocent victims awaiting their painful death. The strange sight, however, came from the corral, which they found past the barn's open doors. As they cleared the side of the building, a zombie rushed toward them. A sturdy white fence kept the monster from reaching any of them. This zombie had been an old lady before she turned into a flesh-eating monster. Remnants of a fancy white dress still clung to her frail frame. The dress was filthy and shredded, displaying the woman's petite frame and damage from standing outside in the powerful summer sun. "I think we found June." Gwen stepped back from the fence and covered her open mouth with her palm. "What the fuck is this shit?" Diana bellowed as she raised her Louisville Slugger over her head. Before anyone could say or do anything to stop her, Diana brought the bat down on the old woman's head. A sickening crack preceded the body's collapse. Gwen couldn't be sure if the heavy breathing or the shout of "no" drew her attention, but she turned in time to watch the old man level his rifle at Diana. His rifle boomed as he pulled the trigger. As the bullet flew toward Diana, Michael threw himself into its path. The gun continued to explode, and two bodies joined the zombie's corpse on the ground. With eyes wide, Gwen stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Movement from her peripheral vision caught her attention. The old man spun from his first two targets and pointed the rifle at Gwen and Matthew. Her motherly instincts kicked in, and she pounced on top of Matthew, protecting him with her body. "Nice try, but y'all are going to die. No one takes my beloved bride away from me." The old man spoke as he walked toward them and prepared to line up his kill shot. Before he reached the spot where they laid, a single gunshot rang out. The old man must have missed because Gwen felt no pain. She waited for the end, but only silence followed. After what felt like hours but had only been seconds, Gwen risked a glance. The old man's body laid on the ground not 20 feet away from Gwen and Matthew. His head had a hole blown through it. She turned back toward Diana and Michael, but both were still motionless. Who fired the shot that saved their lives?
Chapter 25. Natasha.
Natasha didn't want to worry Betty and Helen, but she noticed the signs of a large group of zombies passing through the area. She remembered the effectiveness of the small zombie armies marched against the camp in Maine, and wondered about the damage a horde like this might cause. Breeding a squad of zombies and dropping them behind enemy lines would be the ultimate weapon. Instead of casualties, your army would grow with every attack. Time to shake these thoughts off and concentrate on keeping everyone safe. With any luck, they'd reach the safety of Donald's bunker within 2 days, and then this apocalyptic road trip adventure would be nothing but a terrible memory. Betty plotted a route, avoiding travel on major highways and through large cities. They would only find trouble there from either the living or dead. It made no sense for 3 women traveling alone to visit there. The ability to find enough gas to siphon for the van remained the biggest challenge they still faced. A lot of the gasoline they found went bad long ago. So much of what they siphoned appeared dark and cloudy or smelled sour. They kept the best fuel they found and hoped for the best. The van only needed to run for their drive of less than 1,000 miles. Then it didn't matter if it stopped running. Traffic had no effect on their travel. In fact, Natasha didn't see any other cars driving down the roads they traveled. She remained cautious of the many disabled vehicles and groups of wandering zombies scattered along the roadways. The van was a competent work vehicle, but not capable of running down bodies or pushing dead vehicles out of the way without suffering permanent damage. "It's too bad there aren't any tunes for this road trip," Betty said while she played with the van's radio. Every frequency she tuned the dial to responded with static. "I'm not sure we'd agree on the music anyway, Betty," Helen said from her makeshift seat in the rear cargo area. "Even your old lady crap music would make this drive less boring. Let's steal a vehicle with a CD player next time." Betty laughed at her own joke, and Helen joined in. "Mom, are we there yet?" Even Natasha chuckled at Helen's stupid road trip joke. Betty continued to play with the radio until she hit upon a signal at the far end of the AM radio band. The message played in a continuous loop. "When the siren sounds, proceed in an orderly fashion to your local evacuation assembly point. For your safety, do not bring weapons. The military working with local law enforcement will have the area secure. Do not bring food. They will provide you with all you need in the government's sanctuary camps. Your government has the terrorist threat isolated and neutralized. This mandatory evacuation is for your safety while agents round up the remaining enemy combatants. The sanctuary camps will be your temporary oasis during the last phase of Operation Z." "What do you think that means?" Betty's brow wrinkled while she spoke. "I don't know, but I don't think it's good news. We're going to make Maryland before nightfall, which is our best news right now. Keep your eyes open for a safe place to refuel." Natasha didn't make jokes anymore. Life became too serious when Natasha decided she had to keep Betty and Helen safe. Betty's training went well, but she wasn't ready to survive on her own. A car dealership provided a convenient place to refuel the van. Natasha stayed sharp by clearing out a half-dozen zombies, while Helen and Betty siphoned gas from the inventory parked in the crowded lot. "Maybe we should upgrade our wheels while we're here?" Betty said with a smile on her face. Natasha wasn't a superstitious person, but the van had served them well so far, and their destination lied less than a day's journey away. "I think we should stick with the van. We'll be at the bunker tomorrow. But we could get a CD player." "Betty." I said no. Right after the words left her mouth, Natasha regretted the harsh tone she used. Betty was still a child, and Natasha kept forgetting that. With slumping shoulders, Betty lowered her eyes and turned back toward the filling gas cans. A lone log cabin on a remote section of the road drew them in for the night. Past nights provided them with a steady supply of food, and this place continued the trend. The pantry overflowed with canned and dry food, along with 2 more shelves of non-perishables in the basement. Betty and Helen dug into a box of Oreos, and both had the blackened teeth to prove it. Natasha found a matching pair of .38 Special Smith & Wesson revolvers in the nightstands in the master bedroom. She found 3 full boxes of ammunition in a dresser drawer in the same room. The cookies made the other 2 women happy, and the pistols raised Natasha's spirits. In a downstairs study, Natasha discovered another treasure. An older Springfield .30-06 rifle with a scope mounted on it sat within an unlocked glass display case. The drawer underneath held 5 boxes of unopened ammunition. In the hands of someone trained like Natasha, this would make an excellent sniper rifle. She hoped to not have to use it, but rejoiced in finding it, in case the need arose. The next morning, Betty and Helen enjoyed more of their chocolate cookies for breakfast. "Those things will rot your teeth out." They both laughed and showed off their black teeth to Natasha. "Thanks for sharing that sight with me." "Gross." They loaded their new treasures into the back of the van and headed out for what they hoped would be their last day of travel. If their luck held, they'd hit the bunker this afternoon and sleep in a clean and comfortable bed tonight. The area they traveled through today would be remote, so they expected no difficulties. "Welcome to Virginia." Betty read the roadside sign as they drove past. "How far is DC from here?" Helen asked. "This area is still a few hours from the city. We have to go south before we can pick up the eastbound route to Donald's place. He's still about an hour and a half from the city." "You're better than a GPS, Betty. Even if you don't like to share those cookies." All 3 women laughed at Helen's joke. The proximity to their supposed safety had them all in high spirits while they drove this last leg of their road trip. "Natasha, is that another vehicle up ahead?" Betty pointed straight down the road while shading her eyes from the bright summer sunlight. She kept the van at a steady speed while squinting in the direction Betty pointed. Sure enough, a military-style Humvee drove down the road ahead of them. Military squads rarely traveled in only one vehicle, so this must be either the end of a caravan or an advanced scouting party. Natasha wasn't sure which role they filled, but she didn't like this latest development. "Helen, look out the back window and make sure no one is following us. Betty, keep your eyes open and make sure there are no other vehicles." The atmosphere in the van went from carefree to tense after this new discovery. Natasha adjusted her speed to keep the Humvee in view, but stay far enough back so the lead vehicle wouldn't see them. A quick check showed 3/4 of a tank of gas, so there wouldn't be a need to stop for a refill. "Natasha, what's going on?" "You know as much as I do, Betty. That's a military vehicle. Let's keep an eye on them. Be ready for trouble but keep calm." "How can I keep calm with us following that thing and not knowing if there are others?" "Take a deep breath and remember our training. You're ready for anything. Helen, keep the rifle I found last night close by. Both vehicles continued down the road for another 45 minutes. No additional conversations disturbed the tense silence inside the van. For Natasha, this was business as usual, but she could guess how scared both Betty and Helen were. None of the three had seen any signs of any other vehicles either behind or in front of them. With no advanced warning, the Humvee slowed and turned into a driveway. This gave Natasha a choice. Try to drive by without being seen or stop and observe. She decided the safest choice would be stopping. Natasha slowed and parked the van off the road in a concealed spot that would be difficult to see by any passers-by. Helen, I'll take that rifle now. I want you two to arm yourselves, but stay out of sight here with the van. I'm going to take a peek and see what's happening up ahead. Before either of them could object to her plan, Natasha grabbed the rifle and climbed from the van. The rifle held only 4 rounds, but she carried a sidearm and her stolen machete. Natasha wouldn't get close enough for the soldiers in the Humvee to see her, since this was only a scouting mission. Finding a place to hide wouldn't be difficult because after a year of neglect, everything overgrew its boundaries. Well, everything except for the farm the Humvee pulled into. This place showed recent activity based upon the cut grass and the productive fields of crops surrounding the property. Based upon her initial observations, this might be the home base for whoever rode inside the truck. After getting into position, Natasha observed 5 targets. Great, she lamented, only having 4 rounds in the rifle and not bringing any extra ammunition for the long gun with her. One person went inside the house while the other 4 moved toward a barn behind the house. Natasha had to move closer to keep the group in view. She moved forward into another concealed position. Natasha settled in and watched the group approach a fenced area around the side of the barn. A zombie rushed toward them, but it stood securely on the opposite side of a fenced-off area. In response to the threat, the tall woman with dark skin and blue hair bashed its head in with a baseball bat. This violent act launched a flurry of activity. The man, who previously went into the house, came running out and started screaming. Natasha couldn't understand his words, but knew this meant trouble. As the man came into view, Natasha saw he had unslung an M1 carbine rifle and unloaded it at the blue-haired woman and a chunky man. Both dropped to the ground before Natasha could react. The man turned the rifle toward the other 2. Recognition struck Natasha as she realized the 2 new targets were Gwen and Matthew. Gwen acted before Natasha could and pushed Matthew to the ground, shielding him with her body. Taking a deep breath, Natasha steadied herself and pulled the trigger on the exhale. A direct hit. Whoever the old man had been, he was now a corpse. Her bullet entered his right cheek and shattered the back of his skull upon exit. No chance of him reanimating. She left her hiding spot and showed no surprise when she saw the van driving down the street toward her. Betty took to her training but proved to be strong-willed, making her own decisions. One day it might get her killed, but today wouldn't be that day. Natasha would scold her later, but Helen's skills might save the wounded. Both the van and Natasha reached the well-groomed yard at the same time. Natasha continued to sprint toward Gwen and shouted before she arrived. No sense getting shot by the person she saved. Gwen, it's Natasha. Helen and Betty are with me. You're safe now. Natasha scanned the area and discovered no other threats. Helen and Betty ran toward her, and Helen carried her makeshift medical bag. Gwen lifted her head and slowly looked around. Are you and Matthew okay? Gwen eased herself into a sitting position and blinked her eyes while she shook her head. Natasha arrived seconds before Betty and Helen. Betty ran straight to Matthew and checked him over for any injuries. After her quick exam, she sat him up and led him away from the carnage. Thank you. You're alive, Natasha. Yes, and so are you. Is there anyone else here with you? Just Michael and Diana. Her head turned toward the bodies as the tears rolled down her cheeks. Helen gave Gwen a quick once-over and then rushed over to check out the two strangers. Natasha watched her pause for only a second by the man and then turned toward the woman. While Gwen cried, Natasha helped her to her feet and led her over to where Betty and Matthew sat. After depositing the two together, Natasha pulled Betty aside. "Keep your eye on these two. I'm going to look around and see if there's any other threats anywhere on this farm." Betty acknowledged her words with a simple nod. Natasha started with the house. She cleared the first floor, the second, and then the basement. The barn was like any found on a small farm, with nothing threatening inside of it. Natasha found fresh graves behind the barn, and she wondered who occupied all of them. Acres of crops surrounded the property, and Natasha did not even attempt to check them for threats. She lived in the real world and not a Stephen King novel, so she suspected no evil entities lived in the cornfield. When she finished, Natasha discovered Helen still working on the woman. Gwen had recovered and lent her a hand. She stayed close in case they needed help but remained out of their way. Natasha received basic battlefield first aid training, but this injury went well beyond her skill level. The sun showed bright reds and oranges throughout the sky, drawing an end to their gruesome day on the farm. Natasha found a tractor with a backhoe and buried the old woman zombie and the man in a grave together. After talking with Gwen, they put the pieces of their morbid story together. Someone needed to write a book about their bizarre love story. Michael, the man traveling with Gwen, received his own grave. He had been immune to the zombie virus, and Gwen and Diana were trying to get him to the CDC. A lot of weight rode on his shoulders, but now those worries ended for him. It would have been nice to have a cure and end this pandemic to return life back to normal. Gwen told Natasha how Donald ran out on her and Matthew once they decided to take the trip to the CDC. All the bravery he projected, and Donald was really only a coward and a fraud. If Natasha ever came face to face with him again, it would be his last day of life. She doubted it would ever happen. Helen patched up the tall woman as best as she could with the equipment she had on hand. 2 bullets struck her. Both went clean through her, so Helen didn't have to cut her open. 1 bullet nicked the bone in her leg, and the other damaged her shoulder. Diana suffered a possible concussion from striking her head after falling, and hadn't regained consciousness yet. They carried her into the house so she could rest inside. With Donald's bunker off the table, the farm looked like a suitable alternative. They needed to secure it better to prevent any unwelcomed visits from the living or the dead, and figure out how to take care of the crops. None of them were farmers, but they knew they would all work together to survive.
Chapter 26, Donald Bishop.
Donald Bishop. With the destruction of their camp in Maine, Donald Bishop knew they needed to find allies. That's why he agreed to follow those two to their encampment at the airport. Joey had things right, even if Donald hadn't seen it before. Might makes right, and this statement proved to be truer now than before the fall of civilization. He needed to assemble an army to face down any threats. This Michael character was completely useless, but Diana and others like her would make good recruits for his new fighting force. Now he just needed to convince her to follow him and think his way. If Michael got lost along the way, then so be it. Losing any dead weight would make them all safer. His relationship with Gwen grew boring during the past year. She questioned everything he did, but refused to make her own decisions. Yes, Gwen saved his life back in Boston, but that warrior goddess role she played died long ago. Taking care of the young boy made her soft, and they both needed to pull their own weight rather than continue to drag him down. Why should he keep taking care of worthless people? Time to take control of life and embrace the famous Bishop legacy of kill or be killed. Michael cooked them a barely edible meal made up of Spam, canned vegetables, and fake orange cheese spread. Better than the stuff they ate while on the road, but not the type of hearty meal he enjoyed back in Maine. As the conversation turned to their plans, Donald lied about their true destination. He didn't want any losers knocking on the door of his secure bunker. Only contributors would make the cut to enter his new world order. We had a camp in Maine, and raiders came in and destroyed it a few days ago. As far as we know, we're the only survivors. We have no destination in mind, but are headed south to avoid the harsh northern winters. Maybe you could stay here with us a few days before you move on. Please no. Sleeping with rats and having his eyes gouged out would be more enjoyable than staying in this dump with this idiot. Getting Diana to follow and serve him was his only goal. Starting with her skills, he'd build an army no one would ever defeat again. They would become conquerors instead of the defeated. Shit, Mikey, do you hear yourself? We aren't here to fucking play house like the fucking Brady Bunch. We need to get your ass to the CDC. Crap, she was delusional. There's no government left anymore, only anarchy. He would try to change her mind and see things his way. What makes you think the CDC still exists, and why would you want to go there? Let's see her argue with this solid logic. Where have you been, dumbass? The fucking CDC is operating at a location between Atlanta and Tennessee. Those brainiacs are looking for a cure, and Mikey here is the fucking key. He could end this fucking shit. No, not just delusional. She was batshit crazy. How's Michael the key to a cure? Is he a virologist? Donald couldn't imagine an idiot like him being any kind of scientist or doctor. Shit no. Mikey be a dumbass and got himself bit. Show him your fucking arm, dumbass. Michael pulled up his sleeve and revealed a nasty scar made by human teeth. The damage healed a long time ago. Was there a way to use this information for his gain? Sell him to the highest bidder? Who would pay for his blood? Fucking A, huh? He's fucking immune. Our duty is to get his sorry ass to the fucking doctors at the CDC. How's the fucking veggie oil fuel shit work? Our duty? Donald realized he had misread this situation. Sure, Diana appeared to be a capable soldier, but she followed messed up priorities on this fool's mission. He wouldn't get trapped into doing the right thing anymore. Survival of the fittest was his only priority from now on. Better to placate her now and be ready to move out later when her back was turned. Diesel engines will run on cooking oil as long as the oil doesn't get too cold. If it gets cold, it will sludge up and the motor won't start. Keep it warm and pump it out from any restaurant's holding tank. They classified it as hazardous waste, so they stored the oil on site in containers until it could be disposed of properly. Easy as that. Aren't you so fucking smart? How fucking soon until your asses are ready to go? We need to get our shit together and get our asses on the road. It would be a snowy day in hell before Donald agreed to accompany these idiots on this foolish errand. Hold on now. We never said we were going with you. We said we would talk about it. Seems like too much risk to me. Shit. Then I don't have any fucking use for you three. Get the fuck out now. Too much fucking risk. We get Mikey's ass to the CDC and this shit is all fucking over. Both of you calm down. I'm not sure I want to go to the CDC either. Would either of you want to become a human lab experiment? What do you think they'll do to me there? Donald stared at Michael and Diana. The atmosphere became tense, and Donald didn't want to send it over the edge yet. If he could discover a way to manipulate distrust in the group and divide them, he would. Otherwise, sayonara suckers. Michael, thanks for the food. You've given us something to think about, Diana. So let us find a place to spend the night and we'll talk it over in the morning. After we've all slept on it and calmed down, we can decide the best course of action. Gwen said. There she was, sticking her nose in where it didn't belong again. You can stay here with us tonight. No need to run off. Shit, Mikey, dumbass. Diana spit out the words and stormed away from the rest of the group. She was way too unstable to make a good lieutenant in his new army. Bad news for her. He'd have to continue looking. She'll be fine after she calms down. Diana runs away from me most nights, but then calls me back to her bed. Please stay here. We can watch each other's back. That's a sight he could never unsee, even if only in Donald's imagination. Those two getting it on. Gross. A match made in hell. Donald slept on and off all night, trying to decide the best course of action for his future. Part of him felt he owed Gwen his life, but the secure life he provided her during the past year paid the debt back, and then some. She would still be stuck in Boston with the crazy fat little gnome if Donald hadn't found her, and then rescued her. He had no genetic relation to Matthew, so why should Donald be responsible for his safety? Matthew recently turned 11, but he was still too soft to last much longer. It might be time to finally cut his losses and look for greener pastures. There had to be other survivors out there. I think we should go with them to the CDC. Matthew blurted out the following morning to show how foolish and immature he was. Matthew, you're only 11 years old. You don't have a say in this. We need to get to Virginia and stay safe. Look after ourselves. These two are nuts. Donald stared the boy down after he delivered this taste of reality to him. Donald, if she's right, then we could have a normal life back. No zombies. Maybe baseball could even return. Don't you remember the Red Sox? The little sissy boy cried after he expressed his childish little rant. Michael saves the world and then the Red Sox win the World Series. How stupid and childish could he be? Gwen, you need to handle this. I'm not taking survival advice from a little boy. You've stayed alive this long, Matt, because of decisions I've made. He stomped away from the two of them. Donald saw where this ended, and he refused to show any weakness in front of them. Screw them both. Donald sat alone while he formulated his plans. If the four of them undertook this foolish mission, he would leave. He owed none of them anything, and they would all end up dead chasing this ridiculous dream. If he hit the road early enough, he'd reach the bunker before the end of the day. No one besides him could enter this secure fortress, so he knew it remained intact. Once safely locked away, he'd find other like-minded survivors and be proactive this time. They would become the aggressors by raiding other camps and taking what they wanted. Anyone who didn't capitulate would die. Like his father Joey, Donald would rule Virginia with an iron fist. Watching Matthew, Gwen, and Michael wash the dishes made Donald's stomach churn. They deserved each other and would die with clean dishes. It had been a fun year shacking up with Gwen, but the novelty wore off months ago. Now the time came to move on without her and the bratty kid. Michael cleared his throat and then spoke to the entire room. Gwen reminded me that this decision about going to the CDC affects me the most. I'm the one that has to live with becoming a human lab experiment. My contributions to life have been fresh-cut grass and children's books. Neither has much worth in the apocalypse. So I've decided to take the chance and go to the CDC. I hope you'll accompany me on this mission. Oh, brother. What an idiot. Fucking a Mikey. I always known you was a fucking hero. Donald shouted from across the room in an attempt to give Gwen one last chance to change her mind. If she gave up on these two now, he'd consider taking her back. You can count the three of us out. We're going our own way. Look, Donald, Matthew and I have decided to go with them. This is much bigger than any of us. It's a chance to start the entire world over without the zombies. Even after deciding to leave them, this felt like a punch in Donald's gut. Donald smoldered inside, and he pointed at the four of them while he spoke. You four deserve each other. Go on your fool's errand and die. See if I care. He turned and stormed out of the building, slamming the door behind him. The Suburban's diesel engine roared to life, and Donald drove away from the building. A new chapter in this new world lay ahead of him, and he grabbed for it with eager hands. The old saying is, fortune favors the bold, and fortune smiled down on Donald. He made Virginia before nightfall, and he dreamt of sleeping in his own bed at the compound that night. Donald's thoughts made him sloppy, and he almost didn't notice the armed men guarding the gates to the compound. Neither man looked like people to be messed with, and both pointed rifles at Donald with ugly scowls on their faces. Are you some kinda dope? Drive an air like you own the place. This be the Orion Mansion, gobshite. Donald only knew one Orion who would have the balls to take over his place. His cousin Nathan Orion had been the little brat who used to follow him around during family gatherings and harass him. Little Nate always wanted to be like Donald when they were growing up, and now he lived the life it seemed. Tell Nate that his cousin Donald is here, and it's time for him to go. This is my house. You're thick boy. We avenue the guns. Get out of the truck and I'll go see Mr. Orion. There was no sense arguing with two Irish thugs when they pointed rifles at you, so Donald complied. They led him from the front gate and to the front door of his former home. If Joey were still alive, these punks would all be dead. Joey rotted in a grave for over a year now, so the role of ridding the world of cousin Nate belonged to him. Aye, Mr. Orion. There he is. Nate strode into the room with the cocksure manner those in the family put on when trying to impress. Did this clown think the mafia still held power during the apocalypse? Donnie, what brings you to my home? Your home. Listen, little Nate, this is my home. Built by Joey. Uff. The orangutan standing on his right punched Donald in the gut, doubling him over. Address him as Mr. Orion. Sean, Liam. You both can go. This is my family, and there's no reason to treat him this way. Understand? Both men released Donald's arms, and he dropped to his knees from the pain of the blow to his stomach. Donald took a moment to catch his breath before he faced his cousin. You okay, Donnie? Honestly, I don't give a crap. The family always fawned over little Donnie, and you turned and stabbed us all in the backs. I brought my men here a year ago to see if you'd finally work with me. No one was here, so I set up shop. Yes, zombies walk the earth, but organized crime still thrives thanks to me. Out of respect for our family, I'll give you an option. You work with me here, or I put a bullet in your head, and we bury you out back. So what will it be, cuz? Nate had replaced all the bravado Donald felt when he left Gwen and Matthew with helplessness. He tried so hard to not become Joey and leave the family behind. But now he rested on his knees in front of his cousin with an awful choice to make. Donald could embrace his inner Joey Bishop or die. How he wished he stayed with Gwen and Matthew. They would be together, and he wouldn't be here facing down a monster by himself. After taking a deep breath, Donald pushed himself to his feet. He still stood a head over Nathan, and he used his extra height to his advantage. Can the Intimidator be intimidated? Okay, Nate. We'll work together and rule this world. He stuck his hand out to shake with his cousin. Nathan smiled and drew Donald into a deep embrace. Welcome home, Donnie.
Chapter 27. James Big Jim Richards.
James Big Jim Richards. Big Jim still couldn't believe they were dead. April, who he loved like a daughter. Max and his family, and even the annoying Corinne and Isaac, were all gunned down by the soldiers of the new American states, NUS. He swore President Carl Stevens and his crew would pay for their crimes, but Jim was only one man armed with a Glock 19 pistol and an old pump shotgun he found in the farmhouse where he spent the night. His choices included dying while executing a one-man vendetta, or heading north into Virginia to honor Max's last wish. Max hoped to reunite with Donald and the small crew of survivors he protected. The last radio transmissions from Maine put Donald's status in doubt. But where else did Jim have to go? He started the apocalypse alone when everyone died, but it hurt more now after having the company of others. With nothing left for him in Tennessee, Big Jim drove the Gator toward the state line. The ability to find enough good gas for the Gator concerned Jim, but he would solve one problem at a time. His 500-mile drive would take plenty of time traveling at a top speed of only 30 miles per hour. Big Jim had nothing but time after losing everything and everybody he cared about. The alcohol used in pump gasoline attracted moisture, which caused refined gas to go bad. Because of this worry about spoiled fuel, Big Jim stopped at a hardware store on day one of his trip. From his experience living on a farm, he knew many stores carried ethanol-free small engine fuel. If left in a sealed can, this fuel would remain fresh for 5 years. Big Jim discovered the helpful people at this store had a fresh order of this fuel on the shelf before the world ended. He filled the tank and loaded a dozen cans into the back of the Gator for later. This should be enough gas to get him to the bunker, but he'd keep his eyes open for other potential supply sources as he went. His overnight accommodations for the end of his first day of travel came from a remote log cabin. A pair of zombies roamed the yard and Big Jim neutralized them with the sledgehammer he grabbed, along with the fuel for the gator. His 20-pound solid steel hammer looked like a child's toy in Big Jim's oversized hands. After a quick look inside of the house, he found no other threats, living or dead. He used furniture to barricade the entry doors on the first floor to keep out any potential nighttime visitors. Jim wanted no surprises to wake him. A small stash of food and 2 hunting rifles were the loot he discovered inside the house. Big Jim guessed that this place had been someone's hunting cabin during better days. Jim slept in the master bedroom after he secured the bedroom's entry door. 3 nights of fitful sleep caught up to him, and he slept like a baby until the morning sun shone through the open window. After he finished the rest of the food from the pantry, refueled the gator, and packed the rifles along with the extra ammo, Big Jim headed out. He found peace in the slow travel speed the XUV provided. The pace was much faster than walking and allowed him to steer clear of the wandering zombies. None of the zombie groups Jim passed had been more than half a dozen, and Big Jim could eliminate any of them without breaking a sweat. But why take an unnecessary risk when he didn't have to? The route he traveled ran parallel to the highway and allowed Jim to avoid any large population centers. This kept him away from any potential trouble these places might hide. Big Jim's biggest problem would be finding the actual location of Donald's bunker. Max mentioned it being in Virginia, about an hour and a half from Washington, D.C. Not much to go on, and Jim couldn't stop and ask directions at the local gas station. Those he encountered were members of the Walking Dead, and they didn't speak. He hoped some divine direction would intervene and steer him in the proper direction when the time became right. Fallow fields filled this area, and it reminded Big Jim of his old hometown in Iowa. Just past noon, Jim came across a once busy town center. A hospital sat on the outskirts of town, and Jim considered stopping to look for supplies, but the dead roamed the grounds in numbers too large even for him to handle, so he continued on. In the center of town, he found a farmer's supply store. A twin of this place sat in his hometown, and it made him long for the past. He missed his old life with Melody and his brother on the farm. Big Jim took a quick look inside the building but found the front door wide open and the store a complete wreck. Someone picked the place clean long ago. His luck changed at the general store. After forcing the door open and dispatching 4 zombies who made their home inside, Big Jim found a cache of bottled water, snack food, sports drinks, and non-perishable food. He ate and drank his fill from the store after he filled the back of the gator. Big Jim departed the town during the late afternoon with the well-packed gator. Outside of the city limits, he found more neglected farmland. Jim loved this area because it reminded him of where he grew up. Each farm he passed looked long abandoned by their owners. The fields became fallow and overgrew with weeds. Where had all the people gone? He drove on for almost an hour and a half before he found any signs of life. A well-kept farm with active fields stuck out like a sore thumb with all the neglect surrounding it. Big Jim hid the gator so he could look around and see who maintained this farm. No one would describe Jim as small, but he learned early on how to either intimidate or calm a stranger. Before he decided which tack to take, Jim would observe the farm and determine what threat the people on it presented to him. An ancient oak tree 2 farms away provided a perfect perch for Big Jim to observe from. He carried the hunting rifle from the log cabin, not because he expected to find a need for it, but it had a scope for him to see better. From a height of approximately 30 feet within the tree, Big Jim had a bird's-eye view of the entire farm. Jim saw a boy around 10 years old and a woman who resembled Arwen working in the yard. A red-headed woman strode across the yard to talk with them as a third woman joined the group. All 3 women had pistols strapped to their sides, so they were capable survivors. Of course they had to be to survive this long. He sat in the tree for another 15 minutes and saw no one else on the grounds. Seeing no logical reason to wait any longer, Big Jim approached the farm. Not wanting to be a threat, but not wanting to be stupid, Jim left the Glock in its holster and the hunting rifle slung across his back. He strolled down the driveway with both hands in plain sight. He spoke before getting close to them so he'd appear to be less of a threat. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I come in peace. I'm traveling on my own and looking for friends. The group turned as one at his voice while the redhead drew down on him. He left his hands up at chest height and stopped walking toward them. Big Jim didn't want to come this far just to be shot, so he looked as non-threatening as possible. What happened next, he never would have believed if someone had written it in a book. But this was his actual life, and he lived it. Jim? Is that really you? Of all the four to speak first, it had been the boy. Did he hear him correctly? Did he really call me Jim? Ah. Yes, my name is Jim Richards. Did I already say that and forget? Big Jim stood frozen and very confused as the boy addressed him by his name. If he thought that had been confusing, then the next moment would prove unexplainable. While he stood rock still, the boy broke into a run and sprinted straight at Jim. He didn't perceive the boy as a threat to him, but didn't know how to react to his charge. Matthew, wait. The woman who looked like Arwen spoke, but she couldn't stop the boy as he rushed toward Jim. Matthew, he remembered hearing that name somewhere before. But where? Before Jim could process the thought, the boy leapt into his arms and squeezed him for all he was worth. Big Jim saw no other option but to hug the kid back. This reaction wasn't one Jim predicted when he planned his approach. Jim, it's me, Matthew. Don't you remember talking to me on the radio? Then it finally hit him. This was the boy Donald saved from the zombies in Boston at the start of the apocalypse. After all this time and all his traveling, he ended up exactly where he belonged. Divine intervention struck, just like he had hoped it would. Yes, Matt. Of course, I remember you. Where's everyone else? Gwen, Helen, Natasha. This is Big Jim from the camp in Tennessee. He found us. The redhead lowered her weapon, and the three women stared at the two of them with open mouths. No one seemed to know what to say, except for Matthew. He took Jim's hand in his and dragged him across the lawn to where the three women stood. I can't believe you found us. Where's everyone else from the camp in Tennessee? Can we go there with you? At the moment's euphoria, Big Jim almost forgot about the loss which brought him to this farm. Matthew dragged him to the place where the women stood. Big Jim took off his hat and introduced himself. Hi, ladies. My name is James Richards, but everyone calls me Big Jim or just Jim. It's nice to meet you all. I feel like I know each one of you after talking with Betty and Matthew on the radio. My name is Gwen, and this is Helen and Natasha. Betty is inside, sitting with Helen's patient Diana. We're the only survivors left from the camp in Maine. I'm sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, the fate of the camp in Tennessee was similar. The NUS overran us, and no one else made it out besides me. NUS? Who are they? Carl Stevens, the former head of HUD, declared himself president and formed the new United States. He mobilized the military, and instead of protecting the survivors, they robbed them blind. The remnants of the CDC are under his control too, and I've heard rumors of terrible experiments happening there. We were headed to the CDC with the man who was immune. They hoped he would be the key to a cure, but he died when we got to this farm. I had contact with a NUS soldier who fed us information. It allowed us to remain one step ahead of them. From what I heard from him, be glad you didn't get there. They stood around, catching up until the sky turned shades of red, and the sun headed over the horizon. Before darkness fell, Big Jim parked the gator inside the barn for the night. A wonderful filling dinner, made with fresh produce, became the highlight of the evening. A good night's sleep would provide them with all the clarity they needed to decide on their next move. Big Jim rose with the sun the next morning after a restful night's sleep. He toured the property to determine how viable an option staying put would be for the group. They told him about Donald's betrayal, so he knew the bunker wouldn't be a choice for them. Food, water, and security were key for their long-term survival wherever they went. This part of Virginia experienced winter weather, but it would be more temperate than Iowa or Maine. The barn was smaller than the one at his brother's farm, but it had a hayloft and enough room to park the gator, a farm tractor, and a good-sized workshop. A bucket, harrow, plow, and a few rudimentary harvesting accessories all fit the farmer's tractor. Not a terrible set of tools. The former owners planted about 15 acres of land with a combination of corn, wheat, and oats. All were good staple crops that kept for a long time if stored correctly. Another 7 to 10 acres of farmland contained both summer and fall vegetables. Still plenty of food left to harvest from all the gardens. A small flock of 7 sheep roamed an enclosure on the side of the barn. Sheep are a superb animal for a small farm since they require little care and can be eaten, used for clothing, or milked. Sources of food were abundant here with some hard work, but securing the area would be tricky. Best case would be a perimeter fence, but with all the work required to harvest and preserve the crops, it would draw their limited labor force thin. Plus, they would have to find the material to build the fence with. There you are. Jim turned and found both Gwen and Natasha approaching him. I wanted to look around the property before everyone got up. So what do you think? Gwen asked. This place would keep us all fed, but it's going to require a lot of work. With 4 adults, I know Diana isn't ready for hard work, and 2 kids, we're going to spend most of our time farming. As for security, that's tricky. A perimeter fence would be great, but where can we get one quickly? There's a school bus depot about 5 miles from here. We could bring the buses to the farm and use them as a temporary barrier, Natasha said. This comment made Jim think back to his arrival at Waresville Valley, Tennessee, and how he tried to secure the town with school buses. Yes. Let's try it. What do we have to lose? After breakfast, Jim helped Diana into a chair on the back porch of the farmhouse. Give me a fucking rifle and I'll keep this place free of assholes. Jim laughed at her colorful language. Diana was something else and tough as nails. The wounds inflicted by the farmer's M1 rifle were serious. But she'd survive. Her ability to jog wouldn't return, but Helen hoped she would eventually walk again on her own. Helen and Diana would remain at the house while everyone else traveled to the bus depot with the gator. They'd bring the buses back to the farm 3 at a time and construct the best barrier they could. Their wall would provide better protection than nothing, but they'd have to come up with a more permanent solution. Get the food harvested first and then upgrade the security. Good fortune smiled upon them because they moved 33 buses to the farm that day. The rest of the school buses on the lot wouldn't start, and they had enough of a wall to ward off bands of roaming dead and keep prying eyes off the farm. Summer faded into fall. With Jim's knowledge and experience, they harvested the rest of the summer and the fall crops while preparing the fields for winter. Diana gained strength and provided more help as the days went on. She'd walk with a terrible limp for the rest of her life, and the death of Michael threatened to cripple her sanity. But she survived. Jim and Natasha grew closer together. Like Jim, Natasha had a complex past that she wasn't comfortable talking about. They'd both had to live in the present together instead of dwelling on the past. Both Gwen and Helen suffered from the ongoing pain of betrayal and loss. He knew both of their stories now and felt sorry for them. At least Gwen still had Matthew by her side, but Helen had no one. Matthew and Betty used the technical know-how they had learned from Bobby to set up a solar system for the farm. Now they had a supply of electricity to power the water pump and the hot water heater. The kids both mourned the loss of their friend Bobby, who taught them these technical skills. Jim was sure Bobby would have been proud of them both because he knew he was. Kids were resilient even in the face of death. A series of felled trees, ditches dug with the tractor, and barbed wire discovered in a nearby barn improved the farm's security. All these preparations would get them through the upcoming winter. Big Jim hoped the NUS or any other threat wouldn't find them on their farm, and they would continue to live in peace.
Chapter 28, Dr. Elijah Eli Roberts.
Dr. Elijah Eli Roberts. Dr. Elijah Roberts worked as the Deputy Director for Infectious Diseases when the zombie virus first appeared in a remote Chinese village. 2.5 years passed since those first cases came to light. Eli saw the destructive potential of this new virus and sent repeated warnings up the line of command at the CDC. The administration at the time feared another COVID-type shutdown of the economy and refused to take any precautions because polls for the upcoming election were too close to call. Dr. Roberts had the last laugh because the Secret Service shot the sitting president after he ripped out the throat of the Speaker of the House with his teeth during a live press conference. Even after this scene played out on live TV, the newly promoted vice president still refused to take any action to protect the country. Instead, she issued an order to gag the press to keep any information about this new virus hidden away. The press claimed the former president had a stroke rather than suffering lead poisoning from an agent's pistol. Contain and control the truth to keep her re-election hopes alive. It might have worked if she hadn't turned into a zombie a week later, attacking the new vice president and newest Speaker of the House. Who'd have thought the Speaker of the House would be such a dangerous position? Worry about her re-election hopes should have been the least of her problems, because the virus ran rampant throughout the entire world. All the precautions put in place during the COVID scare did nothing to stanch the flow of this new virus. The infection rate was well over 99%, even if hosts displayed no initial symptoms. Death of the infected host prompted this new virus to take action. A resurrection of the dead host would turn them into an invincible, flesh-eating killing machine. Bites and scratches from the risen dead host would activate the virus in new victims. An evil scientist bent on world destruction couldn't have engineered a better, unrelenting virus to end all life on Earth as they knew it. In response to this threat, Eli locked himself into his Biosafety Level 4 (BSL-4) lab to develop a cure. Science would save the day. His team came close to a few vaccine candidates during their research, but none were effective enough. The solutions worked on those who still lived, but they lost the living dead for good. If they only had more time, Eli was sure they would save the world by stopping this pathogen in its tracks. But everything changed with the formation of the new United States, NUS. Carl Stevens had been the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, when both presidents turned into undead cannibals. The Secretary of HUD was 13th in the line of succession for the President of the United States. A complete nobody in politics. Eli didn't know if any of the other 12 ahead of him were still alive, but the so-called President Stevens showed up at the CDC with an army in tow. They shot any who rebelled without warning, so Eli and his team fell in step with the Stevens plan. A nuclear weapon leveled Washington, D.C. when things first turned bad. No one knew if the Chinese or Russians caused the destruction of D.C., or if it had been an attempt to end the virus by members of the surviving U.S. government. Regardless of who launched the missile, President Carl Stevens declared the United States of America dead. The new United States would rise from the ashes to take its place. Atlanta would be the new capital of the NUS, and all power now lived there with him. This usurper wasn't a harmless, misguided Alexander Haig character, but a pure evil dictator bent on total world domination. He ordered all work on any type of cure to stop immediately. Now all research would focus on creating a hybrid man-zombie creature. This new life form shall have the strength and endurance of a zombie, and the ability to take orders like a human soldier. A new army with 100% dedication to President Stevens. Stevens would use his army to command and conquer the entire planet. He possessed a warped vision of total world control. The NUS Army used Atlanta as its home base to pillage the surrounding areas. Men as mad as Carl Stevens would go out to find the camps of other survivors. Most survivors lived in small, unorganized groups, trying to stay alive against the unrelenting zombie threat. When the scouts discovered a group, they would dispatch the army to invade their camp with overwhelming force. All supplies and survivors became property of the NUS. The army conscripted able-bodied men and women into service if they proved moldable to the cause. Then they shot those who weren't moldable, made them into slaves, or brought them back to the CDC for medical experiments. NUS soldiers made the Nazis look like a genteel church choir group. Eli's second-in-command tried to keep the research moving forward on the cure they came so close to perfecting. The group worked in secret while Eli threw up smokescreens to camouflage their progress. A lab technician who worked on the special project turned on the group and sent a message to the NUS leadership. This resulted in a public execution of those working on the cure, and the army hung their dead bodies from an overpass outside of the city as a warning to others who opposed President Stevens. The reward for the informant was a bullet through his brain after they killed the others. Let no man stand against the NUS or President Carl Stevens. A public execution had a way of taking the wind out of the sails of any potential rebellion. All surviving CDC scientists turned their work to President Stevens' warped agenda of creating an undead supersoldier. Even Eli became downcast and considered ending his own life rather than contributing to the end of all humankind. He went into medicine to help people, not create the plague that would end humanity's reign on Earth. One day, when Eli was at his lowest, Lieutenant Lily Nelson walked into his office. She served as a Navy SEAL and then for the CIA's Special Operations Group before the world ended. Lily was 20 years Eli's junior, but love at first sight struck them both the day they met. Private conversations after intimate moments divulged all of Eli's concerns and his hope for a vaccine to save those who still lived. He wouldn't call it a cure since the walking dead were already clinically dead, and their souls lost forever. Lily told Eli to be patient because a day would come when they could escape President Stevens and the NUS. Then Eli could use his knowledge for good rather than furthering the agenda of an evil despot. Eli hoped they might reach the labs at the University of Virginia to continue his research. It felt like a dream that would never come true. A group of researchers at the CDC developed an inoculation they thought would create the new super soldier President Stevens desired. It combined a potent virus along with the pathogen they isolated, which caused the zombie affect. They lacked a strong enough test subject to perform their proposed experiment on. Every prisoner they tested the drug on died a slow and painful death because their bodies couldn't handle the stress of the transformation. Those who succumbed to its power didn't even revive as a normal zombie. A total failure, and Carl Stevens looked for someone to blame and kill for the failure. Rumors spread about a giant of a man living nearby in the mountains of Tennessee, and the researchers hoped he would be a strong enough test subject. President Stevens demanded the NUS Army go out and capture him for a proper test. This giant's blood would provide the mechanism to adapt the inoculation for mass consumption in weaker test subjects. Carl Stevens himself would accompany the Army to assure their success with this important mission, because he trusted no one. It would leave only a skeleton crew behind to provide guard duty at the CDC, because the principal fighting force of the NUS Army marched on the mountains of Tennessee. Eli, it's time to leave. With most of the soldiers gone, we can finally make our escape. Gather anything you need. We're leaving at dark. Isn't it dangerous to travel at night? Normally, I'd say yes. But the cover of darkness will allow us to bypass the few remaining guards. The best and strongest soldiers left with the president, so there's no one left behind I can't handle. Just be ready to go when I tell you it's time. Night came, and Eli prepared himself for their escape. An afternoon summer thunderstorm continued into the evening, and Eli wasn't sure if they should still leave during the storm. However, Lily operated with a singular focus. She assured him the pouring rain and total darkness provided them the perfect cover to escape the camp unnoticed. They snuck out the back of the CDC compound, through the woods, and emerged near an older F-150 pickup truck. This is our ride. Get in. Eli climbed into the musty-smelling interior. It had seen better days, but the engine roared to life when Lily turned the key. She put the truck in gear, and they drove away from his lifetime of work. His heart ached because he wished he finished his tasks and saved the world before it fell. But he failed, and they didn't live in that dream world anymore. What's the matter? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to be escaping with you, Lily, but the CDC was my life's work. I just wish I could have finished my work here, rather than run away. Maybe I could have stopped this thing in its tracks a year ago if I had a chance, and we'd never be in this mess. It will be okay. I'll get you to the university lab, and you can start your work again. Besides, we wouldn't have met if the world hadn't collapsed. Without my samples and my assistance, I'm afraid it will all be for naught. Who knows what state the lab is even in? We could travel all the way there and find nothing usable. They continued their nighttime escape, driving on in silence since there wasn't anything else left to say. Eli's mixed emotions made him an unpleasant traveling partner. The rain let up as they drove across the border into South Carolina. They stopped to rest at an older two-story house at the end of a cul-de-sac. At one time, it had been a nice place to live, but someone abandoned it long ago, and the neglect showed. Neither planned on making an offer to buy it, so they looked past the wear and tear for their temporary stay. After driving through the night, they needed to grab a few hours of sleep before they continued their escape. Eli realized he didn't possess the skills needed to survive in this harsh world, and he had to follow Lily's lead. He awoke a short time later because the second-floor bedroom became stifling in the summer's afternoon heat. Somehow, Lily slept on, so Eli explored the house on his own. 3 other bedrooms and 2 bathrooms sat behind closed doors on the second floor. All were smaller than the one Lily slept in. 2 had been kids' rooms, and the third most likely a guest suite. Eli's search was cursory, since it felt like a violation of the privacy of the former owners. The stairs creaked as he descended into the living room. A large flat-screen TV, sofa, loveseat, and 2 recliners furnished the room. None of the items were top of the line, but none were bargain basement either. Behind a closed door, he found a home office decorated like an English library covered with dark-stained wood. One corner had a glass case with guns stored inside it. He had never fired a gun before and knew nothing about the weapons inside. Once Lily woke up, he'd point them out to her. As he continued down the hall, he came to the kitchen filled with stainless steel appliances and granite countertops. In another time, this would have been a pleasant suburban home to live in. An unexplained noise from outside drew Eli to the windows at the front of the house. During their stay, a group of zombies descended on the neighborhood. He didn't take the time to count, but estimated the crowd at over 100 undead monsters. The shock caused him to freeze in place and stare outside at the morbid block party taking place. They escaped the horror of President Stevens, but now faced certain death in some suburban town in South Carolina. A creak came from the stairs behind Eli, and it caused him to jump and turn away from the window. Lily descended the stairs with bloodshot eyes. She only had a few hours of sleep after she drove through the night. "I wondered where you were when I woke up alone. Are you okay?" Words escaped Eli because of the horror outside of the house, so he pointed out the window he stood in front of. Sweat covered his body, but not all of it had to do with the heat. He struggled to find the words to describe the horror gathered outside the house and the certain death they faced. Lily walked over to the window and looked outside. Holy shit! They both stared through the glass and watched the wandering crowd. The numbers grew since the first time Eli looked outside, but neither took a census to find the exact number. A platoon of armed soldiers would make quick work of the zombie horde, but they had one trained soldier and an unprepared research physician. Eli lacked the skill set needed to help facilitate their escape. "I found some guns in that room over there. Maybe they can help us?" "Dear, unless you found a tank or a squad of armed SEALs in the other room, they won't be enough to help. You have to destroy their heads to kill them, and that's only an easy shot in the movies. Besides, have you ever fired a gun before?" "Ah. Sorry, no. That's what I thought. We need to come up with a plan. They gathered here overnight. Maybe they'll just wander away. I'm not sure what's drawing them all here. I guess we could wait and see what happens." After 2 more hours of waiting, the crowd hadn't measurably grown, but it hadn't shrunk either. The air inside the house became sweltering, so they needed to do something before they succumbed to heat stroke. Eli's attention remained focused outside, so he hadn't noticed Lily's disappearance. Noise from the garage had been the trigger announcing her absence. "What are you doing out here?" "Trying to find a way out. We need a distraction. I found some gas in a plastic can, some powdered laundry detergent, and some leftover paint from a home improvement project. If I can construct a detonator, we can create an IED. How's that going to help? We use this car to deliver the payload, and it will draw the zombies to the explosion. Then we can make it to the truck and get out of here. At least that's the plan." Lily fabricated her bomb while Eli searched the house for the keys to start the car. He found them hung on a hook inside a cabinet in the home's mudroom. She rigged the car to drive straight toward the house across the street. With any luck, it would strike the house before it exploded and light the place on fire. Eli would open the garage door while Lily started the car, and sent it on its way. Do you understand the plan? Yes, I do have a medical degree, and it's a pretty simple plan. We both have to do our part so we can make it out of here alive. I need to make sure you understand. Open the garage door after you get the car started. Step out of the way while the car drives out. Run for the truck. Did I miss anything? No, you got it. Don't hesitate to get inside the truck once the car is out of the garage. I don't know how long this distraction will work, or if it will work at all. Eli leaned over and kissed her full on the lips, and he hoped it wouldn't be their last kiss. He would die without her, and that wasn't hyperbole, because he didn't have the skills needed for survival in this dead world. Lily turned the key and the car sputtered and stalled. Not a good start to their escape attempt. The second time proved to be the charm because the motor started and stayed running. It stumbled and backfired, but the engine continued to race. Eli reached down and drew the door up while Lily put the transmission in gear. As she jumped from the open door, the car lurched forward. Its trajectory had been sure because it crashed into the garage door of the house across the street. But the bomb didn't explode. A few zombies turned their heads at the commotion, but no mass exodus of the dead ensued. They stood in front of the open garage door, and Eli wondered what to do next. Lily lashed out at the group of zombies closest to the open door. The ground shook as the bomb finally did its job, exploding and igniting the entire house in bright flames. It did the trick, drawing the zombies' attention toward the fire. Yes, let's go, Eli said. He ran toward their truck, gasping for breath as he went. When he turned back, he discovered Lily ambling across the yard. She held a hand pressed to her side as she stumbled to the vehicle. Blood oozed from the wound, and Eli stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Get in and drive. We can't wait forever. Her words shattered the fear freezing him in place and drove him to action. Eli started the truck, and they raced away from the horde and the burning wreckage. Are you okay? What happened? I got bit. You've got to promise me you'll kill me before I change. I can't stand the thought of becoming one of them. No. I can save you. You can't die. Nothing can change the outcome. I only wish I lived long enough to get you to the lab. Follow the maps. You'll be okay. Grief threatened to crush him, but he pushed it down. As a resident, Eli did a turn as a trauma surgeon in the emergency room. He needed the cool, disconnected efficiency he possessed then to get them through this mess in one piece. Lily couldn't die after getting them this far. After he drove a sufficient distance from the mob, Eli stopped to tend to Lily's wound. She faded in and out of consciousness since suffering the bite. Eli retrieved his medical bag and got to work. After Eli cut her shirt away, he found the wound deeper than he expected. Human mouths were a cesspool of germs, so he thoroughly cleaned and dressed the wound before giving her a shot of antibiotics. It was the best he could do under the circumstances, and he hoped it would be enough to save her. With no other plan, Eli continued to drive and prayed for an answer and for luck to bless them.
Chapter 29. Ron.
Ron drove south for an hour before he pulled off the road and let the tears flow freely. He cried over the loss of his brother and sister, and now the love of his life, Rosie. Why hadn't his love been enough for Rosie? She gave in to her desire for human flesh, and it cost Rosie her life. Miracle and Ron paid the price of her crime with their banishment from the safety of the camp and life in a community. Their kingdom now comprised this piece of crap truck and a few meager supplies. It was too much for one man to take. How would he carry on? Miracle's shrill cry joined with Ron's tears. The noise attracted the undead monsters, and Ron found 5 pawing at the parked truck. When he consumed human flesh, these zombies would leave him alone. It gave Ron the ability to walk among the dead with no fear, like the Invisible Man. Those at the cannibal camp worshipped the walking dead as some false deity, but he viewed it as an unexpected bonus to a vile deed. The baby's sharp howls drove the zombies into a fever pitch as they scratched and banged at the ranger's glass and sheet metal. Ron considered throwing Miracle out the window and letting them feed, but he shook the idea from his head. He wouldn't become a monster like Abigail or his dear Rosie. Instead, Ron opened the window enough to stick his arm through and stab the closest monster through its skull. Then he started the engine of their piece of junk truck and drove away. His duty became keeping his daughter, Miracle, safe from harm. Miracle ended his family line, and he needed to live on through her life. No training prepared him for this burden, so he learned as he went. How could he keep Miracle satisfied and quiet? Her cries would end up being the death of them both. Before the sky quenched the last light of day, Ron found an abandoned house to spend the night in. The meager supplies they gave them provided food for that evening, and he hoped to find more during their stop. Whoever lived here previously hadn't believed in preparation, so Ron found the home's pantry empty. He discovered no weapons or ammunition either when he searched the structure. Surviving on their own would be harder than Ron expected. Miracle awoke Ron the next morning with her shrill sobbing. He discovered his body covered in a sheen of sweat as he rose to his feet after too little sleep. Miracle settled down content after Ron changed her diaper and fed her the last of the formula. That's when Ron noticed the tremors that racked his body, and he hoped he wasn't coming down with something. A fever from some random bug might mean death for them both. As he struggled to force some food down, he turned his head and saw her. Rosie stood before him and she spoke. "Sweetheart. Kill and eat. You'll be cured from your weakness. Sacrifice Miracle to Moloch and he will take care of you. You know the way back home to me. You aren't real. Leave me alone." Ron spoke out loud to the apparition while he clamped his eyes closed at the frightful sight. When Ron opened his eyes again, the spirit of Rosie disappeared. Miracle and he were the lone residents of the haunted house. "Daddy's not losing it, sweetheart. It'll all be okay." He said this to Miracle this time, even if he didn't believe his own words. Ron kept the paltry rations down, but his stomach continued to churn after Rosie's unexpected visitation. He loaded Rosie into the Ford and drove away from the ghost house as fast as the truck would go. "I swear I won't eat human flesh again, and I'll keep you safe, Miracle," Ron said to the baby again, not trusting his sanity or his ability to keep his promises. Miles passed and Ron drove the rust bucket pickup truck farther south. His stomach continued to churn, and he experienced repeated hot and cold flashes. A new symptom for him to consider. What was happening to him? He needed a doctor, or at least WebMD, but neither were available. With no actual plan except to drive south and then west, Ron continued to travel straight down the interstate highways. Travel was slower than pre-apocalypse days, because of the number of disabled vehicles parked both in the travel lanes and on the shoulders. Some had been in obvious accidents, but others were a mystery of why someone abandoned them. Before they reached Connecticut, Ron took Interstate 84 rather than 91. Both passed through the capital city, but 84 followed a route less populated, and he expected their trip to be smoother following that highway. The ratty truck wheezed with every hill it climbed as Ron drove on. He pushed the accelerator to the floor as each approached, and found the Ranger slowing before it reached the top. Please don't quit running now. He needed to get them both to safety, and this was all they had. Sacrifice Miracle to Moloch and you'll get strength and favor, lover. You know the ritual. Eat her heart and gain strength. The specter of Rosie sat across the cab from Ron. He couldn't outrun her with this piece of junk truck. No. You're a monster. I won't do it. It's your only hope, Ronnie. Otherwise you'll end up dead like me. Kill and eat. No. He shook his head and slammed his eyes shut to rid himself of the evil vision. A crunch of metal and a shudder of the steering wheel jolted him back to the present. Rosie's ghost left the two of them alone, but the Ranger crashed into a parked full-sized pickup truck on the side of the highway. Never close your eyes while driving, especially during the apocalypse. No roadside help would come to assist them with this breakdown. Miracle shrieked because of the impact and Ron's back and shoulders ached. He shook his head again to clear the cobwebs and assess the situation. Steam poured from the front of the truck, telling Ron the radiator sustained damage in the crash. The rattle trap of a truck would get them no further on their journey. His body ached from the accident and Miracle's howl pierced his skull. Please shut the hell up, Brett. Ron tried the driver's door, and it wouldn't budge. He'd have to climb over Miracle and try the passenger side door. Her sobbing continued unabated. This door swung open about 6 inches before it hit the guardrail. Not enough for him to squeeze out of the truck. His last option was to break the back window and climb out into the bed. Ron swung the pistol at the window and his hand bounced off the glass. Shit. He marshaled his strength and pivoted at the waist, driving his hand through the glass. It shattered into 1,000,000 pieces and exploded outward. Shards of glass remained around the edges, and Ron cleared them away so he could force himself through the opening. Once he stood in the bed, Ron reached back inside to free the sobbing baby. It may have been the sound of the crash, the breaking glass, or the crying child, but 3 zombies came to investigate. Without thinking, Ron used his pistol to take them out. This squashed the initial threat, but he heard more moans coming from further in the woods. Time to run for his life. Ron grabbed what he could and ran with the shrieking baby. You know what to do. Sacrifice Miracle and gain the power of the dead. She's a millstone dragging you under the waves. Rosie's ghost spoke while she kept pace next to him as he raced down the shoulder of the highway. He didn't have the energy to respond to her demands. The servants of Moloch will catch you and kill you both. Sacrifice the child and live. He will protect you. We're living gods, Ronnie. Kill and eat. Why wouldn't Rosie leave him alone? The group of zombies trailing after them reached double digits, and Ron's breathing had become ragged as he continued to jog. One shouldn't close their eyes while driving, just like one shouldn't look backward while running forward. Ron ran too close to the edge of the highway and tumbled down the embankment and into the woods. Miracle flew from his arms as he tumbled down the hill. A rough landing knocked the wind out of the baby and paused her incessant crying. Zombies, being stupid creatures, turned away from the spot where their lunch disappeared and wandered away. Ron laid on his back at the bottom of the hill, wondering what to do next, when the phantom spoke to him again. Miracle suffered terrible injuries from that fall. It's your last chance to kill and eat, lover. Sacrifice her now and become the god you were always meant to be. Do it before she dies and the power leaves. Tears filled his eyes because he knew Rosie was right this time. His only chance would come from Miracle's sacrifice. There's no way to save Miracle now, but her warm living flesh could save him. Survival of the fittest, and he would be the fittest. A god, even. He placed the baby on a rock after he removed her clothing, and prayed the secret prayer to the demon Moloch they taught him back at the camp. After the chant, he crashed the knife through her chest cavity, revealing her beating heart. Then he tore her beating heart from her tiny chest and ate. Strength filled his body and he felt invincible. Why did he ever give up eating human flesh? It tasted like the finest meal he ever ate. A gunshot rang out and then another. Ron felt like someone punched him in the gut with a red-hot poker. What's happening? You 'tis a monster, man. You don't deserve to live. I'll stay until you turn. It 'tis the end you deserve. The words came from a large dirty man with long curly hair. He stood over Ron, pointing a pistol at him. He held it with a relaxed grip, like he had done this many times before. What had Ron done? Not only did he kill his daughter, he gave in to the desire to eat human flesh again. His mortal wounds would doom him to an eternity of eating human flesh. Rosie stood over him with a wicked grin on her face. Ronnie darling, I'll be waiting for you in hell. His heart raced, but his breathing became shallow. Ron bled out. Please. He moaned out this last word as the world went black.
Chapter 30. Sergeant Brian Hughes.
Sergeant Brian Hughes. Sergeant Brian Hughes and his men successfully completed their mission and returned to the armed compound they occupied in Manchester, Connecticut. Over 3 months passed since they departed on their mission after the battle on the highway. A massacre would have been a more accurate description than a battle, since it had been a one-sided affair. The Connecticut Freeman Army set the trap and the smaller invading army marched straight into the kill zone, oblivious to the danger. A few enemy combatants escaped the brunt of the surprise attack, and General Wood dispatched 3-man teams like his to track their movements. General Wood wanted these squads to gather intelligence about where these groups of invaders originated from. Expansion of territory only came with armed combat, and the general needed to know what threats laid outside of their territory. Their orders had been clear, and Sergeant Hughes' men followed them to a T. Observe undetected and pursue the target who ran back to their headquarters. Gained intelligence on the enemy force and then return to the camp to complete their report. Don't engage the enemy unless there are no other options available. Sergeant Hughes' team's assignment required them to track a large greasy-looking man with long unkempt hair who ran away early in the battle. He appeared to be the opposite of an effective soldier, a total coward, so Brian expected to find nothing interesting by following him. Instead, what they discovered on this mission surprised him. As they approached the gate of their camp in Manchester, a sentry called out, "Halt! Who goes there?" "It's Sergeant Hughes, Private. Let General Wood know we're back." After a quick check on the radio, the boy replied, "Sir, yes sir." The gate parted, allowing them entry to their home base. Brian Hughes led the group through the gate, yearning for the days before all of this happened. Scavenging for the dwindling resources, the fighting and killing other survivors to stay alive, and struggling with the risen undead monsters. All of it weighed on him. He longed to kick back with a cold beer and watch a football game on his big screen television with his buddies. Those days were gone forever when the undead hordes rose to fight. "Sergeant, wait here for the general." A chubby gray-haired man with a wrinkled uniform and captain's bars on his collar spoke. Standards had lapsed during his absence. They recruited the dregs of society for the Freeman's army now, it seemed. "You two can stand down for now. I'll debrief the general on our mission. Go grab some chow," Brian said to his men. He ignored the fat captain's presence since his unkempt appearance shouted contempt for the line of command. His men turned and walked away while the sergeant sat and waited to speak with the general. "The general will see you now." Brian snubbed the flabby captain again as he passed by him. This man's sloppy appearance made a mockery of being a soldier, and he deserved no respect. Brian had been a real soldier before the collapse, and he didn't appreciate imposters, even if the general allowed them. The office door opened on General Wood, along with two other uniformed men Brian hadn't seen before. A lot must have happened at the camp during their extended mission. Sergeant Hughes snapped off a salute to General Wood, because he had been the adjutant general of the Connecticut National Guard before the world went to hell. He was Brian's boss back then, and he still respected the man. "At ease, Sergeant. Welcome back. We had given up hope of your safe return. But I'm glad to see we were wrong." "Thank you, sir. We successfully carried out your orders of following our assigned target. It took us all this time to gather the required intelligence and travel back to camp. Please give us all the details. Leave nothing out." The target ran off during the firefight and we pursued. He waited until the fighting finished and then returned to the scene of the highway battle. After searching the wreckage, he stopped by a wounded woman combatant. They spoke briefly, but we were too far away to hear what they said. He then pulled a knife from his belt and stabbed her through her eye socket. He did this to one of his own people. "Yes, sir." "Brutal. So what happened next?" "The target secured a location and waited for a week and a half. I assume he waited to make sure things cooled off before escaping. Then he traveled north, hiking only a few miles each day. He stayed close to the highway the entire way, but traveled on the verge out of sight within the tree line. Seems rather unremarkable so far. Sounds like an AWOL soldier running away." "Yes, sir. One day, we followed the target into a grisly scene. He discovered a cannibal eating a baby. We wanted to intercede, but remembered our orders not to unless there wasn't a choice." Both of the general's men flinched and glanced at each other while Brian told this gruesome part of the story. General Wood's face showed no reaction to the awful scene. Or was hell. Our subject gut shot the man and watched while he bled out and died. He then broke both of the man's legs and left him there in the woods after he turned into a zombie. "What did you do then?" "We bypassed the monster and continued to follow the subject as you ordered." Neither of the general's companions looked in Brian's direction anymore, and both became pale. They found the ground and spots on the wall more interesting than the story he continued to tell. The target continued to hike north in his same slow manner. We almost lost him once we reached Massachusetts. A horde of zombies separated us from our target, and we had to fight our way out of the sticky situation. After 3 days, we found the man again, still headed north along the highway. He never looked for any transport. General Wood interrupted his report again. No, sir, not up to this point. The target continued to hike north a few miles a day. After crossing the border into New Hampshire, the subject discovered a running farm tractor. He drove it for about a week before the tractor finally died. We commandeered a crossover utility vehicle to continue our pursuit. A week after abandoning the tractor, he reached an armed mountain compound in New Hampshire. Now we're talking, Sergeant. Tell us about this place. The general practically salivated at this point in the story. They fortified the camp with a combination of armored buses and tall wooden walls, topped with barbed razor wire. Armed men and women both patrolled the grounds, however. They were undisciplined and displayed no military training. Besides children, I'd estimate their numbers around 3,000 strong. Were they well supplied? The general's 2 men finally looked up at Brian as he reached this part of the story, and they salivated. Their inspection of the floor and walls had finished. No one looked hungry, sir. Their weapons were all civilian models. Typical survival nuts, I would guess. Good news. Can you locate the camp on a map? One of the 2 men pulled an old Auto Club map of New Hampshire out of a drawer and passed it over the conference table to Brian. Yes, sir. Brian unfolded the map on the table in front of him and pointed at the location of the mountain camp. The general's 2 twins looked on and nodded with big smiles on their faces. Excellent work, Sergeant. You may take some leave now and recharge. If we have more questions, we'll contact you. Dismissed. Sergeant Hughes stood and saluted, but the 3 men already shared in a whispered conversation and paid him no attention. He turned away and strode out of the office. Things had changed while they were gone, and he wasn't sure the new regime changed for the better. Where else could he go, and what else would he do? Brian felt trapped, and his stomach churned as he thought about the meeting with the general and his men, and their plans for this camp they discovered.